Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Pleasant reminder to please silence your cell phones, and we encourage all guests to wear masks while not actively eating or drinking. Again, please take your seats. We'll be beginning momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Pleasant reminder to please silence all cell phones, and we encourage all guests to wear masks while not actively eating or drinking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. Please welcome to the stage the Ambassador of the European Union to the United States, Stavros Lambrinidis, and President and CEO of the Atlantic Council, Fred Kemp.
Good morning to everyone with us in person today and to those who are joining us virtually. And welcome to the 2022 EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. As we meet here today, Russia is about to enter its 5th month of war in Ukraine, an unprovoked, brutal invasion intended to wipe Ukrainians and Ukraine off the map, but also to tear apart the international peace architecture. Now, if anything, this invasion has highlighted the indispensability of the transatlantic partnership in today's world. But this relationship doesn't just happen. You work on it. And this is why the delegation of the European Union to the United States and the Atlantic Council are bringing together leaders and stakeholders to develop a new transatlantic agenda and momentum for that indispensable partnership. I am so pleased to be joined this morning by my dear friend, Fred Kemp, the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council.
So, thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and thank you to our in-person audience, our virtual audience. It has been a pleasure for us at the Atlantic Council to partner with the European Union delegation on this flagship forum that showcases the impressive breadth and depth of the transatlantic relationship. At last year's inaugural EU-U.S. Future Forum, we stood in a studio speaking to a virtual audience. This year, I'm thrilled that we are able to bring together an in-person audience here at the Hamilton Hotel and move slightly beyond the Zoom fatigue that I'm sure we have all felt, but we've held on to the exponential increase of our audience by keeping some of it virtual as well.
Exactly, Fred. At the same time, the Atlantic Council's virtual capabilities indeed still allow us to bring together a truly transatlantic audience for these timely discussions. Also this year, dear friends, we are combining the 2nd edition of the EU-U.S. Future Forum with the EU's annual Defense Forum, now in its 11th year. The Defense Forum is more relevant than ever, given recent events in Europe, as well as the great strides that we have made with regard to Europe's evolution as a security actor and our dialogue with the United States in this important area.
For us, at the Atlantic Council, the transatlantic relationship has been at the heart of our work since we launched this organization 60 years ago. It's part of our DNA. And we have doubled down on the transatlantic relationship and also on relations between the U.S. and the European Union within it, across our now 16 programs and centers. So we don't just look at Europe in the Europe Center, we look at it in the Africa Center, in the Middle East Center, in our Geotech Center, Geoeconomic Center. We're working with our European partners across all of our 16 programs and centers. And our Europe Center team has worked tirelessly to organize this forum with our EU delegation colleagues. Now, I want to say one thing, and that is we are deeply connected in Europe. We're not just a U.S. organization doing Europe. We are a transatlantic organization, illustrated by the election on Sunday of our Europe Center Senior Director to the French Parliament. He won in the 16th District of Paris with Macron's party. And it was just a great showing by Ben Haddad. And so the acting director of our Europe Center, Jörn Fleck, who is German, by the way, also underscores the depth of connection with a staff from many different countries, and of course, the United States itself. Ambassador Lambrinidis, it was a treat to host the Future Forum with you last year, and we're thrilled to host this year's combined EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum with you and your remarkable team.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. The same goes for us, of course. In 2021, we convened the EU-U.S. Future Forum, as you mentioned, as the first major gathering of American and European leaders following the inauguration of a new U.S. administration. We wanted to focus on the resetting and renewing of the transatlantic agenda. It was also at the time a celebration of the 70th anniversary of the EU's earliest beginnings with the creation of Europe's coal and steel community back in 1951. Now, just a year after our inaugural forum, few could have imagined the situation that we are in today. War has once again come to Europe with Mr. Putin's unprovoked aggression against an independent, free people, the people of Ukraine. With his naked, anachronistic war, Vladimir Putin has challenged not just the sovereignty of Ukraine, but the entire security architecture that Europe and the United States, together with countries all over the world, set up after World War II. One based on sovereignty, on self-determination, on the rule of law, on respect of borders, human rights and dignity, democracy and peace. These are not obsolete concepts. They are concepts that Mr. Putin wants to make obsolete. This will not pass.
Indeed, Mr. Ambassador, this is a critical moment for European security, I would actually say for the world at large. It's an inflection point for the transatlantic relationship, as important as the periods after World War I, World War II, and the Cold War. It looks like a moment of tragedy for the people of Ukraine in many respects, but in other respects, it's an opportunity. Because if Ukraine survives, if Ukraine wins, it is then independent, sovereign, integral part of the larger transatlantic community. If I were to sum up, 2021 was defined by our renewal, the transatlantic relationship coming back together in a very strong way. This year will be defined by our response, our joint response to Vladimir Putin's attack on the liberal world order with vicious and unprovoked violence. And so far, our shared response has been nothing short of remarkable. The transatlantic relationship has seldom been stronger, if ever. As the world watches Putin's war in Ukraine in horror, I'm encouraged by our unity in supporting the Ukrainian people and in responding to Russia's brutality. The United States, the European Union, its 27 member states, as well as other key partners, both in Europe and around the world, are hanging together, all while Mr. Putin stands as a pariah on the global stage. The invasion has achieved the opposite of what Putin aimed to accomplish. Instead of splintering the West, NATO remains stronger, more united than ever, with 2 new applicant countries ready to join. This is the unmistakable lesson of this tragedy. A stronger transatlantic relationship, and amid this upheaval, our bond has proven to be more resilient than the will of dictators. But, and there's a big but here, is we're not done. We can't show fatigue. We've got economic distress, we've got inflation, but this is a time where we have to stay unified, and the situation on the ground in Ukraine underscores that as good as we've been, it's not yet enough. And so that's part of what we'll be discussing today.
Indeed, Mr. President, we cannot show fatigue. Mr. Putin would love us to. And there are many, many countries, many hundreds around the world, who are looking at this war as well. And we have to look at them too. This is, dear friends, not a fight of the West against Russia. We must be very careful when we talk to the rest of the world about this war. This is a fight of the West, of the East, of the North, and of the South for Ukraine, and in defense of the United Nations Charter and of the universal international values that we all hold dear. We do not, at the same time, sit back while Russia conducts war crimes with attacks on civilians, hospitals, and schools. And we have been in constant, 24/7 contact with our U.S. partners to align our response to Russia's invasion. Our sanctions have targeted and frozen the assets of thousands of Russian oligarchs and others, and entities, Russian entities, that directly aid the Russian war machine. Russian banks no longer have access to the SWIFT network. Russian planes are no longer welcome in European and U.S. airspace, isolating Russia from the rest of the world. Russia's central bank no longer has access to half of its reserves. Our member states have taken the extraordinary steps to ban Russian oil imports, dealing a major blow to Russia's backwards-looking economy for years to come, even though we rely to a very large percentage on those imports from Russia. And the European Union has taken unprecedented steps to provide lethal military aid to Ukraine, first time in our history, as part of our security assistance, while sheltering millions of Ukrainians and others fleeing Putin's violence.
Indeed. Let's not forget how large numbers of Europeans and Americans, average citizens, have stepped up to organize help, supplies, medical relief, shelter, evacuations, and much more for the people across Ukraine and the millions of refugees across the European continent. At a political level, you know better than most of us, Mr. Ambassador, how united and coordinated American and European officials have been in our response to Russia's war. The United States is a key partner in supporting Europe in addressing energy security challenges, for example, including with the announcement of a deal to supply 50 billion cubic meters of U.S. LNG every year until 2030. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who, as you know, Mr. Ambassador, we gave her our highest honor last November, the Atlantic Council's Distinguished Leadership Award, International Leadership Award. President von der Leyen has said that this will already replace 1/3 of Russian gas heading to Europe. We were able to respond in lockstep and lightning speed because we were already working together. The Trade and Technology Council, for example, had been launched to tackle critical issues like technology standards, supply chains, and increasing U.S. and EU security and prosperity. It became overnight a clearing hub for high-tech export controls and sanctions coordination following the Russian invasion. It is at the intersection of our trade, our economic security, technology, and diplomatic cooperation that our efforts are most powerful, at the intersection of all these pieces. Simply put, we are stronger together, and this crisis has proven that point. Our joint response, unity, and resilience should give us hope that the transatlantic partnership is not a relic of the past, but really it will shape the future. Ukraine must win, and I'm confident that we will emerge from this crisis stronger than ever, with a Ukraine that is squarely situated inside a Europe whole and free, where eventually, hopefully, Russia finds its rightful and peaceful place. But first, Putin needs to end his war, and Ukraine has to stand as an intact, sovereign, democratic country able to choose its own way in the world.
And as a country, Fred, with a clear European future. Let us not forget that the European Commission just issued its opinion recommending EU candidate status for Ukraine and also for Moldova. The European Council, the leaders of the 27 European Union member states, will meet this week to give its decision on this important question. Ukrainians, dear friends, today are fighting and in many instances dying to defend European values. We want them to join us in the future in enjoying together the European dream of peace and prosperity. As we move forward together, we of course have to mitigate the worst structural damages that Putin and other authoritarians are causing to the global order. But lest we forget, these are not the only challenges facing us and the world. These are not the only challenges that will require transatlantic, European and American leadership. Americans and Europeans are called upon to work together on everything from energy and food security, a big crisis today, to ensuring sustainable development and a global level playing field for trade and investment, to addressing the existential challenges posed by climate change while bringing forth at the same time new security and prosperity for all, to promoting and protecting liberty, human dignity and rights within our own borders and around the world. And this also translates and comes into dealing with new technologies taking over. Artificial intelligence. Who sets the standards for those technologies? Who makes sure they're going to be used in human-centric ways in order to support democracy and human dignity and not to repress and trample on it?
And to address these and other challenges today across the entire EU-U.S. relationship, we have an action-packed forum for you today. And we'll be working these issues not just at this forum, but throughout the year. So the forum is a goalpost, but between that, there's an open field, and we're going to be doing our work all along the year. Joining us are dozens of EU experts from the European Commission, the European External Action Service, and European Union member states. And from Washington, we are joined by U.S. officials, including from the State Department, Defense Department, Commerce Department, and National Security Council. The Deputy National Security Advisor, John Feiner, will be with us later in the day to explore the most important elements of the EU-U.S. relationship. For the first half of today, we'll unpack core issues of the transatlantic relationship, including food security, digital policy, economic cooperation, energy security, and the green transition.
After lunch, we will turn to the hard security and geopolitical challenges that we are addressing together. We will hear from our speakers about the future of EU-U.S. and NATO cooperation. We'll hear about European security, Europe's security role beyond its borders, transatlantic cooperation for prosperity and peace in the Indo-Pacific, and tackling hybrid threats. And last but not least, to close this year's forum, we will hear from Vice President of the European Commission, Vera Jourova, on our response to disinformation in the digital age. And that's a speech you won't want to miss.
Indeed, today promises to be a series of stellar discussions from start to finish, and I encourage everyone to follow along in person and online via Zoom or social media.
And make sure to join the conversation using the hashtag EUDFF22. I'll repeat this, EUDFF22. For our virtual audience, make sure to submit questions for our speakers. For those joining us in person, we will be ready to call on you for questions. Can I just say, by the way, Fred, I knew we were doing this in person, but I never expected that at 8 in the morning here in Washington, we would get this fantastic room with so many people actually here. And it's great to see that it's not just us two who are looking to the beyond Zoom era, but everyone else. Okay, guys, the complete agenda with live stream, detailed speaker information, and the latest announcements is available at atlanticcouncil.org.
So thank you again, everyone, for joining us. We may want to take this show on the road, Mr. Ambassador, but thank you again for joining us. With that, it's time to turn to our first discussion, a keynote conversation between U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman and Secretary General of the European External Action Service, Stefano Sannino, moderated by Nick Schifrin from PBS NewsHour. What a great way to kick off the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the keynote session, kicking off the 2022 EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. My name is Nick Schifrin. I'm the Foreign Affairs and Defense Correspondent for PBS NewsHour here in Washington. This year's event combines two of the EU delegation's flagship events dedicated to furthering the transatlantic relationship, the U.S.-EU Future Forum and the EU Defense Washington Forum. And we're here to discuss the role of the US-EU relationship in addressing the world's challenges. And of course, right now, nothing is more important than the war in Ukraine and Russia's ongoing invasion in Ukraine. And there's no one better to discuss that with than Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman and Stefano Sannino, the Secretary General of the European External Action Service of the European Union. Thank you very much, both of you, for being here. Let me just start you out with two broad questions, and then we'll get into some of the many specifics that we should talk about over the next 30 minutes. Deputy Secretary Sherman, is U.S. support to Ukraine, its people, its military, unlimited in time and scope?
First of all, great to be with you, Nick. NewsHour just does great work for all of us. Really appreciate it. And always a complete pleasure to be with Stefano Sannino, my partner in the US-EU relationship. My first trip as Deputy Secretary was to Brussels to kick off the US-EU-China dialogue, and then a set of Indo-Pacific consultations. Stefano and I talk virtually every week and are really as one in dealing with Russia and Putin's unprovoked, unjust, and premeditated invasion to Ukraine. We did an enormous amount of diplomacy in advance, trying to give Putin an off-ramp so he would not have to make this absurd and tragic decision. The United States and Europe are one in our commitment to Ukraine. Nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. We're not going to make decisions for Ukraine's future. We're going to support Ukraine in its defense of its territory, of its sovereignty. No country should be able to unilaterally invade another country and decide what its future will be. And this is a solemn commitment, I think, in our partnership with Europe to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to defend itself.
And a broad question to you, Secretary General Sannino. Can Europe remain united in terms of weapons sent to Ukraine, in terms of energy, and in terms of what the end state is in Ukraine after this war?
Well, first of all, also a very warm thanks for this opportunity and the possibility of having this dialogue with Wendy, that has become, as she said, partner in my professional life. So it's a very good partner. Look, I think that yes, the unity of the European Union has been very strong since the beginning of this crisis. To be honest with you, I mean, I've rarely seen the kind of unity that I've experienced during the European Council a couple of days after the start of the invasion by Russia. And this sentiment is still very much there. This has allowed us to agree on 6 packages of sanctions, and I want to stress that it is true that we've done really in very strong agreement and cooperation with the United States, and this is still there. Now, it is clear that the more we move into this area, and I mean, the more we are touching areas which are also very sensitive for member states, and so the work that is needed is more intense. But the sense of unity, the sense of purpose, the determination to stay united is very strong. And I am sure that the European Council at the end of the week will be an important watershed also for Ukraine in terms of perspective of becoming part of the European family. And we hope that we will be able to go beyond this formula and to be even more specific in the coming days.
So over the next 25 minutes, we'll go over all those issues. Certainly Ukraine's future inside of Europe. We'll talk about weapons. We'll talk about energy. We'll talk about Russia's behavior and whether it can be changed. And I do want to end on China. But let's start with Ukraine's future. And let me start with Deputy Secretary Sherman. President Zelensky a couple days ago put it this way, that Kyiv's goal is to, quote, free our entire territory, drive the occupiers out of all of our regions. That seems to include Crimea and the parts of the Donbass that Russia has controlled or occupied or controlled through its proxies since 2014. Is that the U.S. policy as well? And does the U.S. have a plan to support Ukraine with enough weapons to actually dislodge Russia from all of that territory?
Well, Nick, as I said to you, it's nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. It's not our judgment that matters here. It's Ukraine's judgment about what it wants for itself and for its own future. You know, this was the basic premise at the beginning of all of this. Putin said that NATO posed a threat to Russia. NATO is a defensive organization. It poses no threat whatsoever to Russia. Somehow Putin believed that Ukraine was a threat to Russia, which is sort of absurd when you consider that Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council, has, with the United States, the largest stockpile of nuclear weapons, was an economy of some size, and certainly a geographic territory that was enormous, had natural resources, had energy, and to think that Ukraine was the threat to Russia was completely absurd. So we have to go back to the beginning of this and understand that Putin really, in his own words, has really said he wants to be Peter the Great of the 21st and 22nd centuries. So what Ukraine wants for its future is to decide its own future, which is what every country wants for itself. And we and the European Union, and quite frankly, over 40 countries around the world have supported sanctions and actions and called for the end of Putin's unprovoked, unjust, and really horrific war.
But let me just press you a little bit, Deputy Secretary Sherman, on this a little bit, just to make sure we all understand. So President Zelensky is talking about a military objective to not only re-seize territory occupied by Russia since February 24th, which in itself is going to be difficult, but also take back territory that Russia has controlled since 2014. Ukraine is asking for specific weapons from the U.S. In order to do that, the U.S. has tried to calibrate which weapons it does and doesn't send to Ukraine. Is the U.S. committed to Zelensky's military objective that he's elucidated?
So our goal is really straightforward. We want to see a democratic, independent, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine with the means to deter and defend itself against further aggression. That's our goal, our objective. We have, with this week's announcement, actually it was last week, $1 billion in additional security assistance. Our total security assistance to Ukraine totals about, and I've got to look at a piece of paper for this,
5.4. Yeah.
5.6 billion since
Short
February
change.
24th, approximately 6.3 billion since the beginning of the administration, more than 8.3 billion since Russia's initial invasion of Ukraine in 2014. So we are continuing to provide security assistance, and that very critical HIMARS MLRS system is now in Ukraine and will give Ukraine the ability to defend itself in more substantial and robust ways. So look, this is a long future that we're looking at. This is very challenging. We will work with Ukraine. We will work with Europe. We will work with allies around the world to support Ukraine to defend itself and to define its own future.
Secretary General Stanina, let me bring you in and just ask that broad question at first. Zelensky, quote, free our entire territory, drive the occupiers out of all of our regions. Do you agree?
I think that, I cannot but echo what Wendy has just said. This is for Ukrainians to decide what they want to do. And this is really a very strong sense that we have that this is not our choice. We are supporting Ukraine in the objectives that they want to achieve. And for us, it will remain so till the very end. So, I mean, and if you see also the conclusions of our European Council, we are not even making any reference to any kind of peace settlement, because we want to make it clear that we are not pushing in any possible way Ukraine to take decisions that they think that they are not ready for. So for us, what is important is to keep, let's say, the level of support that we have given Ukraine up until now, militarily, financially, politically, and as I said, the decision on having Ukraine joining the future European Union is something that is very strong. And I think that politically, it's one of the most important things that we could do. Wendy was rightly mentioning the idea of Putin that Ukraine had to be reined in and brought back to the Russian whatever empire or space or sphere of influence. And now this is exactly what is happening. Ukraine is will become over future, after negotiations, after a process, will become member of the European Union. But I mean, the signal that is coming, we hope before the end of this week, is a very strong signal to the people of Ukraine, also in this specific moment when they need to be reassured about the fact that they will be where they choose to be.
And I want to ask you about that announcement this week in 1 second, but I just want to drill down one more time on what is the future of Ukraine and whether Europe is united. Of course, we saw a united front with much of Western Europe leaders visiting Kyiv recently, but I want to bring you back a couple of weeks. President Duda visited Kyiv. President Duda of Poland visited Kyiv and spoke to the Rada, and he said, quote, "If Ukraine is sacrificed for holy calmness, economic reasons, or political ambitions, even a centimeter of its territory, it will be a huge blow for the Ukrainian nation and the entire Western world." He was obviously voicing some fears, both in Ukraine and across much of Eastern Europe, that Western Europe does want to pressure Ukraine. Just making sure you believe today that Eastern European leaders and Western European leaders are united on no territorial giveaways, I guess, for lack of a better word, by Ukraine, unless Ukraine were to decide for itself.
I told you, and I repeat once again, the decision of what Ukraine wants to do will stay with Ukraine, and the European Union will continue supporting Ukraine in their choices and in the way they want to move ahead. And I think that we are showing in concrete terms, again, with all forms of assistance. We have just agreed on a huge package of 9 billion of macro-financial assistance for Ukraine. And there is no hesitation in the European Union about this. So I think that the sense of direction is very clear. The purpose is very clear. And I do not see divisions between East and West and between North and South.
And let's stay with you and talk about this week. I believe you used the word hopefully. Ukraine will be invited to become a candidate for the European Union this week. Do you believe, can you tell us whether Ukraine will be invited on Thursday during the first of 2 days of meetings? And are you worried about what Kyiv has discussed in the last few days, which is some kind of Russian provocation in the days leading up to that announcement?
Well, I'm saying hopefully because, I mean, the decision stays within the hands of the heads of state and government, and I cannot prejudge which will be the decision that will be taken on Thursday. I think that given the preparatory work that we have been doing in this last few days after the Commission has presented its opinion, its proposals about the future of Ukraine, I feel comfortable and I feel optimistic saying that the decision will be a positive one. But again, I mean, I have to respect the decision of our political bosses in the coming hours.
And I asked briefly about Russian behavior. Let me go back to Deputy Secretary Sherman and ask about that. Is the U.S. concerned about Russia launching any kind of provocation as presumably we await this announcement on Thursday that Ukraine will become a candidate for the European Union? And a larger question, Wendy Sherman, is the U.S. still concerned that Russia could escalate using non-conventional weapons?
Thanks for the question, Nick. Look, this is very serious. We look at every possibility, everything that Putin might do, including contingencies that would be outside the norm of any kind of conventional warfare. We have ongoing discussions with our European colleagues about potential contingencies, so we are ready. But quite frankly, I hope that President Putin understands that we have thought these things through, that we would have an appropriate and forceful response, that in fact, escalation is not in his interest. He's already facing a contraction of his economy by 10 to 15%. His people are suffering in this situation. It's not just the Ukrainian people who, of course, are suffering the most because of the bombs and the missiles and the ongoing warfare in their country and the destruction of so much of their infrastructure. But the Russian people are suffering as well. Putin is being sidelined around the world as someone not to do business with. Countries are looking to hedge who have relied on Russia for their military weapons, understanding that Russia won't have them to give anymore. They won't be able to get replacement parts. Russia has stopped the passage of grain to the rest of the world. It isn't our sanctions or European sanctions that are stopping food security around the world. It's Putin's actions that have blockaded grain from leaving the port and getting to people around the world. The same with fertilizer, the same with sunflower oil. These are all Putin's choices. So I think that, yes, we look at every possibility. We are ready, but we think that President Putin should think more than twice about any such contingencies, any such escalation, because the world is watching and ready to react in ways that will not get him what he wants, will get him absolutely opposite of what he wants. That's happened here. He wanted a weakened NATO. He has a stronger NATO. He wanted a weakened European Union. He has a stronger European Union. He wanted a weakened transatlantic relationship. He has a stronger transatlantic relationship, and our relationships around the world have gotten stronger as well. As I said, more than 40 nations have joined together in the like-minded response. So we're ready. I hope he makes the wise decision.
Just a quick follow-up on that. Is there any reduction of fear that Putin could escalate because Russia is making small, but nonetheless incremental gains in the East?
Well, I think these are judgments. I can't figure out what President Putin will do next. Yes, they're making incremental gains, but so is Ukraine. We are in the grinded out part of this invasion. And I think we'll see what happens in the days ahead as Ukraine gets more sophisticated weapons and increases its capabilities.
Secretary Angelino, let's go back to Russian behavior and what Deputy Secretary Sherman was talking about a little bit in terms of the specifics on the impact on the Russian people and the Russian government, mentioning specifically things like parts that Russia will certainly struggle to import and maintain. But that's over the next 5 years, 10 years. More short term, Ukraine, of course, is asking the Europeans to punish Russia through not buying Russian oil. And of course, Russian gas, as we call it in the States, natural gas. So can you let us know whether you think efforts to get countries like Germany away from Russian natural gas are increasing, and whether that can be twinned with some of the announcements that we've heard from Germany and others of actually, restarting coal plants as Europe continues to try and go carbon neutral?
well, it's a different set of questions. First of all, there is a decision that has been taken by the heads of state and government of the European Union to decouple and to stop any kind of import of carbon, of oil, of gas and coal from Russia. This is not something that can be done overnight. Otherwise, I mean, the risk of a collapse of the economies would be there. So we are trying to do in an ordered fashion, and a number of decisions have already been taken in that perspective, including on oil. The decision is taken and it will be implemented over time. And honestly, I don't think that we need to single out any specific country from that point of view, because it's the decision that has been taken by all the member states of the European Union, taking into account also the specificity and the dependencies of some of our countries from the Russian gas or the Russian oil. The second point is that clearly, in order to do so, in order to reduce dependencies, we need to find alternatives, and we need to do it responsibly, once again, to underpin the development of our economies. And this is what we are trying to do, trying to find alternative sources. The United States is one of these alternative sources, as the some countries of the Gulf, and we are trying to use essentially hydrocarbons, which are sorry, not the hydrocarbons, the oils and gas, which is of let's say, compatible with what we already have, right, in terms of pipeline, in order to avoid to build new pipelines and new structures. What is important now is to continue our work in terms of green change of our economies, and so the so-called green transition, moving to renewables, which is moving even faster. We have a program of, let's say, reducing significantly the dependence on oil and gas in general, and moving towards the renewables. And this is not going to change. But in the meantime, we will have to have a transition that, as I said, could allow our economies to stay and have the capacity to continue our, let's say, industrial system, to help our industrial system to work.
Deputy Secretary Sherman, let me ask the broad question after that answer. Do you believe that there's any punishment that can be exerted on Russia to change Russia's behavior in the short term, or is this really just about Ukraine holding out and coming up with whatever version of victory it has?
As I said, Nick, I've met President Putin. He's a smart man, on top of his brief, but I can't get into his head and understand what might make him stop. He began this invasion. He can stop this invasion. I've been to many, many countries in the slightly over year that I've been Deputy Secretary of State, and everywhere I have gone, I have said, you know, please, please talk with President Putin. He began this. He can stop it at any point. It is not in his interest. He is not achieving his aims. There are many off-ramps he can take here. So far, he has not chosen to take any of those off-ramps. As I said, before the first day of this invasion, we were engaged in very intense diplomacy. NATO was. I was personally with Russian colleagues to say, yes, we understand you have some legitimate security concerns, and here are many ways in which we can address them. But he was insistent that the only way was to go back to NATO of 1997, which is absurd. Countries get to make and decide their own political futures. Other countries don't decide that for them. So this is about Vladimir Putin making a choice that's good for the security of his country and the security of the world. So far, he has not chosen to do that. I'm sure there will be discussions in the G7 and in the NATO meetings and the EU meetings this week to try to do whatever we can to encourage him to make the right choice here. But so far, he's looked at his own interests and not the interests of his people or the world.
It is, of course, indicative that I've spent the first 25 minutes talking about one subject, but of course, you guys have the whole world to look at. And so just in the last 5 minutes, I suppose we should talk about the larger subject of China. And Secretary General Sonino, I want to ask you a question about China, but also about regulation and technology. We've talked a lot about unity. Both of you have mentioned it, but there are different philosophies in the U.S. and Europe regarding the regulation of technology. And I wonder if you believe that's hampering at all the ability for the West to create a united front against Chinese technology, which of course we've seen spread throughout the world and be used for authoritarian purposes.
Well, I mean, honestly, the simple answer is no, in the sense that what we are trying to do, and we are trying to do with the United States in the context of the so-called TTC, the Trade and Technology Council, we are trying exactly to do this, to look at the, and also in the context of the dialogue that we are having with Wendy on China, we are trying to look at the ways and how to make sure that our capacity, that our technology, that our I would call edge on the technological edge could remain intact and could not be touched and challenged by China. We have to be aware that China is doing a lot of work. We cannot underestimate the importance of the achievements in China, and we cannot underestimate the fact that it is a very strong competitor also from that point of view. But this is the reason why we need to look at the how to keep this technological edge, but also on how to make it sure that the unfair practices that are coming from China can be used against us. And that's the reason why we are looking together at anti-coercion measures, that we are looking at screening of investments to make it sure that the openness of our system does not become a vulnerability, and that essentially we can continue to be a market economy, open market economy, but without running the risk of becoming vulnerable to unfair practices that are coming from third countries and from China in particular.
Deputy Secretary Sherman, I only have about 2 or 3 minutes left, and I know you won't want to make any news before any presidential announcement, but obviously in the news is whether the administration will lift any of the tariffs on China imposed by the Trump administration. So I'll just ask the general question, well, will you? But I'll give you a chance to answer a question that I know you'll want to, which is, do you believe that there is a strategic way to employ tariffs, and is that what you're looking at?
I think that tariffs should be strategic. And that's certainly what we're looking at. And the president has said so over the weekend. And he'll decide how he wants to proceed. But tariffs should always be strategic. And I fully endorse everything that Stefano just said about what we are all trying to do and how together we are on doing it to make sure that countries understand that technology can be used for good. It can also be used for surveillance systems. It can be used to undermine freedom. It can be used to gather data that gives unfair advantage. And so we want everybody to be eyes open on their investment screening, eyes open on their technology that they import into their countries, and make sure that people know that we need transparency in what we do in the world in this technological future, because it's going to be a very complicated one and very, very challenging.
Secretary General Sonino, I'm told I have 90 seconds left, so I'll give you the last word on that. Obviously, the Trump administration was very concerned about European perspectives on Huawei and technology. Do you believe that today Europe and the U.S. are working better on Chinese technology, but crucially that European countries themselves have identified the threat of Chinese technology that Deputy Secretary Sherman just identified?
Absolutely, yes. And as I was saying, that's the reason why we are working together in the context of the Trade and Technology Council. That's the reason why we have developed instruments that are preserving the openness of our economies, but again, protecting at the same time the same openness in our markets. So I think that there is a completely different awareness. We do not want to have a whole-out confrontation with China. We think that there are also areas where we can cooperate, but we will not shy away when it will come the moment of confronting decisions or choices that are not in the interest of our countries and not in the interest of the openness of our economies.
Well, there's a lot more to discuss, of course, but I am out of time. So thank you very much to the Deputy Secretary and the Secretary General for joining us for this opening keynote discussion for the U.S.-EU Defense and Future Forum. The forum is hosted by the Atlantic Council and the delegation of the European Union to the United States. So please follow along virtually and in person in Washington, D.C. for a great full day's program on the EU-U.S. relationship and the transatlantic partnership going forward. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Distinguished Fellow for the Europe Center at the Atlantic Council and Senior Director at McClarty Associates, Dr. Francis Burwell, to moderate our discussion on the EU-U.S. digital policy agenda.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome again to the first live session, other than the welcome addresses, at this combined EU-U.S. Future Forum and EU Defense Washington Forum. While most of today's sessions will focus on the big issues of national security and defense policy, we are here at this session to discuss technology and digital policy and the challenges facing the EU and U.S. in terms of their own cooperation on this area, and also the opportunities should they be able to get that cooperation underway with great strength and vigor. But before introducing my panelists, I want to put a few facts on the table. In 2020, the U.S. exported $247 billion in digitally enabled services to Europe and imported $142 billion. So we have a good trade surplus there. But these U.S. exports to Europe were almost 3 times greater than similar exports to Latin America and double all U.S. exports to the Asia-Pacific, which of course includes China. Just to give you a sense of the partnership between the U.S. and the EU in this. As for EU digitally enabled exports, once you look outside of Europe, the U.S. is the biggest importer. And this exchange is mutually reinforcing. So I think just as with the traditional economy, our new digital economy, the U.S. and the EU are repeating their experience where they have been each other's best market and have the potential to be the leaders in structuring that new world economy. And now to introduce my panelists. First, we had hoped to have both here on the stage with me, but unfortunately, from the Commerce Department, Ted Dean has been struck down by COVID and will be unable to join us. But we have the excellent Gerard de Graaf from the European Commission. He also hoped to be here, but strikes in Belgium at the airport prevented him from leaving. So unfortunately, our very forward-looking and modern panel has also been hit by the current issues of the day. In introducing Mr. de Graaf, he is the Director for Digital Economy and Coordination at DG Connect, the division of the European Commission that has a lead role in this area of policy. He leads the work of the European Commission on platform and tech regulation, and he also coordinates the digital components of the EU Recovery Fund. Now, this is something that is being managed across all the member states. It totals about 750 billion euros, and each member state has been told to put approximately 20% of their allocation into digital transformation. So this is a very large portfolio that he's also dealing with. He has worked on digital issues for at least a decade, and before that worked on the very relevant portfolios of research and industry in the Commission. He also served as trade counselor here in Washington, back when the delegation was the European Commission delegation rather than the EU delegation. In shorthand, he's often referred to as Mr. DMA DSA for the Digital Markets Act, Digital Services Act. So welcome to Gerard de Graaf. Gerard, before we get into the specifics of EU digital policy, I'd like to start with a more general question. Many of those participating in the conference today are more focused on national security and defense and on foreign policy issues, whereas digital policy is often seen as the province of nerds, to put it frankly, and as a limited sphere of policy for government. So why should this panel, the participants here, care about this panel? What are the implications of a failure of the US and EU to cooperate for our security, for the larger interests of the US and the United States? Over to you, Gerard.
Good morning, Fran. Good morning, participants. Very pleased to be with you. I would have been even more pleased had I been with you physically, but unfortunately that wasn't possible. A very important question, and I think already during the opening session, I think some of the pointers were given. Our societies, our economies are digital. Digital is used increasingly. We talked about the Russian invasion in Ukraine. The war is also taking place in cyberspace, through cyber attacks, through disinformation that is spreading, not only in Russia and Ukraine, but also increasingly in Africa and Latin America, destabilizing societies, turning countries against the EU and the US. We talk a lot about the critical technologies that Wendy Sherman said can be used for very good purposes, but can also be used, can be weaponized. And that, I think, is a very important consideration.
Oh, Gerard, you've hit mute. There we go.
Am I mute?
Now you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay. I didn't touch any button. I don't know where I was muted, but I talked about the importance of critical technologies that can be used for good, but can also be used. And last but not least, and I think this is what we're all observing increasingly, is that technology, and particularly, technology platforms, can be used to undermine our democracies, to drive wedges in our societies through incitement to hatred, through kind of terrorism content, illegal content, disinformation, child sex abuse material. And that's where it's very important that we defend our democracies. We defend also our economies, because that, of course, is the first prerogative and the first priority for any country in terms of its security policy.
So you mentioned disinformation or spreading across the web, and we're going to have a speech later by a senior commissioner who is working on that, Vice President Jourova, later in the day. But particularly, I think, in talking about security of networks, infrastructure, things of that sort, there's been a lot of discussion, and certainly even under the previous administration, discussions about the safety of communications technologies, 5G, et cetera, the whole Huawei discussion. the European Commission has identified China as both a partner for cooperation, but also a systemic rival. How do you think China fits into this when you think about the technologies that we're using today? How is the discussion in Europe about how China relates to this?
Well, I think the short answer to this question is we must not be naive. And maybe we in the European Union have been a little bit naive over the last kind of decade or so in our relationship with China and in keeping our markets open. And I think we're kind of certainly revisiting that policy. I mean, our networks, our infrastructure, it underpins essential services, our critical facilities, and therefore it's absolutely necessary that kind of the equipment that is used in these infrastructures is secure and safe. And we've worked very closely with our member states to ensure that that is the case. This is not anti-China, but it is to ensure that we have infrastructure that we can trust. I mean, in terms of like the internet policy, and this is, I think you mentioned at the beginning the importance of trade, but I would also like to mention the importance of values and our fundamental rights. We are kind of in a very kind of different position from China. I mean, China is using the internet and its policies in a very authoritarian way to repress people, to use technologies in order to track and trace people, whereas our approach towards the internet, and that's reflected also in the proposals and in the legislation that is being passed now by the European Parliament and the Council, is to put the human at the center. It's the technology at the service of the people, and to ensure that our values, our fundamental rights, freedom of speech, and our rules and regulations are complied with and are reflected and respected in the internet. So we have a very different model of governing the internet than the Chinese have.
So this is, one thing I want to make clear to the audience is how comprehensive the EU effort has been in this area. When the von der Leyen Commission came into office in very late 2019, you laid out two big priorities: digital transformation and the Green Deal. At the time, the digital transformation was very much justified as an essential element of building an economy for the 21st century, and also as a way of stimulating more innovation in Europe, which has not yet seen the rise of a European Google or Apple, major tech company of that magnitude. Can you say how this came about and what is behind this, what motivates this? One of the things that we hear frequently over here is that it is about sovereignty, tech or digital sovereignty, rather than security, for example. How do you define that? Has it changed post the invasion of Ukraine? How do you see the European effort? Where is it coming from and where is it going?
Well, I think, first of all, I mean, in Europe, and I think many countries around the world are asking themselves the question, I mean, what kind of internet do we want? And how can we make sure that the internet is safe and secure, and at the same time that our values and fundamental rights are protected, our democracy is protected? That's a question that has been asked quite explicitly in the European Union, and has been debated and is therefore at the basis of the actions and the proposals, particularly for regulation, that have been made since the von der Leyen Commission took office. So this is very much like, how do we shape the internet? It's not kind of the internet and the technology we have to adjust to the technology. No, it is the technology will have to adjust and serve the interest of our societies and the interest of our economies. And that has kind of led to a number of kind of conclusions. For example, how do we build trust in the internet? How do we ensure that safe products, I mean, that we are not confronted with kind of unsafe products on marketplace on the internet? So those kind of proposals that we've made, DSA, DMA, how can we make the internet economy or keep the internet economy contestable, that there is good competition and therefore innovation. So that's all behind. That has been the subject of an intensive debate in the European Union. How do we make sure that we can trust the technologies and therefore also promote the adoption of these technologies in the European Union, like AI? The other question, and I think you referred to that, is how can we make sure that the single market works better? Because if one of the reasons why we don't have like the big successful technology platforms that you have in the US is that it's very difficult in the European Union to scale up. The internet is all about economies of scale and network effects. And in the European Union, if you have a fragmented regulatory framework and you are, say, successful in Germany or in the Netherlands, you want to expand, you go into France, you go into Spain, every time you have to adjust your business model because the rules are different. It's like a startup having to start up 27 times in the European Union. It slows you down. You are never going to grow to a successful company. So we need to have one set of rules for the whole of the European Union. And that's the other motivation behind the proposals which we are making, to make sure that we have one framework and not 27 in the European Union. The point about sovereignty, digital sovereignty, I mean, there's different kind of variations and words around. I think the best answer to this is give practical examples. I think we've all seen the dependence of microelectronics, where through breakdown in supply chain, some of our very critical industries, like the automotive industry, had to suspend production for a number of weeks, and other industries in the machinery, for example, as well. That's one example. I mean, another example is that kind of the high-performance computing. The European Union has always been at the top of high-performance computing, always been in the top 5 of like the fastest supercomputers in the world. A couple of years the European Union started to drop down. We were barely in the top 10, and we had 2 or 3 computers in the top 20. We came together, we set up an organization called Euro-HPC, Euro High Performance Computing, put money there, and last week, for example, there was a new supercomputer inaugurated in the north of Finland, not far from the North Pole. It's the third fastest supercomputer in the world. Next year, we'll have one that might be the fastest supercomputer in the world, namely an exascale computer. Why is this important? Because in most of our industries, whether if you design a new car, a new airplane, new medication, if you want to do serious research on climate change or other kind of pressing challenges, you need access to supercomputing facilities. The European Union cannot afford to become dependent on the likes of China or others for supercomputer facilities. Those are the kind of resources which we need in the European Union itself. AI is yet another example, and I can go on. We don't want to become dependent on artificial intelligence developed in countries that do not share our values and our fundamental rights. And I think just by quoting a number of these examples, I think you can see why strategic autonomy, why the European Union cannot just become a consumer of technologies, but it needs to be a producer of technologies as well.
Thanks very much for that. I'm going to turn to the audience after this next question. So either here in the hall, if you would indicate that you have a question, we have microphones that are available, and I'll guide them to you. And online, I think we are taking questions both via Zoom and also Twitter. So please send in your questions. Please indicate here in the hall if you have a question for Mr. de Graaf. Let me turn to one of the most, if I can put it this way, notorious pieces of EU legislation, and that is the Digital Markets Act. Along with the DSA, the Digital Services Act, it's just now been approved, and we expect final passage very soon in the Parliament. This sets a series of rules, of prohibitions, for a specific set of companies who are not yet designated. Can you say what happens next in terms of the designations? And of course, as you know, there's been a lot of concern here that it will only designate US-based companies as the gatekeepers. Can you say something about what we should expect over the next few months once this is passed?
Yeah, I'm a bit kind of notorious. I'm not sure whether it's a little bit of a negative connotation. It is certainly a very important piece of regulation which will have an impact on how markets are organized, digital markets are are organized. I mean, it identifies a number of practices, for example, self-preferencing or tying or not giving access to data that kind of gatekeepers, so very powerful companies in the digital economy are putting into place, which kind of makes it very difficult to compete with them. And it makes also it very difficult if you're dependent on them to kind of to do your business effectively. And henceforth, I mean, once the Digital Markets Act enters into force, which will be around October, November this year, those practices will no longer be tolerated in the European Union. There is indeed a process of designation. So then the next step is that these companies, gatekeepers, potential gatekeepers, will need to share with us information that will allow us to determine whether or not they meet the criteria, the test to be designated as gatekeepers. And if they do, although we will not designate companies, we will designate services, which we call core platform services, for example, marketplaces or app stores or social media or operating systems. So those will be designated, and of course they are part of a particular company, and then once they are designated, the rules start to apply in earnest. I think we're talking here from the middle of next year. Who will be in scope? Well, we don't expect too many companies to be in scope. I mean, our estimate is between 10 and 15, and of course the question like, well, is this a US only or an instrument that will only affect US companies? That question has been asked multiple times, and the answer to this is no. Okay. Because we have clear indications, and on the basis, of course, of analysis that we have done, that there will be several European companies, also probably some Chinese companies, and potentially also companies from other regions that will come within the scope of the DMA. But of course, it's logical simply because of, say, the important role that the American companies play in the internet, and also the kind of the dominance that we see, for example, in the app stores, that American companies will be within the scope. And for their business operations in the European Union, they will have to make quite some significant adjustments.
Sure. Thanks very much for that. Do we have any questions here in the hall? Yes. Please identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Madeline. I'm an analyst at the State Department. Can you hear me? Great. Thank you so much for being here. I wanted to ask, given that there was such a large push to get the DSA and the DMA passed or agreed to in the last few months, I'm wondering if there would be renewed interest in passing bills like the AI Act and the Data Act in the next 6 months or year, or if there's fatigue. And I'm also wondering if the upcoming Czech Council presidency may have an impact on the outcome of the AI Act and the Data Act.
Okay, so Gerard, just in case you couldn't hear that. You could? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, there's a whole package of measures going through the legislative process in the European Union. The DSA and DMA have now crossed the finishing line. They need to be still formally approved, but that's political agreement, and they need to be published in our official journal, and then they enter into force. But there are indeed a number of other very important legislative initiatives. The AI Act, on how you regulate artificial intelligence in our societies. We have a Data Act. How do we, in Europe, how can we extract the value of data? I mean, you've heard a lot about GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, and how important it is to protect personal data. And we still stand behind it, but I think in the future you will increasingly hear from the European Union how important it is to extract value from data. So from data protection to data use, I think is going to be a very important theme in the European Union. That's where we have a Data Act. We have a Cyber Resilience Act, which is in preparation. Millions, billions of objects will be connected to the internet. They need to be secure. They cannot become kind of vulnerabilities where sort of distributed denial of service attacks are launched through our kind of connected objects. We have also an e-Identity Act. We want the European citizens to have an electronic identity with which they can fulfill all kinds of public and private purposes. I mean, we have other instruments also in the planning. Well, what's going to happen? Is there fatigue? No, there is not a fatigue. I mean, we have a comprehensive program of regulation which has been endorsed by the European Council, by the heads of state and government. We're now implementing it. These are complicated issues. AI is complicated to regulate. I mean, there's a whole kind of debate in the European Parliament, in the Council on these issues. The Czech presidency has aimed at having a political agreement on the text in the Council by the end of the year. It's interesting that the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Bartosz, who is going to chair all of these meetings himself, knows a lot about AI and also knows a lot about technology. So we're quite hopeful and confident that progress will be made. The other proposals will also make their way through the regulatory process. So we are confident that, say, by the middle of next year, latest end of next year, the whole legislative framework, all these proposals will be in place. And then, of course, the emphasis shifts logically to making sure that they can produce their effects in practice and enforcement. With the DSA and DMA, we're already working on this now. These other proposals, of course, will also need to be effectively enforced.
So full steam ahead on the agenda that's been laid out so far. And I know that the Czech presidency has been enthusiastic about the AI Act and seeing that as one of its goals. So other questions from the hall here? Yes, back in that row. Can we get a microphone? Put your hand up so we can see. Yeah. Great.
Hi, my name is Robert Janzsó. I'm coming from Hungary, but studying in King's College London. And I'm really curious to hear your opinion about regulating social media in the EU. I know there is an ongoing debate about it. And I know that, for instance, here in the US, there are certain opinions who think that the First Amendment should be applied to social media so that the freedom of speech could be applied. So I would be really curious to hear your opinion from a normative perspective, whether it's the role of the EU to regulate social media and whether you see there is a role in EU to limit maybe the Chinese influence in terms of social media, and whether you see there is a need for an EU alternative with regards to social media, and whether it's the EU or the private sphere that has to step in and make that alternative.
And I saw someone with their hand up in front here. Yes, can we get both questions because we're getting a little short on time.
Sure. So thankfully, my question is actually quite similar to the previous one. I'm Andrei Bakra. I'm a business researcher for the World Wildlife Fund. Okay. And my question is pertaining to the normative compatibility between the American kind of democratic schema as well as the European democratic schema, because although we are allies, so to speak, although there are mutually convergent socio-political agendas, at the same time, the intrusiveness, the surveillance of the private enterprise in the United States should not by any means intervene or sort of supervene legally in the European kind of schema. So the question is, how compatible are, in the far future rather, the political and human rights agendas between the European Union and the United States?
Okay.
Well, excellent questions. We can spend hours on these issues. I want to make something clear from the outset. We are not regulating social media and speech. We're not regulating speech through the DSA. What we are regulating, and this is I think, a fundamental difference or a fundamental fact, is we are taking a systemic approach. I always make the comparison with banks because I think it's a useful one. What we're looking at is whether these social media platforms have systems in place that allow them to detect, prevent, and when they detect and it's on their platforms, to mitigate and potentially remove that content. So we are talking about notice and action systems where you and I can kind of communicate. We can tell platforms we think there is a problem on your platform. We have risk assessment in place where the platforms need to do a risk assessment to check whether their systems can be used, for example, for disinformation or to be used to kind of for election interference. We have an independent audit where external auditors go in and check the systems. I mean, how many of your staff are involved in content moderation? Is it for some languages only, or is it for other languages as well? So this is the approach we take. We do not regulate. We're not the content police or the Ministry of Truth, where we say this is what a platform or a social media platform can kind of say or can carry, and this is not. And I think it's a fundamental difference, because that's, of course, very, very dangerous if governments start to decide what can be, what our rights are, how can we exercise the freedom of speech. I mean, we have worked very closely with the US in the TTC on these issues, on the DSA and the DMA. And I think, of course, with the First Amendment in the US, things are a bit more complicated, but I think in essence, we share a lot of the approaches and the values. The political situation in the US is what it is. There is no room for, certainly not the comprehensive type of approach that we have in the European Union, but I think the approach of looking at a systemic way of dealing with the platforms is an approach, I think, that has a lot of sympathy in the US, and I think that's kind of what I would like you to retain. We're not into content regulation at all. I mean, nobody's going to decide whether ultimately it's the courts in the European Union, as it should be in a democratic society built on the rule of law, that should decide whether some content is illegal or not illegal.
So I would just point out as well that one distinction for Americans is that separately from the DSA, there is a definition in Europe of illegal hate speech, which is about inciting ethnic, racial, and other types of hatred that has been supported in the courts. It varies a little bit. For example, in Germany, it's illegal to deny the Holocaust, things of that nature. And it is that speech that is being regulated under the DSA, the British have a bill that is looking at online harms, which is much more broadly defined. So those of you who are interested, I mean, this is a fascinating area of how do you regulate this. And I think the session with Vice President Jourova later this afternoon will be really fascinating on this particular thing. Gerard, you mentioned the TTC, the US and EU Trade and Technology Council, as one of the places where you're having discussions with the Americans about this. Can you tell us what your ambitions are for the TTC? And I'm afraid this is going to have to be our last question. But the TTC has been criticized, and I've done some of it, for not being ambitious enough, for the deliverables not being significant enough to make it worth continuing for the ministers who are running it. We just had what I think was a successful meeting in Paris, and we have another meeting coming up late this year, November, maybe December, something like that, here in the United States. What are your ambitions for the TTC at that next meeting? What should we see that will make us judge whether it's going to be a success or not in building US-EU cooperation in this crucial area of digital transformation?
Well, the TTC, as you know, covers a lot of ground. There are 10 working groups, and there is tremendous work going on in the areas of export control and disinformation, supply chain management, etc. Maybe in the area of the DSA and the DMA, we have come out with a Declaration for the Future Internet, which in the meantime has been endorsed by 60 countries around the world, because we also believe that if we work together as an EU and the US, and we must work together in this very volatile world, we can actually get more countries to follow our democratic model than to be pulled into the sphere of influence of China or Russia or Turkey. So that's something we've done together. In the area that we are working more concretely on, we're trying to be operational. How can we get researchers to have access to platform data? It's really important to have independent researchers look under the hood. How can we do these audits together? What is meaningful information that platforms should report, meaningful for us as regulators, meaningful for the public at large? So we're working on very practical ways of making these benefits that are contained in the Digital Service Act available also to American researchers and American audience.
So thank you very much, Gerard. I think that that's a fitting end to looking forward to the cooperation in the TTC is a fitting end to this discussion. Quite a number of years ago, the Atlantic Council sat down and said, what are the issues where there will be a lot of US-EU conflict if we don't get it right, but opportunities if we get it right. And digital emerged at the top of that list. It's been a fascinating area to explore. I hope all of you will keep your eye focused on it, even if you are really interested in the more security and defense realm. AI, data, these things are all increasingly part of the security defense realm. Thank you very much, Gerard de Graaf, for joining us from Brussels. And I think this concludes this particular element, and I know we have another panel coming up next. Thanks very much to everyone.
So what we've seen over the past 3 months would have been unimaginable prior to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The level of coordination, the speed of the coordination, the punitive measures that it put in place jointly between the US and the EU and the rest of the G7, from the freezing of FX reserves, from the coordination of sanctions entities and individuals who are sanctioned, export controls, this would not have been possible before, and it showed an unprecedented level and ability to coordinate when a crisis presents itself. The question is, what do we do going forward? Because in many ways, that was the easier part. We were responding, and there was a list of things that could be done in the immediate aftermath to punish Russia. But over the long term, as you think constructively, how one, you try to deteriorate the Russian economy, and then in a proactive way, how you try to build up the US and the EU economy as they have their own economic difficulties, that's a much harder question. But what was proved is that things that were once thought impossible are no longer impossible. And we should take away that lesson on economic and national security policy, which are not as different realms as we'd like to believe before this crisis. Yeah, so there are a couple things to think about. Of course, the first is alignment on trade. What do the US and the EU want to do together on trade? Obviously, there's the TTC dialogues going on now. This has been productive so far, but now we need to put more meat on the bones in terms of that agenda. So what do we want to see between the US and the EU? And is there a coordinated strategy when it comes to China? I think this is the big question facing both of these economies, where the US and the EU in the past have been in different places when it comes to trade and economic strategy toward China. I think you may see that difference in the 6 months ahead and even in the year ahead. You might see a closer coordination on a trade policy toward China, which is something Beijing doesn't want, but I think would be a very real outcome of the unity we've seen over the past few months. And then there's so much that can be done on digital standards. We focus a lot at our center on digital currency. That's just one area of alignment. But broader privacy regulations and alignment, tech industry, there's so much that can be done between the US and the EU, and the rest of the world is looking for their leadership. That's the agenda we'd like to see in the years ahead. You know, the most important thing in the near term for me is figuring out what friendshoring and nearshoring means. Secretary Yellen came to the Atlantic Council and outlined this concept. When we talk about friendshoring and ally shoring, the first place the United States looks to is Europe. So if there's going to be a real constructive solution here to reorient our global supply chains, then we need to think of how we do this with our European partners in a way that protects both the Eurozone and the broader EU economy, as well as the American economy. It can make both economies stronger together. Neither can do it alone. I think that's why friendshoring, ally shoring, whatever you want to call it, is such an important concept and will be a focus in the year ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Director for the Institute of International Economic Law at Georgetown University, Marie Kasparek, to moderate our discussion on EU-U.S. leadership in the global economy.
Welcome everyone online and in the studio to our next discussion focused on transatlantic leadership in the global economy as part of today's EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. If you would like to follow along via Twitter, please use the hashtag EUDFF22. I repeat, hashtag EUDFF22. A special welcome also to my two experts joining the conversation. Rupert Stegemich joining from Brussels in a minute, and Charles Litchfield with me here in the studio in Washington, D.C. Good morning, Rupert. How are you? Good to have you with us.
How are you? Everything is fine.
Rupert is Director of the Americas Agriculture and Food Safety Section and Acting Deputy Director General at the European Commission's Directorate General for Trade. Charles is Deputy Director at the Atlantic Council's Geoeconomic Center. Over the next 40 or so minutes, we will take a look at some of the key issues facing the economic outlook on both sides of the Atlantic, ranging from the COVID-19 pandemic's persistent impacts to continued and renewed challenges around supply chain disruptions, strained global commodity markets, and economic impact stemming from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But we will also look at areas of current and future EU-U.S. cooperation focused on rebuilding and strengthening the transatlantic economy while also upholding a rules-based order. There will be time for questions, both from you from our virtual audience and from you here joining us in person. So please get your questions ready for later on. With that, we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's dive right in. I would love to get us started talking about supply chain resilience. It is, of course, at the forefront of most of the discourse and thinking on both sides of the Atlantic right now. In addition to the strain on commodities following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we also deal with pre-existing disruptions on things like technology components, raw materials, and other key resources that enable the transatlantic economy as we know it. There have been talks on both sides of the Atlantic recently about shortening supply chains and focusing on domestic economies. So let me start with you, Rupert. What are some measures that we can expect from the EU and the United States to enhance the resilience of these supply chains for the long run?
Yes, thank you. And let me first say I'm very glad to be here to address all these pressing issues where the transatlantic relationship can make a difference. When you talk about resilience of the supply chains, and I think you have mentioned the challenges that we might have ignored for many years, but which came out through the double, if you wish, challenge from the COVID crisis, but now also the Russian aggression against Ukraine. You have to start with analysis, and preferably joint analysis. Supply chains are not made by governments, they're made by companies. And you need, if you really want to take measures, if the government is to intervene, you really have to know what you're talking about. So the first thing we are doing now with the US, we compare our respective processes where we look at vulnerabilities, what are the dependencies and so on. But then you also want to, of course, do something surgically, if I may call it that, to either try to build up capacity, address bottlenecks, have early warning mechanisms, as we now are setting up for semiconductor. That's a very concrete measure to have a foresight on some of the bottlenecks of the future, but also to look at joint possibilities to make ourselves less dependent by looking at investments in particular raw material source countries. So there are measures in the making. We have a task force to look at a number of processes ongoing.
But it takes, as I said, a good analysis, and we have mapped neodymium, we have mapped solar, so we certainly know what we need to do. But now, as I've said, the policy response to build up capacity to make ourselves less dependent very often will come from the companies who need encouragement, who need the knowledge, and possibly sometimes also help and matchmaking in order to help us be less dependent on one particular source.
Thank you, Rupert. And maybe a quick follow-up question. Obviously, the focus on rebuilding was first and foremost domestic. That means also for the European Union to look at the rebuilding the European Union, and then transatlantically, how do we work together? How can we make sure that, or how do you currently ensure that the efforts are truly transatlantic and don't stay domestic? And how do we move from this pandemic endorsed focus on the domestic economy towards a more transatlantic and global outlook?
Well, I think the answer that we are discussing is you can't really think that domestic solutions always work. I mean, a good example is the instant formula crisis in the US, which is a basically domestic supply chain, which doesn't work. So we believe much more in having a dialogue on what in the transatlantic marketplace might make sense, to not outcompete or only focus on domestic issues. That's also true for the very important sector of semiconductors, where everyone now wants to have domestic capacity, and we might outcompete ourselves with subsidies. So the point is to make clear that on the one hand, yes, dependency reduction is a good thing. Reshoring everything into your domestic economic space might just lead to new problems later on, as I just mentioned one example. So having a diversified, resilient supply chain might actually mean to work with partners in complementary actions and with enough trust that in case there are shortages and problems, that we don't withdraw into our own domestic space. That is a challenge, and it needs, I think, hard work, but that's the approach that we are taking. Also with our friends in the TTC and the Trade and Tech Council, where we discuss these issues, to make sure that we don't see the domestic reshoring as the only solution or as the solution.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll come back to the TTC in a little bit, but first I want to turn to Charles and see what are you hearing in Washington? What is the United States doing on their end to rebuild the domestic economy? And I'll already ask a follow-up question on something that Rupert has said earlier, or referenced to earlier. You know, there's a new idea in town. You know, we don't only talk about onshoring or reshoring, but we've also recently repeatedly talked about the concept of friendshoring. Can you walk us through that a little bit? What it is, what it means, and why we introduced this?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. My accent would perhaps suggest that I'm not from here. It's not entirely the case. I was born in Washington, D.C., and this isn't my first time living in Washington, D.C. So you have to bear with me as I try to represent what the U.S. government thinks about all of these issues. Maybe some cognitive dissonance, but we'll try our best. So first of all, on what the U.S. is trying to achieve, the current context, it's reassuring to hear from Rupert, and we've also heard it from many voices in the U.S., that this isn't really about reshoring production. This isn't a sort of naive agenda, which I think, given we have an inflationary crisis, would only exacerbate that. Markets, open markets, globalization has produced a lot of benefits, not least for the United States. So this is just about achieving a situation where our dependencies can't be weaponized against us. We live in a more geopolitical world, a more unstable one, and there are obvious examples where the US and European dependencies on some technologies now, but especially on raw materials, can be weaponized against us. So how do we assure against that? We don't want to completely reshore production, but we want to have at least one viable alternative to the sources that may sometimes feel that they're our geopolitical opponents. And sometimes when there isn't a solution, there isn't an alternative, we also need to map out what their dependencies are on us, so that there is so that a negotiation can take place and this weaponization doesn't happen. So it's always reassuring to hear about Rupert talking about mapping taking place on the European side. I think the same is taking place here, and it's great that the TTC provides a forum for the mapping to be taking place together. The second part of your question was about friendshoring. I'm proud to say that Janet Yellen used that expression for the first time at a speech to the Atlantic Council, to the center I work for, the Geoeconomic Center. And so our work at the Geoeconomic Center has now been slightly shaped by what she said. We're trying to sort of pad that, put some context to it, conduct some policy thinking to make some viable proposals. Little anecdote that some of you might be familiar with, but settling on the expression friendshoring took a bit of internal debate. They were thinking about alternatives, ally shoring, near shoring. They settled on friendshoring, I think, because it's a sort of the right compromise, I guess. Ally shoring is perhaps too restrictive, near shoring is too geographical. Friendshoring, I think, works for most of us, and it's a flexible term. Nonetheless, you can see that the intention is obvious. We don't want to completely break up global supply chains. That would be very naive, very ineffective, make the inflationary crisis even worse. But we do want to be in a situation where our dependencies can't be weaponized against us.
That all makes sense. However, I would love to take this idea a step further and really think about what that means for the rest of the world, right? Like, what does it mean for the countries that we don't immediately identify with as friends? Does this idea of friendshoring not divide an already divided economy even further? So my question to you is, how can we make sure that the future transatlantic leadership in the global economy is strengthened, but is also inclusive of like-minded countries?
Well, it's about leading an inclusive strategy, coming together as the US and the EU, realizing we have more in common than separates us, and using those principles to remain attractive investment destinations, attractive partners, good people to be doing business with. But I wouldn't suggest that this won't come without pain. I mean, we have realized that in some cases our dependencies are being weaponized against us, and diverting away from that strategy, which perhaps was a bit naive for a few years, will take some concessions. It's not all going to be easy.
Yeah, that all makes sense. I think we did lose Rupert, but
No.
Oh,
there we go. Oh, I didn't see you. Well, why don't I ask you then? I would love to hear the European thoughts on this new idea of friendshoring. How is this idea perceived in Brussels? And do you have concrete ideas of how the transatlantic leadership can be more inclusive towards other countries who are like-minded and who want to partake?
Yes, I think, first of all, I'd also like to answer your first question. I don't think it will divide the world further. We will still buy rare earth in China or magnesium in China or whatever. The only point is that you want to have more sources. But this is, by the way, what many companies are now doing, irrespective of political color of the source. They realize if you have only one supplier and you have then a COVID crisis which shuts down the port through which this product comes, you have a problem. So that doesn't mean that you lose your old supplier, but you have more than one. And the other side of the coin is obviously that if you have what we just heard is weaponizing a trade or dependencies against us, you have to make sure that the alternative source doesn't do that. And there are individual issues or individual attempts already. We have a raw material partnership which is very strong with Canada, for example, built out the free trade agreement with Canada. The United States is using or trying to use the Defense Production Act to have further possibilities to invest in some of these raw material extractions. So I think the real issue is whether we can build enough trust and resilience in our own partnerships to make these things work. And I say that because we have also seen that the first reflex in many instances, think about the first reflex when vaccines were not available widely, is to sort of try to stop exports and try to think only exclusively about your own market. That would not happen if you have, I think, a very strong partnership where it's clear that if even in a crisis you have a bigger interest to share for many reasons. As we have always pointed out, the EU has exported 50% of the vaccine production from the start in the COVID-19 crisis. But that is one example, and in the future, I hope that we will have other partnerships, multilateral. There's also a lot of talk about security of supply, raw materials partnerships driven by the US in other contexts, G7 and so on. And we will probably use, or we will intend, and we intend to use TTC as an incubator for the most advanced ideas in these friend-shoring exercises.
You talked about values, you talked about building back on both sides of the Atlantic. I wonder, can we use this moment of rebuilding to actually build back a better economy, not just going back to the status quo, but really thinking about how can we advance sustainability, and how can we go further in the green transition alongside these efforts? Rupert, maybe I'll start with you here.
Yes, I think that is part of the plan, if I can call it this. We would like to not only look at supply chains, the way of dependency, but we would also think, what can we do to use the shock, if you wish, the crisis too good to waste, to also bring up or further the green transition, meaning less oil and less gas, even if in the midterm we're looking to the US for gas supplies, obviously. But also to make sure that we roll out together some of the transition, the technology, clean technology. There's a working group, EU-U.S. working group, clean tech, to really use that shock not to reinvest in the old mistakes, but to make the green transition happen. And I think this is something which resonates very well with all the EU member states and in the United States with the present administration. So we have a couple of work strands bilaterally with the US now to look at that, the trade barriers in environmental goods, to look at electric vehicle rollout, charging stations, just to give you a few examples, make sure that we don't have incompatible systems, but also to look at the carbon methodologies, which will come in the next couple of years very strongly, to make sure that we know what methodology, what we're actually importing or exporting when we look at new tools like a carbon border adjustment. So we're working very hard on these issues in order to also use the opportunities which come now for the green transition.
Thank you. And you mentioned earlier the important role that the private sector obviously plays in this rebuilding effort. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about that role of the private sector in this rebuilding sustainability effort, maybe along the lines of the EU's due diligence directive that was introduced earlier this year, and how this might affect transatlantic business, or any other law or regulation that you have in the pipeline.
It's a question. Well, I mean, Europe is always seen as the super regulator on some of these issues. You mentioned the due diligence. We also have forest legislation in the making, which tries to avoid the placing of the market of products coming from deforested areas. And we will have a forced labor instrument coming up, which is broader than what is happening in the United States with the EU Act. Mm-hmm. It's true, sometimes you have to also give direction to private companies who, by the way, want to do the right thing. I mean, many of the companies that we talk to will do the right thing, but of course there's always a competitiveness angle. So the question of having regulation which allows everyone, or which in a way asks everyone to follow some of these rules, levels the playing field to some extent. That is at least what we hear. Sometimes we argue that sustainability in any case is also a great business case, and I actually believe that. But it's not, sometimes you nevertheless have to take regulatory measures. And this is one of the things, again, I want to come back to the transatlantic relationship, where we can learn a lot from each other. We haven't invented the wheel on everything. There is a lot of private sector initiative in the US, even without carbon pricing. The American steel industry, just to give an example, is overall cleaner than the European one, despite us having the ETS, the emissions trading system, for a long time. So there are other things, there are many things we can do together in order to use also now the new focus on weaning us off from fossil fuels to make it work in our mutual interest.
Charles, what do you hear in Washington on the sustainability front?
Well, it's tempting to inject a degree of pessimism to the outlook, and that we don't want to waste a good crisis, but the crisis also is imposing some difficulties which perhaps are distracting the US administration from its long-term goals on sustainability, being carbon neutral by 2050. I think John Kerry has been quite loyal to what his goals are, at least, and hasn't moved away from those. And in his conversations with not the EU but with other partners, he's trying to keep everyone in line with their Paris commitments. But then we have an administration here which needs to think about the immediate term, perhaps cutting taxes on gas, the kind you put in your car for a European audience. So there is this conflict that I don't think we should ignore. Nonetheless, the US-EU context is a very positive one, has momentum, and here too we see some progress, we see some new projects, including on harmonizing regulations, harmonizing the methodology for counting greenhouse gases. It's another part that the TTC is working on, which means that we might see the US following Europe's example. Europe has the same commitment, which is carbon neutrality by 2050, but it has some more binding commitments in the immediate term or the short term. Fit for 55, 55% reductions by 2030, quite a strong commitment. And for the US and the EU to be talking about this and working on methodologies, I agree wholeheartedly with what's been said so far. The firms are ultimately doing this. The actions are taken by firms. The strategies, the problem solving is all done by firms. The governments and the EU-U.S. regulators are there to help the framework along, massage things in the right direction, and this is one reassuring element. But you can look at the crisis in two ways. You don't want to waste a good crisis, but obviously the crisis imposes challenges to do with the immediate supply of energy, and sometimes that diverts us a bit from our long-term goals.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and obviously Europe is also very much dealing with that at the moment with the United States with the gas prices being as they are. You mentioned the new acronym in town, or newish acronym in town, the TTC, the Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council. I would love to stay a little bit on that topic. They've met a couple of times, they've worked out a lengthy manifesto within their 10 working groups, ranging from issues on digital trade to economic sanctions. Where do you expect the TTC to be in the immediate to medium term? What are the focal points there?
Well, we had Pittsburgh last year, which sort of set it all up. This was before the war in Ukraine. The extremely successful meeting in Saclay in Paris near Paris last month, which set up working groups and started putting meat on the bones. But now we're in the project phase. So really this is the phase where we start to see how this is all going to work and what benefits it will deliver. There will be another Trade and Technology Council by the end of the year, this time in the US. We don't know where and we don't know quite when yet, but it should be before the end of the year. And that will be a time for us to appreciate a bit more where things are going. But just two remarks perhaps on what the TTC is supposed to do. This isn't a trade negotiation in the normal sense. I keep referring back to Yellen's speech, but we're proud that she made it in our center. She didn't talk about trade agreements, she talked about trade arrangements with our friends. I think that tells you something about this administration's optimism in getting trade agreements through Congress. So we're trying to use adjacent measures that do improve the context, but don't look at tariffs and quotas, because that's a bit difficult. So we look at these arrangements. The TTC is also quite cleverly designed in that it's not about the sort of old-fashioned removing of barriers, but much more about anticipating barriers that might be thrown up by new technologies and making sure that these barriers do not arise. Make sure we're talking as the technologies come in to our daily lives. I mean, artificial intelligence comes up a lot, but it doesn't need to be as glamorous as artificial intelligence. It can be on charging electric vehicles, for instance, big topic for the TTC, and making sure that the standards are the same so that we don't have unnecessary divergences. It's too late, for instance, for charging your mobile phone, but why have this sort of divergence for something like electric vehicles, which are supposed to be the future after all? So it's important to think of the TTC in this way. The concept is important, anticipating divergence and making sure it doesn't happen. And I think that's what the working groups are focusing on.
And do you anticipate the TTC to also play a role in the strategy, in a joint strategy towards China in the future?
I was impressed by the speeches made to the press in Saclay, that they were both sort of theoretical and got all the theory right. It was interesting and engaging. But then at the end of her speech, Commissioner Vestager said, basically today we're talking about chips, raw materials, and it's all about China. So, you know, it's good that we get a sort of what it boils down to, and it's all made clear after going through the 10 working groups. So yes, I mean, the TTC is there because of the challenge China imposes to the US economy and the European economy. Doesn't mean that it's exclusively China-focused. The TTC has also been a forum to discuss sanctions against Russia. It wasn't the forum in which they were initially planned. That was done at the highest level, and we had to include other Western partners. But the TTC is a forum for us to discuss whether, for instance, the export bans are working, and perhaps to improve on that.
Thank you. And before we take a deeper dive into the transatlantic cooperation regarding the war in Ukraine and the TTC's role in it, I would like to already warn the audience that I will turn to Q&A questions after this. I'll invite everyone to think about questions. The virtual audience as well as the audience in the room will have a chance to ask questions after our next block of questions. So Rupert, I would love to hear from you a little bit more about the US and EU coordinated efforts on helping Ukraine, but also the economic sanctions that have taken place with regards to Russia. They have been unprecedented in depth and speed. So first, maybe a little bit about what has been done, but also then forward-looking, how can we translate this great coordination into renewed transatlantic leadership in the global economy going forward?
Yeah. Yes, thank you. And I'd like to first echo what Charles said. I mean, the TTC is a very broad cooperation mechanism, which the first thing it did has re-established transatlantic trust across a whole range of policies, which were divisive after the Trump years. On this particular issue on export controls and sanctions, I think we already had identified that the TTC actually came from this idea that there is this even clearer nexus of trade and technology and security, which will shape global governance in the next couple of years. Of course, the first background issue here was always in China or other non-market economies, but it was flexible enough to immediately adapt also to the Russia challenge, because we did have already the export control working group in place. People knew each other, they got off to a running start for very deep and long discussions on how to avoid that we sanction Russia and then have extraterritorial effects on each other's economy across the Atlantic. So autonomous measure taken on both sides of the Atlantic, which were perfectly aligned, plus with the other partners who were also brought in. So it's a very good example of, it's not only about China, it's about challenges which come in a world where globalization is no longer a given and trade and investment relations are weaponized in a way that we didn't have some years ago. And it helped in this respect, and it will help now because we have a mandate to also look not only at what we need to do vis-a-vis Russia, but also what we can do to help Ukraine. A lot of things are going on to actually keep the Ukrainian economy viable. Europe is doing a lot also because of the proximity, but the idea that we can actually facilitate exports from Ukraine and also to help more investment go into Ukraine as soon as that is feasible again will be followed up also in the transatlantic discussions. And that are things like scrapping tariffs for Ukrainian products, which we have done on steel. Most of it has disappeared, but there might be other things we can discuss. In the more global context and what global leadership means, I think that was the second part of your question. Obviously, the outcome of the WTO ministerial just now will, I think, also reinvigorate our attempts to together work on the multilateral instances and to also get, I think, more traction also in the United States on supporting or having our bilateral work support the multilateral institutions. There is a lot of skepticism not only in the last, but also in this administration. But I do think the way we managed together to pull off this conference, including managing the position of China, where we found very creative solutions actually to ensure that there was not just another development carve-out for some of the disciplines for our Chinese friends. It gives me some hope that we can also use our bilateral stronger partnership to together try to use the multilateral institutions for better global governance on many of the areas we've discussed.
Thank you. And while I wait and see if anyone is raising their hand for a question, we have mic runners around the room. Yep. Please, the gentleman right here on the left. Please identify yourself.
Yeah.
And keep it short and concise, please.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks a lot, sir. Myself, Khalid Sijaria. I'm from India, St. Stephen's College, Delhi. My question is that when we are talking about cooperation on the digital front and basically providing security to our digital infrastructure against invasion and specifically the data-related threats, I had this one question. We took steps against Huawei. What is it that's stopping the United States and the European Union to take steps against companies like, say, TikTok, which are basically collecting a lot of data from the United States? And we know that the Chinese have rights to get, the Chinese Communist Party has rights to all the data that the companies basically procure, which can pose a lot of threat in the future. So what is it that we're not basically banning them or taking a very strong measure? So for example, India has already banned TikTok. So thank you.
Thank you, and I will take a second question to bundle them. The gentleman right here in the front.
My name is David Onspach, retired, no affiliation. I'm just wondering about if Russia is going to blockade foodstuffs coming out from Odessa, isn't that considered like an act of war? Can we do something similar, like retaliate by blockading trade or supplies to Königsberg instead, Kaliningrad? Thanks.
Thank you. Rupert, let me start with you. We have a question on data governance. We have a question on related to sanctions and Russia. Anything that you would like to weigh in on?
As far as I understood the questions, I'll do my best. I think the question of data collection and data transfers is a very important one. And we also try to avoid that they're undercut, and this is where cybersecurity and the work we're doing also together with the US on cybersecurity comes in. I think there was also a question on how we were able to work on Huawei. Well, I think we know the answer. We have done risk assessments, and we've given, in the EU side, member states a toolkit to assess risk and to then take measures. And we're also trying, and this is maybe something which I want to highlight also from the TTC, we're trying to see how we can help other countries, in particular the developing world, to have safe infrastructure, technology infrastructure, safe internet, safe telecom networks. That's one of the things we would like to do, and that means, in some instances, also having attractive package if you want to build up your infrastructure from trusted sources. On the second question of the blockade and the problems we are seeing in Ukraine and now the issue of Kaliningrad, all I would like to say, obviously we are trying to, with all means that we have diplomatically, to help stop this blockage, which is creating hunger in other parts of the world. There is an information war ongoing because it's portrayed as our fault in the West, which I think is very despicable, because obviously the whole problem comes from the invasion. And on Kaliningrad, I mean, this is a question of enforcing EU law. I mean, we basically banned certain products, the export of certain goods, and it doesn't affect, as some claim, the goods which are not affected by the ban. Foodstuff, people can still transit and so on. So it's just a logical consequence of our actions, and we do hope that this will not lead to further escalation.
Charles, anything you would like to add before we move to our
I'll
last
follow up
topic?
very quickly on the Russian
Yeah.
blockade question. Rupert said that all means diplomatic can be used. What I think that basically means is trying to make sure that the countries that are worst affected by this in Africa, the Middle East, express their frustration to Russia. It's clear that Russia has won the information war with public opinion in some of those countries, unfortunately. But I think the leadership does know that it's Russia's fault, to speak freely. So making sure they express that, and then also building the resilience necessary to get the grain and wheat out of the parts of Ukraine that the Ukrainian government still controls. So a lot of that work is being done on the Hungarian border. It may not guarantee the capacity we would have out of the port of Odessa, but it's something. So there's another pressure valve, if you will. And then I don't have anything to add on data other than the fact that, we do have more open models in the US and the EU than China does. I don't think we would be comfortable with banning something like TikTok. Maybe some in the previous administration were, but the current certainly isn't. So it's all about using the appropriate data standards to protect the data of US and EU citizens. There's some disagreement between the US and the EU on what that protection looks like, but I'm sure we could go on for a whole hour about how that will plan out in the next few years. TTC can play a role in that. And then perhaps also trying to make sure that Europeans and Americans know exactly what the dangers are. And so public information campaigns can help on that. And so perhaps we could do a bit more work there too.
Thank you. Rupert, you mentioned previously the WTO ministerial that ended last week with positive outcomes and some deals after a really long negotiation slump. So how significant are these deals for the global economy and particularly for the transatlantic economy going forward? Can you really briefly just walk us through what you see has been achieved and what it means for the transatlantic economy?
Yes, maybe let me start what it means for the world or for the global trading system. I think the most important point to take away is that the WTO is able to come to results. Some of them less visible or important than others. I think that the fisheries subsidy agreement, even if it's incomplete, is a real first in the world, and it's very important for sustainability worldwide. I think that the outcome on TRIPS is a compromise, which will certainly allow also developing countries to feel that their voice has been heard and that there is a response to the crisis. There's been a lot of criticism about how important or not important this deal is, but I think the fact that it was possible to compromise on this shows that there is a new sense of we can do this in the WTO. And then you have a very important outcome, which is the ban on export restrictions for the World Food Programme. This is really relevant for the world in the present system, that even if we see export restrictions as part of the current food crisis, supply chains will be open for the most needed. I think this is also a very clear signal that we can think about the poorest parts of this, the poorest people in this planet, on this planet. And then, obviously there was no outcome of agriculture. Well, that was unavoidable, but we did also prolong the e-commerce moratorium, very important for the United States and Europe, who are big service providers and who don't want to see suddenly the electronic transmission being taxed with tariffs or tariff-like measures. So let me just say, we had a lot of heartache, if you wish, or fear that this would be really not working, and it did work in the end. So that is really a good basis now to work further on global governance and try to bring everyone around the table on the future challenges, which are the green transition. I would just mention that we launched also a climate initiative in the WTO. Trade has to play a much bigger role in fighting climate change, and we're trying to start that discussion in Geneva as well. For the transatlantic relationship, it also means once more that without the EU and US working together and feeding the multilateral process by also ideas, innovation, it will not work, and that is true for the last big issue, which the WTO reform program, which was discussed. And I do hope that it will be a real boost to our attempts across the Atlantic to solve the issue of the WTO dispute settlement. Trade experts, and not only them, know that this has been blocked because of some dissatisfaction, mainly from the United States on the way the dispute settlement works. So that will be, I think, a real incentive to now get on with reform, including using our relationship to find compromises which will also work for the broader membership. Obviously, the overall situation or the overall importance of the multilateral trading system, I don't have to harp on that, but it's also, I think, important for both of us who are one of the biggest traders in the world, that we have functioning rules which allow us actually to do our trade.
Thank you, Rupert.
So that is, yeah, I'll stop here, thanks.
Thank you. And I know we're out of time, but I would love to turn to you for 30 seconds, but really 30 seconds.
On the WTO?
No, actually, I would love to hear from you because, I mean, the Atlantic Council is all about practical strategy, but also what's next? What are concrete steps that we can take? What is next on the transatlantic agenda? You know, are there any quick wins? Can we use this momentum that we're seeing right now to advance something in the immediate to medium-term future?
I've already used my answer on this, I think, by talking about electric vehicles. I think this is a concrete, something that people are buying into, something that people see as the future. You know, why have divergence on standards and on charging stations when we could not? So that would be one. But I think one of the sort of unfortunate aspects of the fact that our relationship is so good, so interlinked, is that it's hard to see progress. I mean, it's very, very good that these working groups exist, and they're going to prevent the appearance of blockages that would otherwise appear. Makes it hard to make a case for it to people who aren't following it every day. I think the EU is now doing quite a good job at sort of picking out individual achievements that speak to people on roaming charges, for instance. That's an old one, but I think people have remember the EU for that at least. So yeah, it's important to always identify things that speak to people. I think electric vehicles would be one of them. But unfortunately, this is all to do with preventing the appearance of difficulties, and sometimes it's hard to put good PR spin on that.
Well, it's time flies when you're having fun. Thank you so very much to Rupert and to Charles and to the audience for their questions. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a few minutes respite before resuming. At this point, we invite you to now take some time to grab some coffee, use the restroom, and stretch your legs. We will be resuming our program promptly at 11 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please retake your seats. Our program is about to resume.
United States and Europe are, as you can imagine, closely coordinating their planning and actions to mitigate looming food crisis. Discussions are held almost weekly on different levels, and we can even expect some announcements regarding new platforms for further coordination here. As far as topics are concerned, in shorter terms, the coordination is mainly about how to support the countries that need immediate help. We share information about the evolution of the markets, and we also try to prevent together food market restrictions, unnecessary regulations. From the long-term perspective, America and Europe discuss the questions as such, how to deal with the lack of fertilizers, how to raise agriculture capacities, or make our food systems more resilient. Well, I'd like to highlight here that the food security crisis is caused mainly by Russian aggression against Ukraine, and that Putin's war in there is also war on global food security. And if we talk, or if you ask me about more urgent task for transatlantic community, it would be helping to reopen Ukraine's Black Sea ports, primarily Odessa, which would enable Ukraine to sell their crops stored there before the war. About 95% of their food products were exported through the seaports. But there are a couple of points. First of all, facilitate Ukraine agriculture exports, including the opening of the Black Sea ports, and support Ukraine's agricultural sector as such in general. We have to enhance solidarity towards the most vulnerable countries, keep global trade in food commodities free from unjustified trade barriers, change the way how we do farming, make it more sustainable, less dependent on fertilizers, for example. We also have to increase local sustainable food productions and reduce structural dependencies, especially in Africa or MENA. We can also talk about more effective international coordination.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage President and Chief Executive Officer of AgriPulse Communications, Sarah Wyant, to moderate our discussion on the EU-U.S. cooperation to enhance global food security.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you to discuss this very important topic today. You know, we're witnessing a heightened interest in global food security as a result of the pandemic, but now with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the threats have multiplied in so many different ways. And so I want to applaud the Atlantic Council and all of our sponsors for bringing this important topic to bear. I'm joined today by two distinguished experts. To my far left, Dr. Carrie Fowler, who is the Special Envoy for Global Food Security at the U.S. State Department, and Michael Scannell, who is the Deputy Director General for Agriculture and Rural Development at the European Commission, who's had a 30-year or so distinguished career there. So we've got a great opportunity to have a discussion here. I'd love to hear your questions as well. So if you do have a question after I start asking a few, please raise your hand, try to catch my eye. And then also, for those of you who are online, you can enter questions in the Q&A portion of your online Zoom. Or if you're on Twitter, you can enter the hashtag EUDFF22. So there's lots of ways to engage, and we're looking forward to having a very robust discussion. So as I mentioned, as a journalist, I have lots of questions of my own, so we'll start with a few there. For both of you, we've got, as I mentioned, so many different challenges right now with the Black Sea ports being blocked, with trouble getting grains and even some of the summer harvest that's coming up out of Ukraine. We've got literally bombs in fields. I mean, the list goes on and on. So how do you prioritize the challenges, both longer term and what we need to do right now as you look at trying to help these Ukrainian farmers who are doing their very level best in the most extreme circumstances? Mr. Scannell, can I start with you?
Well, I think we start with helping our Ukrainian friends, and especially their farmers, to basically ship the existing grains that are blocked in silos in Ukraine. This is essential, essentially, to allow them to earn revenues to pay for seeds, fertilizers for the next sowing, and essentially to empty their silos in anticipation of the next harvest. So that's our first and immediate priority, and we're working very determinedly in that direction. It's not an easy task. We have to essentially find alternatives to the Ukrainian Black Sea ports, which are closed because of the war. And those alternatives have to be found very urgently. So we're looking to all the options, whether it's through rail, road, and barge, and a combination of all three. Working very closely with Ukrainian authorities themselves, obviously, but also with the neighboring EU member states. It's a huge task, but we're encouraged with the progress we've made to date. We have a specific so-called Solidarity Corridor network established, and we're pouring a lot of time, resources, and efforts into it. Obviously, we started from a situation where literally all trade had stopped in March, but already we're seeing good progress. So, for example, last month we saw up to 1.8 million tons of grains moved. In the month of June, it could be anything up to 2.5 tons. Now, this falls far short of the 5 to 6 million tons that could be moved if the Black Sea ports were available, but nonetheless, it's going in the right direction, and those efforts will continue. Looking to the long term, obviously we have to look at improving the resilience of agri-food production systems in general, not just in Europe, but in Ukraine itself and globally. And that we're doing with our partners, including the U.S.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Fowler, how about your thoughts on that question?
Well, I think the quick answer to your question about how do we balance the short term and the long term is not easily, particularly in a crisis situation like we have now. It strikes me, though, that if you, of course, when Russia invaded the Ukraine, we were already in the midst of what we probably could have called a world food crisis anyway. So this is built on top of that and exacerbated all the existing problems that we had. I think when you look at the current acute crisis that we face, you have to say to yourself, and you have to get into the mindset that this is a 3-year crisis. So if you think about, well, what can we do today to solve this crisis or today to solve it this year? I'm not sure that's the right question to be asking, because I think short term in this situation equals 3 years. And that does bring up some very difficult questions for governments. among them being what can we do within this 3-year period that we typically might be thinking of as a long-term solution to improve food production, to make fertilizer use more efficient, et cetera, that will actually reap benefits, pay dividends within that 3-year period, because we see increasing humanitarian needs, which are taxing governments already. So we need to be thinking very carefully both about our humanitarian aid and how that might be helpful in terms of more sustainable approaches to creating food security, as well as something that's going to be helpful today.
So when you talk about a 3-year outlook on these challenges, still as in the short term, we know that, as you mentioned, issues with rail, trying to move by rail, trying to get product out. Can we drill down a little bit just on what are some of those more specific things that we can do in the shorter term? For example, we reported this morning that we are sending large bags of grain for storage. And you know, some of those are only 5,000 tons, some are 20,000 tons. The good news is that some of those grains can be stored, but still trying to get them moved. And you mentioned the rail, the different gauges of rail lines. So how do we overcome even some of those short-term challenges of trying to get that product moved?
Let me give you one practical example. One alternative to the Black Sea ports in Ukraine that we're currently looking at is essentially making use of the Black Sea ports in Romania itself. But that involves using the so-called Sulina channel, which is basically a connection via the Danube to the Romanian Black Sea port of Constanța. But the current shipping requirements on the Sulina channel essentially restrict the number of vessels that can use it in any given day, 5 to 6 vessels. But by, let's say, lengthening the operating hours in the channel, and by speeding up the transit of the ships, both under safe circumstances, we aim, working with the Romanian authorities, to double the number of ships that can use that channel. And that would, frankly, hugely increase the capacity to move those grains to Constanța. Now, it'll be another issue again in speeding up the loading of grains at the port itself, but again, that's an issue we're working on. Similarly, we're working with the national rail authorities in all EU member states to see to what extent we can make use of the Adriatic ports, the Black Sea ports outside of Ukraine again, the Baltic ports, and even in certain cases, the North Sea ports in Germany, and just to ensure that we're ticking all the boxes, even the Atlantic ports. So we're looking to the availability of rail stock, scheduling, permits, and a very important point, drivers. There are skills shortages in a lot of these areas. We need more pilots for the barges, etc. So essentially we're working very, very hard to very, very quickly to ramp up the level, the volumes of grains that can be moved. And I already pointed to the figures. They're rising exponentially, but we can't hide. It's a huge challenge. You simply cannot overnight replace the Ukrainian Black Sea ports. These were geared up and equipped to move huge volumes of grains. Finding alternatives in the short term is very, very challenging, but that's the task we're setting ourselves.
And I'm sure the logistics challenge applied to the humanitarian aid as well, trying to get the right food, the right needs, the right places. How are you working on some of those logistical challenges in terms of humanitarian aid?
Well, as Michael alluded, the entire situation in the Ukraine is different now. You have to start with the fact that the Ukrainian infrastructure for food exports was all directed towards Odessa. 95%, maybe more of the grain exports were going out through Odessa. So you now have to imagine that none of it is going out through Odessa right now. It's all going by truck or by rail. And that presents, as Michael said, a huge challenge, but it also presents a challenge coming in. And we, going the opposite direction. And we have to realize that that Russia has targeted a good bit of the infrastructure, and there's nothing in the Ukraine that's totally safe right now. So we've been working, for example, with the European Commission, with the Ukrainians on storage facilities. There's some 20 to 25 million metric tons of grain in storage from the previous harvest. We've got corn coming in later this summer in September, October. Where is it going to go? You have to realize that farmers that can't sell the grain that's in storage now are under somewhat of a disincentive to keep on planting more and more. So, you know, this has presented huge issues, and every one of these issues, I'm sorry to say, doesn't have a simple solution. They're all complicated. Even the storage question, which you might think is fairly simple. Well, we can move in these large bags that you sometimes see in rural areas and store the grain. But how is the grain going to be harvested? Is there enough fuel? Are there enough farm workers to do that? What's the moisture content of the grain that goes into storage, and what's the temperature at which it will be stored? All of these things determine how long you can store the grain. And that's a big issue. If you want to get the grain moving out, you have a timetable of when it must go out, so you have some place to put the incoming grain. So all of these things are playing together, and it's a new situation for everyone.
Yeah, one that we didn't think we would have to face in our lifetime, I'm sure. One of the topics that you addressed in a way, but I want to drill down a little bit more on, is just the need for fuel in the right places. But of course, the Army needs that as well. So what things are being done to try to coordinate getting additional fuel into the farmers' hands so they do have an ability to harvest and then go into next year's planting?
Well, this issue has already arisen literally in the immediate aftermath of the outbreak of this war. The Ukrainian authorities identified a critical need for fuel for their spring sowing season. And they had a good look that my commissioner in Brussels, Commissioner Wojciechowski, he's Polish, and he picked up the phone and spoke to the Polish Prime Minister, and to make a very long story short, he secured access for the Ukrainian authorities to the Polish strategic reserve. So that essentially allowed the spring sowing to be completed without any critical fuel shortages. Now, the Ukrainian authorities have identified a further need for the next several weeks, and we're working hard with them on that. But they themselves are very aware of the critical necessity to ensure that their farmers have available to them fuel, because without fuel, obviously, there's nothing to drive the tractors, the harvesters, etc., etc. But in their overall list of priorities, it hasn't featured, let's say, with the same degree of urgency as it did earlier in the year. Solutions have been found and will be found to ensuring that they have these critical fuels available to them. It's not going to be easy. Again, nobody can pretend that overnight solutions can be found to all these issues, but there's huge energy, drive, resources, and solidarity going in to give them what they need to keep their farming operations running. It's critical not just for Ukraine itself, but for Europe and global food security. Basically, these grains have to access global markets, and Ukrainian farmers need the revenues from those sales to basically stay in operation. Mm-hmm. And basically we all have a shared interest in that they succeed in that huge challenge.
Yeah, and I think it's worth adding too that, at least to Mr. Putin, any fuel coming into the Ukraine could be considered as a legitimate target. The excuse being that it's going to the Ukrainians' defense efforts. So it presents a lot of challenges.
Absolutely. Well, it's good to know that there have been there's been progress made on that as well. One of the things that has come up oftentimes as we look at high prices around the globe for major commodities and sometimes shortages is that you do get countries that sometimes want to reduce or block international trade. Dr. Fowler, could you talk to us just a little bit and have both of you enter into this dialogue about how do we encourage countries that keeping free and open trade during these difficult times is still the best option?
Well, we have seen problems in this regard during this particular Russia-Ukraine crisis. There are probably 20 countries or more that have employed some types of restrictions over exports. We've seen some hoarding of grains, also fertilizer. How do we deal with that? Well, you know, certainly the implications of that are that it gives a lot more volatility to international markets than you would ordinarily have. You can't plan for that very well, and markets can't deal with it in a very rational way. So, you know, the main solution to that, if there is one, is that we have to have discussions with those countries, and I can promise you we are, to try to explain to them the reasons why we shouldn't be having export restrictions on these kind of vital materials, particularly in this kind of situation. And I think that's actually paying some dividends. We've seen restrictions come off, and in some cases, I think we can declare victory by not seeing other restrictions go on.
Seems to be a good way of looking at it. Would you like to add to that?
Well, there's not a lot to add. I think the message is well understood because we know from the experience of previous crises in commodity markets that restrictions on trade have made bad situations worse. And the message that's been passed globally, and this comes from G7, G20, even the WTO 12th Ministerial in Geneva last week, in its declaration on food security made a very strong point that restrictions on trade were to be avoided. So I think everybody knows and understands that, because in a mutually interdependent global trading framework, if everybody plays that game, frankly, everybody loses. So as I say, the message is well understood. There have been a few instances where individual countries have put in place restrictions, but frankly, I think the message is clear, and everybody is conscious that basically the common interest is served by allowing trade to continue to flow, and hopefully that will be maintained, because the damage it would do to sentiment if countries didn't play by the rules would be very, very serious.
Yeah. You know, as of at least a couple of years ago, 131 out of 196 countries in the world were net food importers. And one of the things that a particular crisis like we're experiencing today should teach us is certainly the importance of local in-country food production, but it also teaches us the importance of trade to balance out those supply-demand issues that we face every year, and it teaches us the importance of aid as well. All of those three things, local production, trade, and aid, have to be functioning well. And we live in such an interdependent world in terms of food that dislocations in one seem to have a ripple effect and affect everyone.
And as you look at that, and you look at the map around the globe, where do you see the biggest concerns about hunger and malnutrition as a result of this, Dr. Fowler? I mean, I've had friends who have said that, you know, so much of this is going to impact countries that were already on the verge of disaster and had been reliant on imports of wheat, especially from Ukraine. Can you detail some of the regions where you think there's the biggest concern over global food access?
Yeah, sure. Well, about 60% of the chronically undernourished people in the world are living in countries that have a chronic problem with conflict. So we have to factor in conflict into this equation. 80% of the children who are stunted are living in conflict zones. That's a real problem. I think, though, if you want to look at geographic areas, certainly the Horn of Africa, which is experiencing the a terrible drought, historic proportions. You have to look at Saharan Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa, Central America. There are some bright spots out there, but those would, the Middle East, those are the areas that I think we have to pay close attention to right now.
Mm-hmm. So I've got a couple more questions that I've planned, but I'd really love to hear from anybody in the audience who has a question. So please, I'm going to ask one more here, and then we'll have a microphone come on over to you. So thank you. I guess my last question has to do with inflation. I mean, it's one thing that we're seeing these spikes in commodity prices, but really all around the globe, we seem to be trying to find new ways to battle these inflationary pressures that we're dealing with. Obviously, the U.S. government has taken some action, the Europeans have taken some action. So what do you see as the impact of not only the war, but the inflationary pressures, and how are they perhaps interrelated as we look ahead?
Well, I think traditionally energy and food tended to be, let's say, separated from the usual price indices for the very good reason that prices of both tend to fluctuate rather wildly. And so there had been an expectation as recently as 6 months ago that recent inflationary trends would ease for precisely this reason. That hasn't proven to be the case. So an issue that impacts on food and energy has implications for inflationary pressures globally. And this is hugely complicating the tasks of monetary authorities. And of course, the big risk is that if inflationary expectations become embedded in the economy, we'll relive the experience of the 1970s, in part at that time also linked to energy. And obviously, that's something to be avoided. Inflation is hugely disruptive to our economies, and it's extremely painful in lowering inflation. So extremely important that basically we get back to a stable price climate where basically businesses, consumers don't have to worry about inflation. But as we can see from markets currently, as we can see from stock markets, bond markets, there are big concerns out there. And food is extremely important in that context because all consumers, especially those on low incomes, are especially impacted by increases in food prices. And this is even more the case for developing countries because they spend an awful lot more of their disposable income on food. So we really essentially have to try and get back to stable prices and lower inflation in the food area. And that's why the consequences of this Russian war on Ukraine are so serious, because they have really added fuel to the fire in that rise in commodity food prices that took place even before the outbreak of this war.
I started my journalism career in the late 70s, early 80s when interest rates were skyrocketing, farmers were going out of business, committing suicide. I don't want to repeat that again, and I'm sure most other people don't either. Dr. Fowler, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think if you were watching the global commodity markets just before the Russian invasion, you would have seen the price of wheat spike up just some days before the invasion. I think the grain trade was anticipating what was about to happen. It's leveled off a little bit, but still much higher than it was last year. But I think we also have to realize that, at least in the food space, we're dealing with a number of issues that are having an impact on inflation that are not issues that can be easily solved with the snap of a finger. We're dealing with climate change, we're dealing with COVID and supply chain problems, and we're dealing with conflict. We also have historically low grain stockpiles, and we're in the middle of we're in the high point of a cycle for fertilizer prices. So if you really wanted to have a huge impact on food prices, you'd probably have to be dealing with all of those. And unfortunately, that's rather difficult and can't be done overnight. So that's why I said a few minutes ago that I think we're dealing with a multi-year crisis, and we ought to plan in that regard.
Yeah, no quick solutions. So we had a question over here, If you can wait for the mic, and then please tell us your name and where you're from.
Hi, my name is Leah Lucis. I'm a summer associate for the Joint Baltic American National Committee. I'm very grateful for all of you coming and sharing your expertise. I was very grateful for Ms. Wyatt for bringing up already malnutrition in existing countries and chronic malnutrition. This is a two-part question, but first I was wondering, is there any work in place to explore how we can best assist those countries, underdeveloped countries, developing countries that are already suffering from malnutrition? Is there a fear that there's going to be an outbid for grain as grain becomes more desirable and it has a higher demand? And additionally, are we globally doing anything to support the farmers that are producing that grain right now? We talked briefly about oil to export that grain, but are we ensuring that the farmers and the workers working on those farms are keeping grain for their nutritional needs? Are they getting the fertilizer resources? And are there global works in place to make sure that's all happening? I understand that those are more long-term issues, but we're looking at the economy in terms of short-term solutions, and then after the conflict is over, hopefully soon, how we build back Ukraine. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that. Thank you.
So a lot of topics to unpack in both of those questions.
Should we flip a coin and see who goes first? Well, those were quite a few questions here. On the humanitarian front, speaking for the United States, we've since the invasion of Ukraine, we've committed close to $3 billion in humanitarian assistance. President Biden just recently announced another $5.5 billion, I think, going into that. We are the largest contributor to the World Food Program. So we've been very much involved with these kinds of issues from the near-term humanitarian perspective. But looking farther out, we know we can look at World Food Program budgets going back 10, 15 years and see that they were a small fraction of what they are today. And we see that the deficit that the head of the World Food Program, Beasley, is saying that they're projecting for this year exceeds the budget from last year. So this is a trend that is not sustainable in any way, and that points us to the fact that we have to balance out the humanitarian aid with longer-term assistance. We in the United States have a Feed the Future program, which to date is concentrating on 12 countries. That's probably going to be, we'll announce an expansion of that program quite soon. And interestingly enough, one of the metrics for that program's success, where we judge success or lack of it, is childhood stunting. When I joined the Board for International Food and Agricultural Development some years ago, and we were very much involved with the Feed the Future program. And thinking about it then, I thought, well, gosh, I can't really come up with a better metric, because if you can reduce the incidence of childhood stunting, you've done something in the food system measurably. We got 60 million children under the age of 5 who are stunted. I don't even know how to get my head around that kind of issue. So we're involved in that regard, and we're also working with multilateral institutions to help with financing of the countries that are in trouble because of the economic downturn that they're experiencing. We're working on fertilizer, both to increase the efficiency of fertilizer use in developing countries, but also try to make more available. It's a particular problem for Africa, I have to admit, in part because at least the mineral fertilizers have to be shipped a long way. So there are a lot of issues and a lot of complexity, which I won't get into, but I think at least in U.S. government, and I know I can speak for the State Department, we've been viewing this as an all hands on deck moment. It's discussions about Russia, Ukraine, what's going on there to protect their sovereignty, protect their democracy, always have a component of food security in the talks.
That's an amazing number, 60 million children?
Yes.
sad. Did you want to add anything?
Yeah, just on the humanitarian front, to pick the two most topical examples, the EU, for example, announced a recent package of 1.6 billion euro in assistance for the Sahel Lake Chad region, which is undergoing this long-term drought, and a further 600 million for the Horn of Africa. But we know and accept and are on record that the ultimate solution is to improve and increase production capacity in these countries and globally, but to do it in a sustainable manner, because in the context of what we're discussing, namely Ukraine, we cannot lose sight also of the existential threat presented to global food production by climate change. And so you'll find that in all the fora, and I like to think that the European Union is pushing it very hard, that we really need to push on both solidarity with developing countries in providing immediate humanitarian aid, but perhaps even more importantly, in increasing their production capacity. President von der Leyen, even in the last few days, made a very important point that Europe has no ambition to feed the world. We don't want that developing countries are reliant on us to keep them fed. We want to help them to feed themselves. And whether it's G7, G20, FAO, WFP, UN, all are very firmly sold on that challenge. But again, it's not going to be done in a month, it's not going to be done in a year, it's a multi-year challenge.
You both bring up something that prompts another question, and then we'll go to our audience question over here. But if we're talking about excessive resources, both financial, the time, the transportation, trying to solve these things over a multi-year period, how do we keep the political will interested in a longer term solution, helping countries be more sustainable in their food production? Your thoughts on how we can keep people saying, yes, these are still the best use of our taxpayer dollars or European resources?
Well, I think because ultimately everybody benefits. Nobody benefits by leaving any part of the world exposed to major food shortages or outright famine. The consequences are felt globally. So essentially it serves our own interests by actively and constructively engaging with these countries to bring up their production. Otherwise, frankly, it also becomes our problem. And so this, I think it's fully justified on moral, ethical, economic, political, security considerations. It ticks all those boxes.
All the boxes.
Well, Sarah, I think your question raises a concern that we all have to have. We're aware that everyone in the public can get concerned about food security when we see starving people on TV, when we see something like the invasion of Ukraine. We do have to be worried that people's attention might not be permanently fixed on those questions, and we are taking a number of tacks in the U.S. government to try to address that. Our Secretary of State, when the U.S. was chairing the UN Security Council, had a special session of the UN Security Council on food security. We've had ministerial meetings. We've done a lot at the government level to keep this going. I think it's also important for us to get the message out that, as Michael said, if you want to speak about self-interest, I don't particularly want to do that too much, and when we're talking about trying to build a global food security, but there is a self-interest in this. The U.S. Agency for International Development a few years back commissioned a study by the International Food Policy Research Institute about the benefits to the U.S. economy, to U.S. agriculture from our investments in foreign agricultural research. And the investment was, the cost-benefit ratio was fantastic. I forget the exact number, but I want to say 30-1, something like that. So research that helps developing countries improve production, that helps develop better, higher yielding, let's say drought-tolerant varieties of our commodities. There are 16 million acres in Africa now. planted with drought-tolerant maize that was developed by the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center in Mexico, which is supported by the United States and by European countries. Those kinds of things also pay dividends locally. So this is not simply a question of being charitable. It's a question, our work has to be predicated on the realization that we have a common future.
Thank you. I have a questioner right here. If you could stand, please, and give us your name and your organization.
Khalisa Shafirdieva. I work for World Bank. I want to just follow up the already Mr. Commissioner told about the solidarity, particularly we now living in the area of the climate change. I want to ask, what's the EU and the US common policy support and support the developing countries in terms of the applying for new technology, whereas they're lacking like the water resource and the access to the new technology and the seeds that they just need to build their agriculture in a resilient way. The second question is that back to 2013, I was in part of mission to US, and we were in Carnegie Center, and it was discussion about the EU-U.S. trade negotiation, and the key challenge issues related to human rights and the access to healthy food, and generally the concern mainly was the EU part. And since 9 years, almost 9 years passed since that, and my question is that what, have you found the ground, like common ground, to move this process forward, and in terms of the like food production also support each other and your both efforts? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. I'm afraid that's going to have to be our last one, but I'm interested in your responses on what we're doing to provide technology and address climate change and food processing.
Mm-hmm. Well, the quick answer is quite a lot, and there's a tremendous amount of research going on in U.S. universities. We realize that if our crops do not adapt to climate change, then neither will we. And one of my concerns, personal concerns, is that we're making assumptions about how well our crops and the institutions behind them are ready for the kind of climates that we have today. We're headed towards climates which in some parts of the world haven't been seen since the Neolithic time, in other words, in the history of agriculture. And I do question whether we realize how difficult in some cases it's going to be for our crops to adapt to those kind of new climates, particularly the crops for which there either is not much or any involvement of the private sector, and for which there are no plant breeders. We have to be thinking about the avenue towards adaptation for those kinds of crops. And they're grown on hundreds of millions of acres in the world and provide a lot of food security. So I think we have our work cut out for us. I think we have to question some of our assumptions that we're making, and we have to make the kind of long-term investments in agricultural research that will help our crops become adapted to climate change. They don't do that magically. They do that because we help them to do it.
Absolutely. Mr. Scannell, you have the last word.
Yeah. Well, in Europe, we have our so-called Green Deal and Farm to Fork, which are aimed at ensuring that our agriculture becomes more sustainable moving forward and that it reduces massively inputs. But to meet that challenge, we've also identified that we need to hugely invest in research and innovation to basically find alternatives to move in this more sustainable direction. And that investment is taking place. Just as one small example, under our so-called Horizon Europe, we'll be investing $9 billion in so-called natural resources, primarily food, agriculture, to basically give our farmers the technologies to face up to these challenges. And there's a very important EU-U.S. dimension to this also. We have a whole range of initiatives, some of which I will be discussing with counterparts in USDA and USTR over the next few days. We have a collaborative platform on agriculture. We have a Trade and Technology Council. And on the agendas of all these different formations, we include how we cooperate on innovation to help ourselves individually and mutually to face up to these challenges. So personally, I'm very optimistic that basically we're singing from the same hymn sheet on the crucial importance of innovation to meeting these challenges.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry to say our time has run out here, but please join me in thanking our experts for this discussion. And I know we're going to move on to an exciting part of the rest of your day here as part of this session. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Daniel Freed, Visor Family Distinguished Fellow at the Atlantic Council and former U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of Poland, to introduce our next session, a joint EU-U.S. approach toward energy security and the green transition.
Well, I'll start off with some brutal remarks. Vladimir Putin is using energy as a weapon to advance his war aims in Ukraine. And those in Europe and the United States who thought that an energy security threat from Russia had nothing to do with them discover their error. Putin is cutting off gas to countries just, all the time. Europe and the United States would like to concentrate on a transition to green energy. But now they have to deal with spiking energy prices as a result of Putin's war, plus exacerbated by Putin's cutoff of gas to European countries. The European Union has pushed back by cutting its imports of Russian oil. Meanwhile, the Republic of Poland, that years ago saw the threat from Russian energy aggression more clearly than many others, has actually succeeded in taking itself out of the danger zone. And so when the Russians cut off the gas to Poland, the Poles were ready. Minister Piotr Naimski has been toiling in those fields for many years. It's a great panel. And the time is not the best for dealing with Putin's war of aggression and the energy implications, but in policy making, it doesn't matter what you want. It matters what you've got before you. And so on that cheerful note, Emily Meredith will be running the panel as the moderator, and I wish her the very best of luck. Europe, the United States, and the Republic of Poland represented. So thanks for the opportunity, and thank you all for being here.
Good
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ambassador Freed. I'm Emily Meredith. I'm the Deputy Bureau Chief at Energy Intelligence's Washington office. And we have an excellent panel today to talk through US-EU energy security at a time of both crisis and transition. So to my left, I have Piotr Naimski, Poland's government plenipotentiary for strategic energy infrastructure. On screen, we are supposed to have, hello, Dita Jorgensen, the European Commission's Director General for Energy, and Melanie Nakagawa, the Senior Director for Climate and Energy at the National Security Council. So I want to set the stage a little bit here. In the 4 months since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we've seen the EU pledge to extricate itself from Russian fossil fuels by 2027. The EU has a new plan, Repower EU, to eliminate the 155 BCM of Russian gas it received last year. And the US is pledging to increase flows into Europe by 15 BCM this year and eventually reaching 50 BCM. So I want to start with you, Dita, and then Melanie, essentially to get a status check on what progress has been made to these goals, given that, you know, winter is in a few months. I mean, we need to make some very short-term progress for Europe to be secure here, and then what's being made in the transatlantic relationship.
Thank you very much, Emily, for the question, and thank you for inviting me here today. Sorry that I can't be there in person with Minister Naimski and Melanie Nakagawa. It's very good to see both of you again. So first of all, maybe a more general point, which is in the challenges we're facing, and Ambassador Freed set it out very, very clearly in his introductory remarks, the challenges we're facing, the fact that Russia is clearly weaponizing energy, weaponizing natural gas, means that international cooperation and transatlantic cooperation is more important than ever. And so I think the close cooperation we have had with the US over these last months, but also going into the winter, the presidential engagement, the declarations, the joint statements are extremely important in terms of this global unity, but also transatlantic unity, not just in terms of statement, but really in getting things done and delivering results. Secondly, speaking for the EU side here, we have, as you mentioned, Emily, this Repower plan, and I think it's quite important to be clear that it builds on 3 pillars, and we need each of these 3 pillars. The first pillar is, you said it, we consume 155 billion cubic meters of Russian gas a year. So we need to consume less in order to be able to manage this situation. We need to save energy. We need to reduce our demand with whatever technology is available for that. We need to be energy efficient. We've got a whole work program under the Green Deal, but it really is a crucial point in what we are trying to achieve here in reducing our dependence on Russia. We cannot replace all of this by other energy means, but we can reduce our consumption to help us get some part of the way. The second pillar is clean energy, alternative energy sources, in particular renewable energy. So as much as possible, we should replace this by the acceleration of renewable electricity generation in particular, but also by biomethane, biogas, bioenergy more generally, and the very quick investment that can take place on photovoltaic on rooftops. So a really important part of the Repower is to replace it by other energy sources. Biomethane, biogas, I mentioned specifically because here you've got molecules that can go in directly and replace the fossil gas molecules from Russia, so an important aspect in this one. And then the third pillar tends to be the one that gets most attention, and it is really important, but again, it only works if you pursue these 3 paths or rest on the 3 pillars together. The third one is, how do we replace Russian fossil fuel with fossil fuels from other suppliers, from other sources? And this is where our close cooperation and the engagement from US suppliers and from the government to help make sure that the LNG we need to replace Russian gas is supplied to Europe. So that's an important aspect as well. What we have seen so far, and this is then my third point, and I just to give an update, you were asking, well, where are we in terms of achieving these goals, these targets we have set ourselves for 15 BCM this year? What we have seen since early in the year, from before the war, is a significant increase in the European demand for LNG and in the global supply to the EU for LNG, So we are at a completely different place than where we were last year by comparison. This is thanks to the very good cooperation once again, and in particular the transatlantic cooperation. Is also thanks to the investment taking place in Europe over the last decade to establish the necessary infrastructure that allows us to rely on LNG. And third, it is thanks to the infrastructure investments and the diversification strategy that we have carried out in Europe. And as Ambassador Fried mentioned at the opening, Poland is a very, very good example of a very strong, determined policy to diversify, to stay energy secure. We've done a lot across Europe, but again, Poland is a good example, thanks to Minister Naimski and his investment into that.
So Melanie, I was hoping you could touch on where the U.S. is in trying to meet some of these.
Sure, and I think it's a great place to pick up where my colleague Dita left off. One of the key areas to the U.S.-EU cooperation around energy security that President Biden and President von der Leyen announced on March 25th really focused around two key pillars that lifted up where the European Commission stated their goals were. The two pillars, as Dita mentioned, which really tie into Repower EU, was the first pillar was around diversifying gas supply into Europe at various quantities. So there was one about 15 BCM this year, and then with the goal of diversifying of the 155 plus BCM of Russian gas that Europe currently takes by 2025, 2026. They want to reduce that or even later. And so what can the U.S. do to support part of that and be part of that diversification effort? So the president is striving to ensure that 50 BCM of that could be coming from U.S. resources. And then the second key pillar is around reducing gas demand. And what makes that pillar quite exciting is under Repower EU, that has a potential savings of 170 BCM alone through the actions within Repower EU by reducing gas demand. So the U.S. has worked steadily, Dita and I, as well as our colleagues, to figure out what are the key steps we need to take to get towards those goals and objectives. On the diversifying, as Dita mentioned, we're seeing, I think, a tripling of current U.S. exports of gas to Europe the past 6 months than compared to last year. And this is really everything from redirecting flows to existing cargoes moving into Europe, again, ahead of this winter as they get into storage season. On the second part, this is an exciting area of work where it's really around engaging on smart technologies, things like smart thermostats, heat pumps, technologies that can surge into Europe, ideally ahead of this winter, but also what is the path to increasing manufacturing of these products to continue to ramp up the delivery of these technologies that really show a stickiness and ability to actually reduce gas demand in industrial facilities, in buildings and commercial facilities as well as around households as well. We have some great examples in the United States of how smart technologies can help us be more efficient. And so how do we help support Europe in those goals as they look at this winter as well as next winter in particular? Another key area on the gas component is really around the methane management. So another key area, while not specifically under the task force, last week President Biden convened the Major Economies Forum where we launched the Global Methane Pledge Energy Pathway. So many are familiar with the Global Methane Pledge to reduce global methane emissions. And the Energy Pathway was a continuation of that and implementation of it to basically call on countries to pass measures and put in place regulations and policies to actually begin to implement measures that reduce methane. This, I think, is critical to what the task force is doing because we can look at U.S. volumes of natural gas with better measurement, verification, and monitoring around the methane intensity of that gas that's going to Europe with the goal of what the task force has a mandate to do, which is increasingly decarbonized gas into Europe so that it is aligned with their Fit for 55 and their climate objectives. So we're excited to see that endeavor go forward. That is also a great example of U.S.-EU cooperation, as that is the Global Methane Pledge Energy Pathway is a collaboration between the U.S. and the European Commission as well. So really tying those pieces together are just some snapshots of some of the progress in just the last few months alone.
So, Piotr, Poland has, as everybody has mentioned, has been working on its plans to diversify away from Russian gas for years. So can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges you faced in doing that, and if you've got any lessons learned for the EU?
Thank you. Thank you very much for nice words connected to our energy strategy during last years. This is the truth. Poland relatively well is prepared to this crisis or war, because we are in war. we can survive without Russian gas supplies. The long-term contract with Gazprom was supposed to expire by end of the year in December, but they cut off the supplies with the end of April. So we can secure supplies for our purposes. We have storages 100% filled already. We have infrastructure ready to accept diversified in sources and routes supplies. We are commissioning every month this year investments which were started 2016. The last one will be Baltic Pipe, which is gas pipeline connecting Norwegian shelf under Baltic Sea with Poland, and it will be October 1st. But the thing is that you see what we are witnessing, what we have to deal with today is not just regular crisis, energy crisis or market crisis or whatever. We are in war. We are in war. It's not only on battlefields in Ukraine, but energy specifically is weaponized by Russians, is used as the weapon against us, means that against European countries, and it affects us globally. And what is necessary, this is really my view, my opinion, is to admit that we are in war. And if we admit that we are in war, the consequences are very clear. War is costly. So we have to be prepared to pay for the war. And war needs specific and unusual management, war management. So it needs decisions. It needs decisions from the administration's levels, which sometimes could be against, let's say, market economy, because they come from responsibilities. You know, responsibility for energy security lies on the governments, not on international bodies, but on the governments. So this is for the governments to look for certain solidarity or collective approaches or approach to the problem. You know, if we are discussing sanctions or counter-sanctions or possible caps for prices, you know, what does it mean? It means that we are discussing solutions which are war solutions. And this is what we have to accept with all consequences.
You're bringing up a really interesting point about the degree to which there are government policy solutions versus market solutions, and that markets can't always fill in when the objective is security, right? You know, the US and EU are trying to balance both these near-term goals of getting off of Russian gas, ensuring that there's security of supply for the next couple of years as the transition takes hold, and also this medium-term goal of decarbonization. US LNG exporters, meanwhile, are saying that they need longer-term contracts in order to convince banks to give them the financing to expand US LNG exports. So for Melanie, you know, I guess first, do you think that US LNG capacity needs to increase? And then also, is there a role for the US government to play to kind of foster that? And then for everyone, Dita included, are there government policies and tweaks that can help smooth out this process, especially for companies that are wary of taking a years-long bet on natural gas in an environment where the focus is eventually getting away from fossil fuels?
Great, thank you. So on the LNG question, some of the ways that we're trying to support Europe in this endeavor to diversify has already been seen today, which is the U.S. approved to non-FTA, or the ability for U.S. exports to go to non-FTA countries, to Europe and other destinations, as a way to provide that flexibility. And I think that's a really important signal to send. In terms of increased capacity, we need to take a look at what's already under construction today. U.S. LNG capacity is already planned for in the system to be expanded. The question becomes, where do those volumes go? And this is where we were having these conversations with Europeans about how is Europe the destination for some of these cargoes that are under construction and underway that have yet to be contracted for. And that's really where the U.S.-EU conversation is around, which is how do we involve U.S. companies as Europe is seeking more supply, and now in a way that we hadn't expected ever before this war. Europe had a supplier of this fuel, and now they don't, and now they're trying to move to a new player. So it's just a different time, and as the minister said, this is a wartime footing as well. And so we really are looking at different ways to move around these molecules, and how can we be a reliable player and a reliable supplier to Europe in that context. Another key piece to this topic that you raised really is around what else could we be doing on the decarbonization front. And as I mentioned, we really see a lot of opportunity here for the U.S. to play a key role around supporting a range of the REPowerEU package, whether it's renewable energy, as well as the work around workforce development, energy efficiency upgrades, and a suite of those areas. Another key piece that I think you flagged was, how do you balance these pieces, right, in terms of, and where do our sanctions play a role in that conversation? Our sanctions have never been designed as a sole tool or a singular tool to impose as much cost on the Russian economy as possible. It's really a set of tools coupled with our military assistance or humanitarian assistance, all ways to strengthen Ukraine while weakening Russia. And I think if you look at the Russian economy today, 15% inflation, their economic growth, I think, is expected to reduce in size by double, I think, is what the current projections are. And if you think of the Russian economy as a part of how they exert strength, the weakening of it is a key indicator of the kind of impact our efforts are having in this wartime effort. And we're really looking at the full range of opportunities we have to continue down this effort of how do you continue to strengthen the Ukrainians while also weakening Russia throughout this engagement.
So for Dita, in terms of when it comes to securing supplies, I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the structure of this joint procurement plan that the European Commission is fostering in terms of buying LNG, and maybe just give us an update on how many states have signed up. Will the EU be able to agree to long-term contracts in this mechanism? If you're worried at all about competing with individual member states, which are doing their own procurement perhaps, that would be great.
Thank you very much. And maybe, first of all, I think some really interesting points have been made both by Minister Naimski and by Melanie, and I think we're very much aligned on this. As the Minister Naimski said, this is not just a crisis, there is a war in Ukraine. And so in everything we do, including in our energy policy, we're looking at, well, how do we best support Ukraine? How do we find the best balance in our policies in order to do that? And energy policy is obviously central to this conflict. The consequences we see in the rest of Europe outside Ukraine are seen very, very strongly in the field of energy policy. And so it does call for government action, government intervention, and taking responsibility. To give you one very concrete example, we have had a storage policy that has been market driven, and that has worked quite well, because you would typically have a price spread between summer and winter, and so our gas storage has been filled. Until this winter, where there was a clear policy to ensure that flows would not go. And so we went into last winter with lower levels of storage, and we want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So we have put in place a strong European common framework on storage to make sure that there is an obligation to fill gas storage, so we go into next winter in a prepared way. So just an example of the type of intervention, the type of measures that we need to take given circumstances, and how this also supports Ukraine as much as we can with the different instruments we have. This is obviously not the primary instrument, but it is relevant also in this context. You asked about the EU energy platform and joint purchasing, which is one of the different instruments we're setting up for ourselves as part of this Repower EU in terms of how do we best help bring security of supply, and how do we best, once again, implement these different pillars, the energy savings, energy efficiency, demand reduction, the shift to cleaner sources of energy, renewable energy, and then the replacing the molecules by molecules from elsewhere, the diversification and the alternative suppliers. And so I think it is quite important to see it in the context of these other government actions. So we're signing up, for example, to MOUs with supplier countries. We're working closely with different supplier countries to look at what are long-term credible supplies. We are making sure we send the right signals to the market, because there have been some suggesting, well, aren't you stepping out of natural gas? Well, no, not yet. We see natural gas as a necessary energy component, energy carrier in the energy transition. So we are in this for the longer term and are ready to sign up long-term contracts, as you may have seen in recent days that some European companies and member states have done. Melanie mentioned methane, the global methane pledge and the pathway. So there's a lot going on there to align the green transition with Repower EU. They essentially point in the same direction: energy efficiency, renewable and clean energy, and then making sure that the natural gas, the molecules we use, are as clean as possible through the instruments there, and that they replace coal wherever that is possible. In terms of joint purchasing, what we are looking at is working closely, as I said, with suppliers. We're looking at aggregating demand at European level, so bringing together member states, company for a discussion around how do we best do it and how do we best make more better use of the import infrastructure, the import capacity we have. So we have now a number of LNG terminals across Europe. You will see more LNG import terminals coming online, some even before winter, some during the coming 6 to 12 months. And so how do we make best use of that capacity? What we've seen in recent years is that about half, maybe 60% of the capacity has been used in a typical year, and that can of course go up very, very significantly. Again, that will help us move away from Russian gas. And so this EU energy platform, the joint purchasing, that is an instrument that addresses several different aspects of gas and gas contracts. And the objective is the risk you point to: how do we make sure that there's not some internal European competition for the molecules and for the contracts and for getting out there in the market? How do we best cooperate on that for the best outcome across Europe? But it's clear that whatever we do at European level has to work together with and coexist and complement what member states do. We have a market here. We've got companies that are operating in this market. There's a lot of good things happening there, a lot of expertise. And so we're not trying to replace that. We're trying to make the market function better, including in terms of better use of infrastructure and better use of what we have to offer in terms of predictability, long-term contracts, a significant market. And so I think there's potential there also for suppliers from across the world, and we see an interest.
Piotr, is the joint platform something Poland would consider?
Dita, I think you are very idealistic. What I would like to say is that the competition among European companies, European states, is deeper and deeper. There is a competition for everything, for LNG carriers, for LNG itself, for capacities in LNG terminals or pipelines, for crude oil replacing Russian supplies, etc., etc. So it will need really great effort to balance this competition growing up in Europe with solidarity or collective or common denomination interest approach among European states. This is ahead of us. We have to discuss it. We have to meet, to have series of meetings on companies level. Shippers will sign these contracts, not the European Commission, frankly speaking.
I want to touch on sanctions briefly. So, you know, as I understand it, and we've talked about it a bit already, but the motivation in getting off of Russian oil and gas is twofold. You know, one, reducing vulnerability, but two, also reducing the financial flows going to Moscow. So, could each of you touch on, you know, how effective the sanctions and embargoes so far have been, and whether you're considering changes or new measures that could help get to this stated goal of reducing financial flows to Russia while also minimizing the economic pain at home? I mean, we've seen prices are quite high, which means that both goals are not quite being met here. I don't know. Do you want to start, Melanie?
I'll pick up where I
Sure.
last left off, which is how we think about the full package of economic implications for the Russian economy, of which sanctions is a key component, but not the only component to it. And so we want to measure the impact of our actions through what is actually happening across the Russian economy through the full suite of our actions. I also want to commend the European Union, who we've been, you know, close allies, and as the minister mentioned, the solidarity between the U.S. and the EU has been really critical to ensuring that we are a united front. And I think that might have caught many by surprise in terms of just how unified we have been in our response and our engagements and our actions through Russia's further invasion into Ukraine. And so with EU's most recent sanctions package, and again, we've been doing this in a partnership way, this includes a phased ban on the import of Russian oil to the EU. And this action brings on more economic measures into further alignment with our actions and supports our commitment to reducing the reliance. So it goes to your first part of the question, which is how do you support the reduction of reliance in the European Union to the Russian energy? The second part is around the cost and how you're ensuring that that cost is truly borne and doesn't actually have a perverse effect of padding Putin's pocket. And I think as you know, I'm not previewing or breaking news here, but you know, the G7 is coming up, and there are just conversations underway always around energy, climate security, food security, humanitarian work. And I think this is an area where, again, as our countries come together to think through what are the range of tools we can continue to put on the table that maximizes this cost, does not create this perverse incentive, and truly, as a measurement of looking at the Russian economy, how are we measuring our success in terms of delivering the impact? You know, we look at the inflation cost, we look at what the Russian central bank is saying in this space, and you're seeing, you know, as Europe moves out with these upcoming sanctions packages around oil and the energy sector, really working closely with them to ensure that that does not lead to, you know, a drastically rising cost that could only perversely undermine our efforts. And that's why we have close coordination.
I was going to say, what's the mechanism for that? I mean, Dita and Melanie, for this increased competition amongst Europeans and everyone else, right, for a shrinking pot of supplies in some ways. We've heard some talk about a price cap. I mean, are there changes to the mechanisms that
No, it needs,
to be?
I mean, it seems to be clear. No, it needs rising production of crude oil globally. You know, we have to replace this, what we would like to stop flowing from Russia. And any sanction or sanctions, they need practicalities. You know, we don't, I mean, we shouldn't create, you know, global black market for crude oil, for example, right? But having said that, I think that the most strict sanctions against Russia today, the better future for us, for Ukraine, for Europe, for for all democracies, because you know we are entering really dangerous time. This is time which will be called probably in the future by some historians or politicians Second Cold War or something like similar.
Dita, is this something you want to speak to?
Yes, thank you. I think I really agree with a lot of that's been said, including Melanie's point about the very close coordination, cooperation, close really unity, working together as we develop sanctions, making sure that the sanctions we put in place, each at our side, but also with other global partners, that they are the most effective possible in terms of impacting Russia, while of course making sure that we're not harming ourselves more than necessary. There is a cost, and that cost is something we're ready to bear. That should be absolutely clear, but to make sure that there is a good balance there. And I think in the 6 packages we have adopted so far within the European Union, I think we have managed to find a good balance. The 6 package addressing oil, as Melanie said, will eliminate about 90% of the flows of crude oil from Russia to the European Union by the end of the year. So this is really very, very significant. As you asked about in terms of the global markets and how do we need to ensure supplies, Emily, as Minister Naimski said, well, we need to look at global supplies and need to work towards a better balance in global markets, and that's for both oil and gas. If you look at the latest reports from the International Energy Agency, you can see that we have been in a global context where demand has increased for natural gas, has increased quite significantly as countries got out of the lockdown from COVID. We're seeing some of the same things in oil, and in some cases supply has not been able to quite follow, and that was what drove the first natural gas price hike in autumn that we have been impacted very significantly by in Europe. And so we need to work towards a better balance on the supply-demand side, and this is a global issue, which is extremely important, obviously in the energy context, but also very much in the macroeconomic context. And as others have also mentioned, it links directly into food security and the global food crisis that is out there, that is developing in front of our eyes for different. Also for reasons linked to the war and to the Russian blockade against grain exports. But I mean, there are a number of factors coming together where we, I think, as governments have a responsibility to act. Melanie has referred to G7 discussions in the coming days, and that is indeed an important forum and an important location in this context. And then I think I've said demand reduction, energy efficiency, energy savings many times, but it really is a crucial point that we need to look at our demand and see, well, what can we do? And we have come out with a savings plan together again with the International Energy Agency. And here what we see is we could save around 13 billion cubic meters of our gas imports simply by saving some simple things of putting our thermostats down by 1 degree, driving, in the case of oil, driving 10 kilometers less per hour than what we do now. So there's a lot that can be done by savings, energy efficiency, demand reduction to help move towards a better balance in global markets, and I think that's a critical point.
If I may, yeah. I think that we should strictly divide our plans or tactics in terms of timing, because we have imminent threats and imminent dangers next winter. Yes. Or in Denmark, for example, you know, there is an alarm because possible gas supply constraints are on the way, and this is, you know, important today. This will be important, you know, in the next half a year. And we should stress on solving these imminent problems. And then we have medium-term targets or issues to be solved, like, for example, this liquefying LNG liquefying facilities in the United States, or in Europe, you know, lacking still parts of infrastructure, gas transmission infrastructure. Or you know, some or oil globally, the balance on crude oil market, because this is really crucial. You know, we wouldn't like to have, you know, $100 per barrel, right? So this will need probably 2-3 years to achieve the goals. And then we have long-term strategic goals or goal, which is green transition, you know. This will take another 30 years. Already 30 years passed after we finished Cold War, and we are entering probably another one. So this is long-term strategy.
And I think on that point, one thing as you mentioned was production, right? One of the questions was, what do you do on production? And the other key point I thought was raised was around the temporal horizon, the immediacy, right? This next few weeks, few months. And I think it's a real sort of great way to capture President Biden's approach to this topic, which has been, how do you surge volumes on the market today? So this is not natural gas, this is around crude oil, to picking up the minister's last point. But the reason why the president announced, 1 million barrels a day of a release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, as well as working with nations all around the world in, arguably the largest coordinated global releases of stocks to over 240 million barrels this year. Those are just exactly to that point about how do you provide immediate relief by signaling the type of crude oil volumes that'll be available in the market through the strategic releases to deal with the near-term issues. But in the same breath, the president then DPA'd critical minerals for batteries, for electric vehicles, because the idea was we think we can do both. That while we are putting crude oil in the market today in a near-term, short-term release through the reserve, we're also at the same time investing in the EV technology that we need on the road in the next year, 2 years, 3 years, and 4 years and beyond, so that we can, to what Dita mentioned, reduce the demand. Because I think that's the other key part to this, that it is a supply and demand, and that also is reflected in our actions. That's not just about producing more, it's also transitioning to the technologies that help us use less, but still do everything we want to do. We could still drive where we need to go, use the energy we need. It's just the source of that comes from a different supplier. It's a battery versus a gas station with gasoline. So that's been a real key piece, which is really to lean into not just production, but also the things that can help us reduce demand to really address the near-term crisis, while also in parallel putting out our medium-term signals.
In terms of the near-term crisis, Melanie and Dita, I wanted to touch briefly on the Freeport LNG outage. This is the export facility that's offline now and is slated to be offline for the rest of the year. Does this present a challenge in meeting European demand for this winter, Dita, and potentially in getting to this 15 BCM number, Melanie? Is that something either of you can speak to?
I think Dita's
I can maybe briefly, Emily, obviously that is not good news, and the timing is not good globally. Having said that, as both I think Melanie and myself mentioned earlier, we have seen a significant increase of LNG supply to Europe already this year, very, very significant levels. And so I must say, on that basis and on the basis of what we see being out there, we are not optimistic, but because that one should not be blindly optimistic, but confident on the basis of an analysis of that we will be able to meet our targets jointly with the U.S. If I may just briefly come back to what Minister Naimski rightly said about this temporal scope, we need to focus on the immediate challenges to make sure we stay secure, and then we've got medium and longer term challenges, and that's exactly what Repower EU does. We're looking at, well, how do we get into the winter secure with our storage build? Savings are immediate as well, so the 13 billion cubic meters I mentioned that we could cut off our consumption, that can be done immediately. So there are things also on that side that can be done very, very quickly. And then also making sure that the medium to long-term investments we make both go in the right direction in terms of security of supply, but also that we don't make the wrong investments that will tie us into something that does not work in line with our longer-term perspectives. So, but I think this focus on the winter, making sure we're ready, that's what we really have been working on under Repower EU and under our common European preparedness and solidarity plans that are in place. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think, unfortunately, we have run out the clock ourselves without taking audience questions. I believe your next stop is lunch. So I will turn it over to our hosts here. And thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you, guys, for an excellent panel. I really appreciated it. Some great questions.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take 40 minutes to break for lunch. Please make your way to the Hamilton Ballroom, which is up the stairs by which you came toward the registration tables. We will be reconvening at 1:10 p.m.
make promises, 'cause I don't keep them, 'cause I don't keep them, 'cause I don't keep them, 'cause I don't keep them. Cause I don't keep
Ladies and gentlemen, we now invite you to please retake your seats. Our program will be resuming momentarily. Friendly reminder, please silence your cell phones, and we encourage all guests to wear masks while not actively eating or drinking. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please retake your seats. Our program will be resuming momentarily. Please silence your cell phones, and we encourage all guests to wear masks while not actively eating or drinking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2022 EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. Please take your seats, silence your cell phones, and direct your attention to the screens.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, we are witnessing this Russia's unprovoked and unjustified military aggression against Ukraine that has shattered peace in Europe. We were installed in our peaceful environment, and now we are facing a war in our borders. And the return of war in Europe constitutes a tectonic shift. It represents a gross violation of international law and the principles of the international order enshrined in the United Nations Charter. Putin's intention was also to divide us, but he has achieved the opposite. The European Union, the NATO, and US are firmly united. Since the first day of Russia's invasion, we have been standing and working together in support of Ukraine, and we continue doing so. NATO has strengthened its collective defense, and the European Union and its partners have spared no efforts to isolate Russia internationally, to constrain Russia financially and economically, and provide political, economic, humanitarian, and material support to Ukraine, including military. Just the European Union's military support to Ukraine under the European Peace Facility has reached the value of 2 billion euros. And we have broken a taboo that the European Union cannot spend their money by arming a country at war. We have done all this in full coordination and complementarity. And this has been sending a clear and unequivocal message about the strength of our transatlantic bond, and the European Union-United States cooperation is more important than ever and working more united than ever. This is our greatest asset. Transatlantic unity is our greatest asset. We at the European Union, we have recently adopted a strategic compass that recognizes the US as our most important strategic partner. It goes without saying. All EU member states agree to strengthen our cooperation on security and defense. And the US participation in the PESCO project, military mobility, together with other non-member states as Canada and Norway, constitutes an important step for this cooperation. In line with the joint statement I issued with Secretary Blinken in December, the first meeting of our dedicated dialogue on security and defense took place in April, covering an array of key issues of mutual interest, from participation in respective defense initiatives to cooperation on crisis management and on countering hybrid threats. Our flagship event, this annual European Union Defense Washington Forum, is taking place this year in a completely different strategic context. Continuous dialogue between the two sides of the Atlantic contributes to further strengthening our strategic partnership, and I wish you a very successful forum and a good discussion. Sorry for not being with you here in Washington. I would have appreciated a lot to share with you in person, but thank you for your invitation, and I wish you the most successful discussions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome National Security Correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, Vivian Salama, to moderate our discussion on the EU-U.S. NATO strategic cooperation and response to Putin's war in Ukraine.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to set my gadgets up here. There are many, so if you'll bear with me for just one moment. Okay. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. It's great to be here, and certainly with this very exceptional panel to talk about a very timely topic, of course, something that we've been talking about throughout the day here, really trying to evaluate what the key priorities are for the transatlantic cooperation, in particular, given the rising threat that we see in Eastern Europe right now and throughout the continent. And so I am very honored to be joined by this wonderful group of people. Ambassador Charles Fries, Deputy Secretary General for Common Security and Defense Policy and Crisis Response at the European External Action Service, thank you. Mr. Yanis Kazocic, National Security Advisor to the President for the Republic of Latvia and Secretary of the National Security Council of the Republic of Latvia. Sir, it's good to see you. And of course, Dr. Amanda Sloat in the middle, Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for European Affairs at the National Security Council at the White House. So it's great to be with all of you today. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz recently said that February 24th invasion of Ukraine was the Zeitenwende, my German is obviously not so great, but the Zeitenwende in the history of the continent, which officially they've translated to mean a watershed moment, but actually it literally translates a bit richer. It is in the turn, it is a turn of times and the change of an era. And perhaps a turn of times for the NATO alliance as well. And so I hope that we could really discuss what it means, maybe just to hear from the three of you very briefly, first off, about what this moment means for NATO and what is needed moving forward to strengthen the alliance. Ambassador, please start us off.
Thank you, thank you. I think the German Chancellor is totally right to say this. Because what we have been living now since February, it's really a tectonic shift in European history, and I would say also a tectonic shift in, for the European security landscape. It's really an earthquake And you can see, because we have the return of the war in Europe and on our continent. It's the gravest crisis since 1945. And you can see the implications of that, for instance, at the level of some EU member states. We have now the application of Sweden and Finland to NATO. We have the fact that Denmark has decided with a referendum to abolish its opt-out on European defense policy. You have member states such as Germany who have decided to increase in a considerable way their defense spending. So first, and all these breakthroughs would have been totally inconceivable before the 24th of February. So you have already addressed very important changes at the level of EU member states, and you have also strong changes at the level of the EU itself. You've just heard the High Representative Josep Borrell. He said before the war, he said that last year, he said that Europe was in danger. And of course, now with what's happening, it's even more in danger. That's why for Europe and for European security, what's happening is really a wake-up call, and I would say a brutal wake-up call. And he mentioned the strategic compass. I think the strategic compass is already a first answer of Europe to this crisis, because it's the first time in the EU history that the 27 member states have decided to adopt a political document with what they want to do in the area of security and defense for the next 5 to 10 years. And the second example I would like to mention is the fact that for the first time in the EU history, the EU is delivering weapons, is delivering lethal assistance to Ukraine through the European Peace Facility. We have already spent 2 billion euros for Ukraine in order to help Ukraine receive arms and weapons in order to fight against Russia. So all these changes, I think, are illustrative of this huge tectonic shift at this earthquake that we are living.
I definitely want to come back to the weapons issue for sure, but Dr. Sloat, what's the view from Washington at this stage, 3.5 months into this very brutal war that we're seeing?
I very much agree with everything that was said in terms of the very significant changes that this has created in the European security landscape in Europe. From the American perspective, President Biden came into office, and one of his top objectives was to restore our relationships, to restore our alliances, and certainly NATO was at the very top of that list. On Saturday, the president will be heading off to Europe for his 4th trip in the first 18 months in office. All of my colleagues who work on other regions of the world are envious by how much time he has spent in Europe. But we'll be meeting with European counterparts at the G7 and then going to the NATO summit in Madrid. And this is going to be the 4th NATO summit within the first 18 months of his presidency. And I think, as he has often said, to the extent that one of Putin's objectives with this war in Ukraine was to divide the alliance, he has completely failed, because our assessment is that the NATO alliance has never been stronger, has never been more unified. I think those of you that have lived in Washington for many years have probably attended many Wither NATO conferences, and I think it is very clear now that there is strong unity within NATO. There is a very clear sense of purpose, both in terms of what we are doing as individual member states in response to the crisis in Ukraine, and you also mentioned the force posture question in terms of what we are doing to shore up support for our allies on the eastern flank.
I definitely want to talk about the unity and sort of areas where the alliance agrees to disagree on certain issues momentarily. But Mr. Kazachich, just in terms of the view from Latvia, your country borders Russia. The eastern flank has long warned that they are under threat constantly from Russia. Certainly the situation right now with Kaliningrad has underscored what so many of what the Baltic states have long warned about, and especially now. What is the view there, and what can NATO do to make the Baltic states, Latvia included, feel more secure?
Can I start by saying that I think during the past couple of decades since the breakup of the Soviet Union, Western Europe in particular, but the West in general, has been in a mindset that wars don't happen in places that look like North America and Europe, and people aren't killed who look like we do. 24th of February has changed that utterly, because we now see that we have a neighbor who is prepared to use war against all international law and do it in the most brutal possible fashion. And as far as the Baltic states are concerned, of course, we have been warning about this, but somehow we also had thought that in 2004, when we joined NATO, that will be enough. Then came 2008, the war against Georgia. We realized it's not enough, but it wasn't a wake-up call after all. 2014 was a wake-up call. As far as Kaliningrad is concerned, I would point out one statistic, and that is that the land border between the 3 Baltic states and Russia, Belarus, which is for all intents and purposes military district of the Russian Federation, and Kaliningrad is 1,635 kilometers. The land border between the Baltic states and NATO is a massive 104 kilometers, the famous Suwalki Gap. In other words, longer border than the inner German border between the Warsaw Pact and NATO. And to guard that took 2 army groups, each with 4 corps. In other words, it is a substantial challenge.
Many substantial challenges, of course, and one of them actually, speaking of the unity of NATO, has been just as far as a unified response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Obviously, NATO allies all on the same page as far as wanting to deter Russian aggression, try to stop it, finding a solution, assisting Ukrainian forces as much as possible. But how they assist is somewhere where we've seen cracks in recent months, especially with regard to what heavy weapons to provide and others. France and Germany seem to be on one side of this block, while the US and the UK have been advocating for more heavy weapons as soon as possible. This does seem to be changing at some point, but Ambassador, maybe you can start us off and we can go to Dr. Sloat. Where is that fine line between going all out, helping our Ukrainian allies to be able to fight this war, but also that fine line with, against provocation, which so many European nations have been concerned about?
I would like to insist on the fact that the EU reaction has been very firm, robust, and quick. In less than 4 months, the EU has adopted 6 sanctions packages, and very strong ones. For the first time, we have decided to deliver weapons. For the first time, we have decided to activate what we call the temporary protection status for the Ukrainian refugees. That means the Ukrainian refugees who arrive in Europe, they can work, they can have a residence permit, and their children can go to schools. So, and I could prolong the list. So, really, we have been very firm and united. And I don't think there are divergences among the EU. Of course, sometimes you have sensitivities, but when you see the concrete results, the fact that member states have decided to spend 2 billion euros through the EU mechanism, this European Peace Facility, is a good illustration of the fact that we want to help Ukraine as much as possible to resist Russia. And precisely because we want to be effective, I can tell you that at the beginning of the war, because that was the Ukrainian request at that time, we delivered a lot of anti-tank systems and air defense systems. But a few weeks later, the Ukrainian authorities, and particularly President Zelensky, asked the EU to deliver more now that the priority was heavy weaponry. And we did that, and we changed our kind of weapons, and now the EU member states deliver long-range artillery, tanks, and multiple launch rocket systems. So we have adapted our offers to the Ukrainian needs.
And yet President Zelensky still warns that it is not enough to confront this potentially long-term artillery war that they're going to be facing. Dr. Sloat, I mean, take us into the room if you can, and tell us what these conversations are like in terms of allies and partners trying to find a solution. I mean, a lot of people at home who would be watching would say, why don't you throw the kitchen sink at them? Help them with everything that we've got. What is the hesitation on some, whether it be weapon systems or any kind of actions that might cross a line for some governments within NATO?
Well, I'm actually going to be very boring and completely agree with my EU colleague in terms of his response, because I really don't think that this has been a significant area of internal disagreement. And I agree with him about what has guided our response, which has been very much what the Ukrainians have told us they needed. If you go back to February, it was very much focused, as he said, on the anti-artillery, anti-tank systems. We were flowing in javelins, flowing in stingers. It was what they needed. The Russians retreated from Kyiv. They retreated from the west of the country. They have now shifted their war objectives to focus on the east and the south. And as a response to that, the Ukrainians have changed what they have asked for, which is much more of these heavy weapons, these long-range artillery systems. The United States, with Secretary Austin, has created this international contact group, which has met twice now in person, I think once or twice virtually. The last meeting was last week on the margins of the Defense Ministerial, which is an opportunity for all of these countries to come together that are providing weapons. Many of them are doing that publicly. Some countries are choosing, because of various sensitivities, to do that privately. The United States is in constant contact with the Ukrainians as the war evolves and as their needs shift. Just this morning, Jake Sullivan and Chairman Milley had conversations with their Ukrainian counterparts to continue assessing that. I realized walking in I don't have the latest number to hand, but I think the United States has given over $6 billion so far in terms of weapons, and has really continued to encourage other countries to do so, including, like in the case of Slovakia, where they had a Soviet-era S-300 air defense system that the Ukrainian needed, getting those countries, especially those on the eastern flank that have some of the equipment that the Ukrainians have, that they are familiar with, to get that in, and then to do our part to try and backfill to ensure that we maintain the readiness of these countries that are handing over their systems.
And so are your needs being met then? Just springboarding off of that, in terms of securing the region, do you feel that NATO as a whole is doing what it can at this stage? Not only for Ukraine, but also for Eastern Flank allies, which are on the line of, on the border with Russia, but also in need of a lot of backfill because of a lot of the weapons going to Ukraine.
Yep, I think the NATO response following the events of 2014 was for NATO a lightning speed, because NATO at that time really was not able to act very quickly, and yet it showed a determination which few of us were expecting. We're now in a completely different set of circumstances, and NATO therefore is having the Madrid summit in 7 days' time, and there we will see what sort of deliverables we can get. But I think it's really important also to see why Russia invaded Ukraine, or why they say they invaded Ukraine. It's because of the fascists, but also to prevent Ukraine joining NATO. Well, Ukraine was not going to join NATO. We all know that, not in the near term. And NATO is not a threat to Russia, because nobody in Russia genuinely thinks that 30 and soon to be 32 NATO nations would have consensus to attack Russia. But the European Union is an existential threat to the Russian Federation, and Putinism in particular, because it is an example of good governance. And if Ukraine can be made to work as a functioning and free legal democracy where individual rights are respected, then the bigger brother country, as Putin would like to put it, may well start asking, why can't we live like that?
I want to ask, I'm going to go back to Dr. Sloat. Hopefully we can make some news today, you and I, blame it on the day job, but President Biden has made clear that the mission is going to partially focus on reinforcing Eastern Flank allies. There's been a lot of talk about potentially putting a permanent troop deployment in Europe again, or at least having more permanent rotations out there. And so can you tell us where those conversations stand right now? Eastern Flank allies have been asking, even before this war, especially Poland and others, are we going to base U.S. troops more permanently in Europe, or at least have permanent rotations?
So my aim at these events is always not to make news. As we have been talking about, we have a NATO summit a week from now. There's a number of deliverables that we're expecting to come out of that. It would ruin the fun of the summit if I scooped all of those deliverables. Obviously, one thing that people are looking forward to is the new strategic concept, which allies have been working actively on over the last year. The last strategic concept was done in 2010, and as we have been discussing, the geopolitical landscape in Europe has changed significantly since then. I also think there are going to be broader announcements on force posture. This is something that the alliance has been discussing over the last year, since the last NATO summit. I anticipate that you will have a number of allies making announcements coming out. And as my Latvian friend said, I think NATO has already displayed over the last 3 months, including the United States, how quickly it's able to respond to these crises. The U.S. has significantly increased its military presence in Europe over the last couple of months, and very much expect that these force posture conversations are going to be front and center at the summit next week.
Ambassador, I want to springboard off of that now. President Macron, especially last year, spoke a lot about this concept of strategic autonomy for European nations. How is that going in terms of whether or not that is a achievable goal, a realistic goal? Has the Russian invasion completely changed the conversation? Where does that concept of Europe taking its own security into its own hands, where does that stand?
I think it makes full sense to continue to say that the EU should take more responsibility for its own security. But when we say that, it doesn't mean that we don't want to work with our partners, and particularly the United States and particularly NATO. So what we want is to be able to defend our interests and values in the world each time it's necessary, and of course each time if it's possible with our partners, but also to be able to do it in an autonomous way if we don't have the choice, and if we must, because we can imagine that there are some crises, some situations where NATO or where the United States are not interested in intervening, when we as EU, we are directly concerned, and that's why in the strategic compass adopted last March, we have mentioned the idea to create a rapid deployment capacity, an EU rapid deployment capacity, precisely to be able to respond to some crises, to some scenarios where our direct security is at stake. But when we speak about strategic autonomy, it's not at all in contradiction with the fact that we want to be a better partner. And if we, with a strategic compass, with what we are doing now in the area of security and defense, where we want to spend more in defense, where we were to cooperate more in defense, it's also because we want to be a better partner for the United States. And we think that the United States will give greater value to its relationship with the EU if the United States can see that we take ourselves more responsibility for our own security. So strategic autonomy, I know that sometimes it creates a lot of debate and some people criticizing this concept. I think we should not have a theological debate. Strategic autonomy, for me, it's strategic responsibility. We want to be responsible for our security and for our defense, but it doesn't call into question, of course, collective defense, which is the responsibility of NATO. That's clear, that's written down in the treaty. And second, we want to work with our partners, and that's exactly one of the objectives of the strategic compass, to work with our partners as much as possible, but to be ready to act on our own if we don't have the choice.
I want to jump subjects a little bit away from sort of these broader topics into a little bit more micro, and hopefully we'll have some time for a question or two from the audience. But I wanted to talk about Turkey. Going into the Madrid summit next week, President Erdogan has made it very clear that he still holds firm to his view that Finland and Sweden are not sort of getting an easy pass into NATO. He's raised a lot of concerns about their potential candidacy. In your view, is Turkey becoming a disruptive ally to the cohesion of NATO, where you've talked so much about the unity and just everyone standing together? It seems everyone else is on the same page with regard to this issue, but there's also the issue of Turkey warming up to Moscow, trying to hold food summit talks, but not including Ukraine. There's been a series of events as of lately, and so how do you address that? Maybe we start with
the whole point of NATO is that, and the European Union, is that we are collections of democratic states. There's no absolute level of democracies, but in principle we're democratic states. Why are we surprised that not everybody thinks exactly the same way as everybody else? Turkey has some absolutely stunning problems, particularly on its south. It has serious problems trying to keep some kind of equilibrium as it seems to think it needs to with Russia, because like some other European leaders, it sees that Russia is going to be our partner, or not partner, excuse me, our neighbor for forever. It's not going to go anywhere, and no matter how we in Latvia might wish to change places with Switzerland, we can't do it. And therefore, it's not surprising. But at the same time, Turkey, if push comes to shove, will probably agree to what is in the interests, what broader interests of NATO. And at the moment, they are asking, particularly Sweden, to make some changes to things which they have been very, very unhappy about in the past, particularly to do with fight against Kurdish terrorism.
Mm-hmm. Do either of you want to comment on that, or then we'll move on? One of the major issues that keeps on coming up in every single government-to-government readout I'm seeing right now is obviously the crisis of food insecurity. What role can NATO nations play in terms of trying to ease and facilitate the transfer of any grain that we can possibly get out of Ukraine, but also in terms of having other countries pitch in, and B, also to prevent food wars from breaking out in the future as a result of this?
I don't want to speak on behalf of NATO, because the EU is not yet a member of NATO. But what I can tell you is what the EU is doing in order to facilitate the grain export of Ukraine, which is of course a key issue. For instance, 2 days ago, the 27 foreign ministers discussed this issue. So what we have been doing is to put in place what we call solidarity lanes in order to facilitate the export of wheat and grains from Ukraine by road or by train, but we are also working, and particularly with the United Nations, to try to see if it's possible to create maritime corridors in order to export the wheat, Ukrainian wheat, from Odessa. But you know that there are many concrete issues which have to be solved, the question of the demining of the Black Sea, the fact that Ukraine wants to be sure that by doing this, Ukraine will not be attacked by Russia, and that also the fact that Russia tries to use this negotiation in order to have the lifting of some sanctions. So this is very tricky. But for us, for the EU, the main point, and I think it's also something discussed with our American friends, is that we have to be very united and firm and efficient in order to push back Russian propaganda on this food crisis issue. Because what we hear in some African countries, in some Middle East countries, is that if there are food price inflation, food prices, it's because of the EU or American sanctions, which is totally untrue. And so we need, there is a battle of narratives now, more and more. There is huge disinformation coming from Russia, and I think it's important to underline that Russian wheat and grain, that Russian fertilizers can be exported to the rest of the world. Nobody prevents this from happening. So it's not because of the EU sanctions. If there are food prices which increase, it's the only responsibility of the war provoked by Russia. It's not because of the international sanctions. So nothing prevents an African country from buying Russian wheat and Russian fertilizers. So, and I think it's really now important to reject, to push back this propaganda, which is totally cynical.
And yet I mean, Dr. Sloat, if you want to weigh in on this, do the sanctions complicate your ability to find solutions to these problems?
I think, I'm going to continue the transatlantic unity and continue to agree with both of my colleagues on both. I mean, I agree with his assessment on the situation with Turkey. Certainly there's challenges that we've been public about, but I think Turkey has also tried to play a constructive role on Ukraine in terms of also facilitating two occasions in which the Ukrainian and Russian side came together in negotiations that ultimately have not led anywhere at this stage, but that was helpful at that point in terms of managing Montreux, and then also in terms of being involved in these food security conversations. And this is something that the U.S. has very actively discussed with the EU. It's something that's come up at previous G7 meetings. I'm sure it will be on the agenda of the G7 meeting next week. Because, as was said, we recognize the global dimensions of this, and right now are continuing to explore the various pathways of getting the grain out, including through the EU overland, including the Odessa route with the challenges that were mentioned. And I think pushing back, as was said, on this Russian disinformation about these sanctions is a very critical point.
Mr. Kazatin, sorry, I've been practicing so much, and
you're doing incredibly well.
I was trying. You talked about India when we were in the green room earlier, and just sort of the role that India, as a non-NATO ally, obviously, but as a close ally to the alliance, has played in terms of the challenges that you face trying to get India on the same page. What's your view on some of the non-NATO allies who are so important to achieving any kind of progress?
Okay, I think we need to take a small step back and recognize that somebody much more erudite than me pointed out, Russia is the storm, China is the climate change. And if we in the Baltic states or Eastern Europe think it's not going to affect us, then that's like FDR imagining in 1939 that the Nazi Soviet invasion of Poland wasn't going to affect the United States. Of course it did, and it will. Therefore, what we are looking at probably is a battle between democratic states, free states, and autocratic states. And China is a problem. India is a democratic state. It may have flaws. We all have flaws in our democracies. But India needs to be brought closer to the fold of other democratic states, weaned off Russian military equipment, because it has an interest, and the interest is it's the threat from China. And therefore, the more democratic countries we can bring together, together with NATO, which has a part to play, even if it's only a diplomatic part, in support of the United States, with the Asian Pacific democracies, the more likely we are to be able to deal with the challenges of the future.
And you helped me lead up to my last question. I want to ask one more, and then I will turn it over to the audience for one or two questions, is the rising threat challenges posed by China. Both in terms of the conflict in Ukraine, but also more broadly. One of the things I hear from diplomats around the world constantly is that even after the invasion of Ukraine, Washington still feels that China is ultimately the biggest global challenge, and they put so much resources and effort into that, whereas Europe tends to see sort of in their backyard the threat of Russia, the invasion of Ukraine, as being the most immediate threat. Obviously, it makes sense from a geographic perspective, but are the priorities not on the same page? Obviously, the US has been all in on trying to help Ukraine, work with its allies, but if there's another challenge looming, does it take away from the US ability to kind of be succinct with NATO allies? I would love to hear from all of you on that, and then we'll turn over.
I mean, I think it's possible to do both things at the same time. I mean, certainly it's not a surprise that, especially for a country like Latvia, Russia is going to be the bigger and more immediate threat, especially given the security situations that we're facing. But I think that what we've seen over the last number of years, especially over the last year, is a growing convergence between the U.S. and the EU in terms of perceptions of China. The EU recognizing China as a strategic, systemic rival.
Yes.
NATO is now talking much more actively about China than it has in the past. He made the point about we're seeing this with Ukraine, the fact that Europe and the Indo-Pacific are really coming together even around this issue, which I think very much is one between democracy and autocracy, concern about not wanting to see China supporting Russia in this war. So I think you will see continued discussions on China at the G7 meetings next week. You'll see continued discussion at NATO, which is taking up China in a much more serious way. And also at the NATO summit next week, we are going to have Asian Pacific partners there for the first time. And so NATO is going to be directly sitting down with Asia Pacific partners to discuss this broader global security situation. So even at the same time that NATO is becoming much more energized in response to immediate threats, NATO is also continuing to be a much more global actor and responding in a much more holistic way to global challenges. And so I think both on the EU side, through a lot of the things we've done together, especially on the economic space in terms of us setting the rules of the road together, on the technology and regulatory side, to everything NATO is doing, including this Indo-Pacific partnership, is showing a growing convergence between the two sides on the China threat, at the same time that we're responding in very real time to the Russia challenge.
Mr. Kazatich, I saw you smile when I asked the question. Do you want to share what you're thinking on it?
I think in the long term, China is going to be the bigger problem because although it may sound, I'm an optimist about Russia. I think Russia will change. It has changed in the past. Usually that has been after unsuccessful foreign wars, 1905 against Japan, 1914, First World War, Afghanistan, and then the breakup of the Soviet Union. And this is in the same category because the aim, the political aim of going into Ukraine was not to grasp territory or to defeat the Ukrainian army, but to achieve a political purpose. That is to have little Rus, the brother of great Russia, who want to be together, and Putin has failed there. So what we need to do is to find a way of dealing with the current Russian challenge so that we can all maintain our deterrence if it's still necessary here, but be ready for perhaps more significant challenges further east in the future.
Ambassador, any thoughts before I turn it over to the audience? I think we have time for one or two if we make it quick. You have a question? Yep, raise your hand. There are folks with mics. My vision is going, oh, there are people behind me too. Sorry, guys. Okay, maybe we take one from here and one from here. Let's just try to make it quick. I guess this gentleman or any of these people. I can't really see that well, guys, so. That's great. Hello.
Hi, Jeff Brown here. I just want to latch on to what the National Security Advisor said.
Mr. Kazatich.
I can't get there.
I've been practicing.
I think what he's saying, it's very clear that the current war is presenting the transatlantic military regime to shift the dialogue and break with the current security architecture and start having conversations with unlikely potential partners to become part of a much broader security architecture in defense of a better world. Now, for example, Africa obviously is the #1 go-to place for a renewed security architecture. Currently, South Africa, for example, where I'm from, is at a very advanced stage to purchase gas from Russia. And part of the conversation that they're having with Russia is that South Africa will become the key lobbyist for the rest of Africa to sign a comprehensive deal with Russia to purchase gas as a beginning of further economic cooperation. Now, in light of what he's saying, Russia potentially changing, just like in the Second World War when there was a shift from the alliances that we had there, when the US and the Soviet Union forged an alliance to get rid of. So I just want to get a comment on the possibility of new dialogue towards a completely new, innovative security architecture.
If any of you want to jump on that, you can see the clock is ticking where we have about 3.5 minutes left. If you want to comment on the new security architecture, what role Africa might play in sort of managing conflict or potentially enhancing conflict if Russia has opportunities to invest, to expand, etc. How does that, what threat does that pose to NATO and the EU?
I'm not an expert on Africa, I'm sorry to say, but I agree with everything you say. What we do know is that China has invested very heavily in Africa, and the investment has not always been to the liking of those who received investment, in the same way as Sri Lanka is in a very, very difficult position to a great extent, largely because of the way that China has used its financial muscle, in the same way as Montenegro and its energy is dependent on loans, not energy, it's a road structure, isn't it? Dependent on Chinese funding. And these are the sort of ways in which autocratic regimes can try to subvert democratic ones. And it needs to be recognized that if you take money or goods from autocratic regimes, then the time will come when you will be asked to pay, and the cost may be much higher than we anticipated.
And of course, I've reported, and some of my colleagues at other newspapers have reported that a number of African nations had received warnings in recent weeks from the U.S. government, especially about buying any kind of smuggled grain from Ukraine that Russia may attempt to sell. And this has been another problem too in terms of finding some sort of cohesion with regard to enforcement of sanctions, enforcement of just cracking down on smuggling of grain.
Yes, if I may, I think that Russia tries to use the food crisis as the food issue as a weapon, and tries to use blackmail strategy in order to put pressure on some African countries which desperately need such grains, and so they try to put pressure. But if you take also some other things in mind, we can see also the presence of Russia in some African countries through their mercenaries, the famous Wagner group. And when you see what the Wagner mercenaries are doing in Mali or in Central African Republic, you can see how much what they are doing is totally in contradiction, not only with all what we try to defend, in human rights, respect of law, respect of national sovereignty, but also they are committing a lot of exactions. They kill and they try also to extract the mines, mines resources at the expense of the countries where they are. So we really we are very much concerned in the EU by this Russian mercenaries presence in some African countries. We think that it's exactly the opposite of what Africa needs. What we want is African solutions to African problems, and the EU is accompanying in many areas Africa in order to in terms of governance, in terms of economic development, in terms of security. We have 11 European missions and operations in Africa. It represents more than 2,000 men and women, European men and women, who try to accompany Africa in its development and also in its stability. And when we see what Russia is doing, particularly in the two countries I've just mentioned, we think that it's really not the future of these two countries.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'm sorry to say that we did not achieve global peace, but we did cover a lot of things during this time. I'm sorry I didn't get to all your questions, but time is tight. Thank you so much. Thanks to the Atlantic Council and the EU for hosting us. And I will be back in a little bit with another panel, so I hope you stick around.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Executive Editor for Defense One, Kevin Barron, to moderate our discussion on the future of Europe's defense capabilities in a transatlantic context.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us and sticking with us online, in person, after lunch into the afternoon hours. I'm excited to have this panel on the future of European defense capabilities with three notable guests. We can introduce them on the far end there. Max Bergman, Director of the Europe Program, Center for Strategic and International Studies. Here in the middle, Lieutenant General Giovanni Vagnoni, Deputy Director General of the EU Military Staff, European External Action Service, and joining us virtually, Diego de Ojeda Garcia Pardo, Head of Unit for Coordination of Foreign Security and Defense Policy at the Secretariat General of the European Commission. That's a long one. That's a good one. And my name is Kevin Barron. I'm the Executive Editor of Defense One. We are a national security news website here in Washington. I'm a Pentagon reporter by trade, have been for many years, and pleased to be here. So I'd like to ask all of our panelists to give us their introductory thoughts, and we can start big and we can go small. If you want to jump in. Let's make this a collegial good discussion. But some of the questions that Atlantic Council would offer us with transatlanticism in mind really play off what lots of the other panelists and speakers have said today. We're all talking about Ukraine. We're talking about how the future has changed in the moment that we're at now and what's to come. So starting big, what will a strengthened European defense look like? And how will it fit into this transatlantic defense cooperation? Meaning, what are the barriers that you all see to the assumption that many either experts or just observers are making when we read the news that Europe has come together in a way like never before? There's new strategy documents, there's new cooperation between down at the industry level all the way up to the heads of state level. Lots of this started before Ukraine, but much more since the Ukraine war has happened. So what are the challenges that you see before us in the more immediate sense? And perhaps, General, we can start with you, since you're in person and the closest to me. You win.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Well, let's start by saying this. One of the principles of war is surprise. And I think it is wise trying to apply surprise always, even in this occasion. Now, this panel deals with capabilities. And normally, capabilities are related to creating capabilities, meaning means to be used at war or in crisis management. But instead, I think that a capability is made of different parts. Yes, assets, everybody's talking about, cooperation between the industries, what it will be more useful in the future. Should we concentrate more on hard assets, tanks, ships, airplanes, or maybe focusing on hybrid instruments, cyber, first of all, disinformation and whatever. But my thought goes to instead the why should we do it? Why should we create these things? What is useful for to have something if then you don't have the training, if then you don't have the mindset necessary to use it, if then you don't have the strategy on the base of the employment of these assets. So I would say that the capability is made of different parts. And while everybody is concerned on creating some costly assets, I would be much more concerned in how do we get the other parts? Are we really ready to employ our time, our wits, our brains in devising the proper way to train our people? Are we ready to spend money in training? Are we ready to create the mentality of our decision makers, not only military, also civilian, for the benefit of our society? So I would like to put in your minds this idea, this wider perspective. Please do not think that once we find a way to cooperate and to create a beautiful asset, a marvelous tank, then we have solved our problems. Our problem is still there. Our problem is how to employ it in the best way. And I leave this as a reflection for you, as an introductory remark. Am I been short enough?
The stage is yours. That's fine. So a warning to don't get too focused on just the hardware. There's far more to it.
It is necessary, but
right. Max, you're the academic among us here. So what's the academic view of the challenges ahead before people's noses that they may not have seen about this goodwill feeling everyone has about European togetherness?
Well, I think one of the fundamental problems of European defense is that Europeans don't think about defense as Europeans. They think about defense in terms of their own national perspective. And so you have the continuing problems of fragmentation, of lack of coordination. I think Europe collectively, the European Union collectively spends roughly 200 billion euros a year on defense. That's a sizable portion, but you don't get the sort of equivalent bang for the euro. So I think when we think about European defense going forward, this unity, this sort of reinvestment that we're seeing, I think will really be lost unless that increase in defense spending is really coordinated. Where I read that there are roughly more than 25 different pieces of artillery or types of artillery within Europe. What that does is it makes it really hard for Europeans to fight together, to deploy together, to operate together. So what is national defense in Europe? It's European defense. And so I think there's a really critical role for the European Union. And I commend the European Union for putting on this conference in the Atlantic Council, for organizing it. Because I think it is imperative that I think especially here in Washington, that we begin to see the EU as a pivotal defense actor that can strengthen NATO by really working to do what the EU does best, which is integration. We've done it on every sector, but not on defense. And that is where we have a real problem when it comes to how defense of Europe looks. It's not integrated as well as it could be.
I want to talk more about integration, but we'll give our third panelist a chance to react to the initial question. Again, the challenges, the worries that you see right before our noses that maybe others don't see. Mr. Hede.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, and apologies for having to intervene through teleconference or video conference because I couldn't make it to Washington, which would have been a much more pleasurable experience. And actually, it's not the first time that I speak in this forum, so it's a pity that I cannot be there. Also, through the VTC, I didn't get to, at least I didn't retain the name of my predecessor in the microphone, but I sign up to what he just said completely. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We are in the European Union. We're trying to, at the very least, complement what our member states do nationally, so that they do it as well, or at least partly, at European level. In terms of the developing capabilities, spending more, spending better, including joint procurement, and then, as the General was saying, trying to come up with a common, or at least a more convergent military doctrine, narrative, methodology, culture. And I think that we're making a lot of progress in the last few years. You said that this is not all related to Ukraine, and certainly it isn't. We would have to do this homework even if Ukraine was not there. But the fact is that we started almost, I mean, Ukraine didn't start on 24th of February. Ukraine started with Crimea. And we were almost coincidentally the first text that the European Commission put forward on defense was in June 2013. So right before the first wave of this Ukrainian crisis, which highlights the urgency of and also the magnitude of the task that we have ahead. But let me say first and foremost, at the forefront, a number of things. The European Union does not want to replace what its member states do. So inside the European Union, defense is primarily a national competence and will remain so, and a national responsibility. It is our member states that have the responsibility of defending their citizens, and those that are members of NATO, which is 21, hopefully soon 23, they also have a responsibility of shouldering the collective effort to defend the European continent from particularly from the Russian very elevated threat. The European Union, Brussels, does not want to replace member states on defense, and let alone replace NATO when it comes to collective defense. The European Union is not into collective defense and will not be. That is the core task of NATO, and it is very well taken care of. And we want to cooperate through the development of the Union defense dimension. We want to cooperate so that the contributions that our member states can make to NATO are even more useful and even stronger. And I believe we're in the right path, not only in terms of capabilities, but also in terms of countering hybrid threats or military mobility and a number of other important files where we have to do what we have to do for our own sake. But in addition, what we are doing is tremendously beneficial to NATO. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'll continue with what you were just saying. You described two things that the EU is not. It's not responsible for collective defense, that's NATO. It's not responsible for national defense, those are the members. What is the EU taking on in this larger context? You know, this may be basic for some of us, but remind where things stand. I mean, the latest big muscle movement is this strategic compass that came out this year. But where can NATO help build the joint capabilities, the joint agreements that are needed or that are wanted to make something like the strategic compass become a reality? A question for either of you, I think.
Well, I think that NATO is, well, let's step back one point. There is a lot of confusion, in my view, between defense and security, okay? If we talk about the defense, of which NATO is responsible, because all the allies decided so, including 21 member states of the European Union, then we are talking about applying a certain level of force to deny or to defeat an attack. And this is defense. We just go to the dictionary, any of it. This is the definition. If we talk about security, then it is creating the conditions that will prevent this attack from happening, which is much different. It is wider. It implies actions in several different fields, including, if necessary, the military, but with a different stance and a different attitude. Now, European Union, through its CSDP, is trying to create security conditions all around the continents, and therefore, the amount of military forces needed to contribute to this are much smaller than what NATO would need to defend the same continent. So if we understand these big differences, then we also understand that NATO, which by the way doesn't create capabilities in the same way that the European Union doesn't, the allies create and made them available to the alliance. NATO doesn't own capabilities,
right,
except few command and control something. Huh?
Right, right.
And this is another big misunderstanding. Neither of the two organizations owns military assets, except few exceptions. Now, if we consider this, then we will see that still the member states or the allies are responsible for creating the capabilities. The problem is the choice to make these capabilities available to one or another organization. And the problem is for the member states and the allies to understand that the famous complementarity that we're talking about never existed. Nobody were until now able to define which part of the angle belongs to NATO and which part of the angle belongs to the European Union, which in my view is very clear. Everything done outside the continent and not war is European Union, in the field of European Union. Everything that could be done, hopefully never, to defend the continent is a responsibility of NATO. Capabilities need to be carefully planned in order to satisfy both these purposes, including command and control, decision making, and blah, blah, blah.
So, Max, then, how have things changed in these last few months for building joint capabilities, the EU's role in it? What have you seen?
Well, I think we should applaud the European Commission's latest proposal, where they would essentially provide 500 million euros to incentivize European countries to take all the increase in defense spending that they're doing and buy things jointly. And I think when we think about what is the role for the European Union in defense, to me, there's a huge financial role where during COVID, the European Union did something for the first time. It borrowed 800 billion euros to ensure its economic recovery, economic stability, and that was a path-breaking step for the European Union. But from an American perspective, if you can borrow for COVID, if you can borrow for economic recovery, you can borrow for defense. And here we have a security crisis. We have a situation in which Ukraine is desperate for additional resources, additional military equipment. The United States has allocated more than $50 billion to Ukraine. And then you look at the discrepancy between what the United States has provided and what Europe has provided. Our economies are roughly equivalent. Where's the EU? The EU could be borrowing money to provide support for Ukraine, to do what it's doing with the European Peace Facility, which is this new mechanism, which has provided 2 billion euros to essentially backfill countries that are giving away equipment. And so when you look at the defense budgets of European states, and no one budgeted to give away really expensive artillery. So then how do they pay for that? Well, that's a role that the European Union, I think, could really come in and play. And when we talk about duplication and complementarity, I mean, this is duplication in the sense that there's multiple bill players, but that's good duplication. And I think we need to, at least on the American side, need to really sort of control, alt, delete our talking points when it comes to EU, NATO concerns and all the caveats that the United States always wants to place on EU, NATO cooperation, and really just push that to the side. The EU has a clear role. It's doing it, and we should be encouraging it to do even more. And so when the president goes to a European Council meeting, as he did, he should be pounding on the table, say, allocate more money, spend more money, and do it through the European Union so that then member states can ensure that they're spending collectively. And I think that's a key vehicle.
Diego, what do you say to that when you hear those comments?
I want him in my team. That's what I say. Well, I didn't think it was accurate the way in which you described the contributions to Ukraine from the U.S. and from the EU. It's not only that we've provided $2 billion in weapons, or that we are reimbursing our member states for providing $2 billion in weapons, because some of our member states are providing weapons without getting reimbursement, so that would come in addition. So let's say we have the EU and its member states have provided, one could estimate, $3 billion so far. But in addition to that, we've provided over 4.6 billion in humanitarian and financial assistance. We have just adopted another decision a few days back to provide 9 billion additional billion euros in macro financial assistance. So I would say that both the US and the EU are providing a lot of help to Ukraine in all areas that are, and there are many where this is needed. For instance, we've interconnected our electricity grid with that of Ukraine and a number of other things, and we are all doing what we can to help Ukraine withstand the aggression, including on weapons. But clearly, the US is a much stronger defense actor in the world, in NATO, and therefore its ability to support Ukraine militarily is bigger. And I'm happy that the US is providing as much assistance as it can. When it comes to the role of the European Union, yes, we don't want to replace our member states when it comes to the national level. Yes, we don't want to replace NATO when it comes to collective defense. So what do we do? Well, I would say that there are two dimensions or two areas in where we work. On the one hand, our CSDP, General Manione mentioned it, our Common Security and Defense Policy, which is expeditionary crisis management missions around the world, notably in our neighborhoods, south and east, but also what we can do in order to stimulate or to lure our member states to spend better. And that is through joint procurement, but also joint development of capabilities, and then a number of other less tangible aspects, such as synchronizing defense national planning, for instance. And we have different actors in the EU that are dealing with all of these things. So, for instance, the External Action Service is in charge of this expeditionary crisis management missions, and within this strategic compass that we have adopted for ourselves a few weeks back, we have agreed to improve our CSDP to make it more effective. But also we have the European Defence Agency, which is dealing with some sort of annual exercise with all of our member states to identify and tackle loopholes when it comes to their national defenses. And then you have what the Commission is doing, which is implementing a number of EU programs, notably the European Defence Fund, which is for joint development of capabilities and joint research, defense research, but then also now this new instrument that we're putting on the table for this 500 million for joint procurement. 500 million is a lot of money, obviously. I would like to have myself, but it's not that much when it comes to joint procurement. And yes, it would be great if we could borrow to produce or to procure equipment for Ukraine or for ourselves. But unfortunately, this unprecedented instrument of borrowing, which was used for fighting COVID, for the rehabilitation of our economies following the COVID crisis, the consensus is not yet there within the European Union, and it has to be by unanimity. So to use it for the case of defense. But yes, it's an area that we are exploring, and hopefully at some point in the future we will be able to use it. Thank you.
We're within about 8 minutes, and I want to make sure we have time for questions either from the audience or from online. So if you have one, please wave furiously and catch my attention. I mentioned the strategic compass earlier as this. It's advertised as a big moment. It is a big moment. It is a big first. I'm a journalist, so I'm less impressed with documents than I am with actions. And I want to know what we should expect to come next or to come forward, to come after the strategic compass. Let's start specifically with Ukraine, and then maybe the larger context of European strategic autonomy, a controversial concept still. What should we expect? Should we expect that this is going to lead to not just more agreement with EU members that more needs to be done, but actual continued increases of budgets, continued increases of armed forces and capabilities? More recently, or in the near term, an increase of weapons or arms or any kind of other assistance to Ukraine, or something more? What should we expect? I need to take this.
I think that out of the strategic compass, we expect that member states increase the awareness they have on the general situation and on what it should be done. Because one thing that it worries me particularly regarding the Ukraine war is the focus, extreme focus that we are putting on the Ukraine war. Now my question, it could be, are we sure that this is the main effort of Russia? Are we really sure that Russia intend to occupy Ukraine and go on with the effort towards Europe? Do we really believe this? Or could it be that this is a secondary effort to distract our attention, to focus our resources there, and in that way to distract us completely from Africa? Do you know how many countries in Africa abstained from voting the UN resolution condemning Russia? And do you know in how many of this country Wagner company is present? And do you know in how many of this country particularly important and rare materials are? If you don't know, then how can we make evaluation on where is the main effort of Russia? I tell you, in my view, the main effort of Russia is hosting Western countries from Africa. And when this will happen, then we will have to ask them if we want our gas, oil, and whatever. And this is the best result they can achieve. And while we are concentrating on the east, they are acting to the south, and then it will be a disaster. And we will need to employ our capabilities on the Eastern Front, because we were unable to prevent this to happen. Sorry, I took too long. I don't want to steal time, to be honest. But think about that. Not always what it looks like is. Even if it took a lot of casualties to the Russians to perform what they did, who cares in Moscow about people being killed for the fatherland? Who cares? So I would ask to put more attention to the South. I would ask our leaders to concentrate on the possible effects that are not secondary at all of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I stop there.
Good caution, yes?
Yeah, I would just say quickly that I think I agree with you. Strategy documents, sometimes the significance of them is that you have them, right? And I think that's the significance of the strategic compass, really, is that it shows that the EU is trying to think strategically about the world. And to me, that indicates that the European Union is a union that is looking to play more of a global role. And so I think that's, for me, the major significance of this.
Well, strategy documents they're fine, they're necessary, but they usually have a purpose behind them, and it's to impact change, right? And it's one thing if national security leaders can agree on something. It's another if their publics can, if their capitals can, if their industries can, right? So the same question, Diego, to you out there in the internet land.
I was at a meeting with NATO from 3 to 5 or 6 European time, obviously earlier today. And as you know, in NATO, in the Madrid summit next week, they're adopting this strategic framework, renewed strategic framework for NATO. And it was the NATO colleagues that were saying that contrary to yours, ours is much more strategic and less filled with action-oriented paragraphs or elements. Because the strategic compass, whether you call it strategic or not, it's a listing of a number of things, of very tangible commitments with dates that the member states have committed to attain. And of the, I think it's 80 something, more than half are in this year, in 2022. So as a journalist, I understand you fully. You can disregard the strategic compass as such. Is yet another milestone because, for instance, for the first time ever, we have a common threat assessment. But that is all papers and concepts and agreements. But what it matters is the many action-oriented deliverables that we are going to be delivering upon in the coming months, more than years, and those will be quite substantial. Excuse me, and improve our ability to be a security and defense actor for ourselves and in our neighborhood, and project stability and security over our neighborhood, which is something which I think is very much needed. Thank you.
With 1 minute left, since you have the floor, I'll give you the final question that just came through online, which basically says, how can the EU help lean in to create more interoperability of defense systems and more harmonized procurement process across Europe in the current state of affairs? You have 45 seconds to answer that one.
Okay, so first of all, our member states will continue to have the ability to buy whatever they wish, from wherever they wish, and however they wish. So, they can buy whatever they wish, and they can buy American, or they can buy Japanese, and they can buy whatever they wish, and go at it alone. But we cannot constrain that, and we don't want to. But what we can do is offer them incentives. I would not dare use the word subsidy, but a financial incentive that makes it more attractive to undertake the path, which is more complex, of buying it together with others. And if you buy the same thing, by definition, you improve interoperability. That is our recipe for that.
Right on time, and we've been given a hard stop for our panelists. I'd like to thank all three of you for your insights today, and for our audience for joining us. Stay tuned for the next panel right away. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats once again. We will be resuming our programming momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, just once more, please retake your seats. We will be starting our programming again momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage National Security Correspondent for the Wall Street Journal, Vivian Salama, to moderate a spotlight conversation with Principal Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner.
It is great to be back with all of you. I hope you're doing well and you're caffeinated and ready to go. It is my honor to be joined today by John Feiner, President Biden's Deputy National Security Advisor. John, of course, is an Obama administration veteran. He's also, for those who didn't know, a former journalist, so always good to talk to him. John, it's good to see you.
Good to be here. Thank you.
Why don't you give us a few minutes of opening remarks, and then we'll dive right in.
Okay, great. So I'll try to be relatively brief, but first of all, I just want to thank both the delegation as well as the Atlantic Council for hosting this year's Defense and Future Forum. It's the first time I've been able to participate, but I've followed the work for a long time and think it's incredibly important and certainly valuable to everything our administration is trying to accomplish. I think it goes without saying that everyone in this audience, but broadly across the United States, thinks of the European Union as an incredibly important partner for the United States. Although I think for most people that follow international affairs, at least until recently, many of them would have said predominantly an economic partner. That is starting to change, not because the economic relations between the EU and the United States are any less important, but because the nature of our defense and security cooperation is so much more consequential than it's ever been before. And you know, one of the things I want to underscore is how important we think that is, how strongly we support it and want to cultivate it and continue it and extend it going forward. There were a few things that our administration had to do upon taking office to prepare us for what became, at least in the early days of this administration, the preeminent challenge that we faced together with the European Union, which is obviously Russia's invasion of Ukraine. First, we had to dig ourselves out of a bit of a hole that was left for us by an administration that seemed to treat our partnerships, including very much our partnerships with our core European allies and with the EU, as a burden. Not something that was a strategic benefit to the United States. And that required just a fundamentally different mindset, again, from this sort of burden mentality to a partners first, allies first approach to looking at the world that President Biden has championed throughout his career. Second, that required really clearing some of the underbrush in the relationship that we had built up in recent years. Things like the 232 tariffs and the Privacy Shield disputes, and the Boeing-Airbus standoff, all of which we think were resolved favorably for both sides, again, during the course of the first year plus of the administration, and really paved the way for deeper and broader cooperation. But third, it really meant recognizing that the European Union was not just an economic partner, but also very much a security partner. You combine all of those steps, and then you bring us to the point where this entire proposition of the relationship and for what it can do in the world was tested, first and foremost, and it continues to this day, by Russia's unprovoked assault on Ukraine. Now, I think the United States and the EU have responded with remarkable fortitude and resilience and unity in the face of this test in at least a few ways. First, the EU and the United States have implemented incredibly strong economic sanctions that we both and that we all acknowledge have an impact on our own citizens, but sanctions that first and foremost have increased the pressure on Russia and forced Russia to pay a price for the steps that it's taken. And I think the sanctions have both been stronger, more resilient, and also the unity behind them has been greater than I think anybody would have expected. Second, I think we need to acknowledge the EU has stepped up and played a much greater role than many would have expected in the defense aspect of the response. Through the European Peace Facility, the new tool to provide military aid, the EU has now provided 2 billion euros in security assistance to Ukraine, something that I think would have been unthinkable in an earlier period. Third, the EU and NATO are becoming more aligned. In recent months, the two organizations have cooperated closely, obviously, on this response, but also on a whole range of global issues. I'm happy to talk more about that, Vivian, in the Q&A if you'd like. But the EU has really demonstrated that it's got a global focus obviously to its economic work, also a global focus to its security work as well, and has become a critical partner for the United States on every major issue that we face around the world. So where do we go from here? And then I will turn it back to you. So obviously we are expecting and looking to see greater European investments in defense and better capabilities and higher readiness and greater capacity to deploy nationally, deploy through NATO, deploy through the EU. All of this will strengthen our common security and help safeguard our mutual defense. We welcome the EU's greater geopolitical focus, as I've said, including its efforts to develop the strategic compass and the new Indo-Pacific strategy, which is very much aligned with the approach our administration has taken. And we continue to believe that this relationship is only going to be more important, only going to be more consequential on this core challenge that we currently face in Ukraine, vis-a-vis Russia, but also in any other challenge that arises during the course of the coming years, and particularly during the course of this term of the Biden administration. We think we're well positioned, having built the foundation to handle whatever comes down the road. So with that, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, John. I want to breeze through this because I know you have a hard out at the top of the hour, so we try to cover as much as we can. I'm actually going to ask you my last question first, just based on your opening remarks. Because of the fact that you served under the Obama administration, one of the things that has been talked about, especially in the lead up to this conflict, is the lessons that were learned from 2014, from the annexation of Crimea and the destabilization of Donbass in Ukraine. Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said that a lot of lessons were learned and a lot of things are going to be done differently. And so from your perspective, what lessons were learned from the 2014 experience that has helped the Biden administration address this conflict in a way that you believe will sustain some sort of peace or settlement?
So I think the most consequential lesson that many of us who went through that experience in 2014 learned was essentially to broaden our imagination of what was possible, what Russia was actually capable of doing. I think there was probably some belief, at least pre-2014, that a major European country being invaded by Russia was something that had been relegated to a time of the past. After going through the 2014 experience, that could no longer be reasonably believed, having seen what Russia had done, having seen, frankly, what Russia had done in 2008 in Georgia, a war that I covered back, as you say, when I was a journalist. I will tell you, though, that was not an easy conversation to have, either internally or at least in the initial stages with some of our partners around the world. Because, as you know, the United States had a fair degree of strategic warning, of intelligence that showed that Russia may well intend to launch a major invasion of Ukraine. And then we set about sharing as much information as we possibly could to a virtually unprecedented degree, I think with more countries to a greater extent than probably we ever had in our history. And I think because of all the work that we had done in the early days of this administration to kind of clear away some of the misunderstandings and disputes, to make clear that we were going to be an administration that was consultative and that was going to prioritize these relationships. When we had to have a hard conversation about what might be coming down the road, we weren't just dealing with countries that might be skeptical about U.S. intelligence, but we were dealing with countries that had seen us sort of walk the walk during the course of a year and knew that on some level we could be trusted, and got to a place where we were all operating from a very common factual basis and able to mount a unified response, which has been the key to everything that we've done going forward.
What about burden sharing? Because one of the things that I've heard repeatedly is this concept of, you know, in 2014, there was this sense that the conflict was in Europe's backyard, so Europe should take the lead on negotiations and things like that. Does Washington feel like it needs to play a more active role today? Is that one of the changes we've seen now? And what kind of role can Washington play that's unique to, say, Europe, which is right there in the backyard of this conflict?
So I think if you're asking me if Washington wants our partners to continue to step up and do more to provide security in their region and beyond, to continue to invest in their own defense, in our collective and common defense, to continue to increase, in this context, security assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance in response to this conflict, the answer obviously is yes. We're asking out of ourselves, we're asking out of our partners and our allies. But I think there has been an extraordinary degree of generosity, of significant support in all of those areas that I've just described, starting with the United States and very much including the European Union and its member countries. And we're going to have the real challenge, though, is not just having kind of gotten ahead of this and mounted a response in the early days. The real challenge for all of us is going to be sustaining this over time. And I think on some level, Russia is counting on that not being the case, and we are going to have to prove them wrong.
I don't think anyone questions the unified response of the EU and of NATO allies as far as coming to Ukraine's aid with weapons, also with sanctions you talked about in your opening remarks that have definitely weighed heavily on Russia's economy. But at the same time, this conflict is at an intense simmer in the Donbass. Severodonetsk is essentially choked off and at risk of collapse. President Zelensky this week said that they are at the toughest spot in the conflict. So what more can be done to tip the scale in Ukraine's favor?
I mean, again, I think you are seeing us almost on a weekly basis, certainly with great regularity, finding ways to provide new forms of support that we think will match the moment that we're in, which you just described, I think, very well. We have tried at every stage of this conflict to tailor the support that we're providing to what the most urgent needs the Ukrainians faced have been. In the early days, clearly that meant providing them anti-air and anti-tank weapons that could blunt a Russian assault that may well otherwise have reached their capital, may have caused Russia to seize enormous swaths of the country, but because of the bravery, first and foremost, and the fighting skill of the Ukrainian army, but also very much because of the support that the United States and our partners had provided, not just in the run-up to the conflict, but for many years before, they were able to turn the tide. When the conflict, as you say, shifted to the east, so too did the forms of assistance that were provided and being provided by us and our partners to respond to this different sort of conflict that's playing out in that part of the country. For a long time, that has meant providing enormous quantities of artillery to match the enormous quantities of artillery that are being shot at them by the Russians. That has also meant, as you know, the provision of multiple launch rocket systems that can give them a bit of extended range, a bit of standoff, a bit of ability to hit with some precision key targets on the battlefield. And I think you will continue to see us provide enhanced forms of assistance. But on some level, this is not just new and different things that we can provide the Ukrainians. On some level, this is going to be about sustainment. Their ability to sustain the fight and use the tools that they have been provided and that they have been trained on and are being trained on, and our ability to sustain our support over the long haul.
One of the things, I just got back from my latest trip to Ukraine 2 weeks ago, and I'm heading back again in 2 weeks. And what I keep on hearing from Ukrainian officials is that they have a sense of hesitation among some of their closest Western allies about the types of weapons systems that are being sent for various reasons, whether or not the heavy weapons fall into the wrong hands or other issues. Now, families disagree, and I think we can agree that families disagree. Can you explain the conversations to the best of your ability within NATO of what weapons should get to Ukraine, how quickly they should get there, and which ones are off the table, and why?
So I guess all I would say in response to this is that I think the extraordinary volume and variety of security assistance, including increasingly advanced systems, NATO standard systems, by the way, not just former Russian and Soviet systems, and the training that we are providing to use those more advanced systems as effectively as possible does not speak to hesitation on the part, certainly, of the United States or on the part of our core allies. Again, our theory of this has been at every point to do our own assessment, obviously informed very much by the assessment the Ukrainians are doing themselves, of what the key needs are on the battlefield, and to make sure that we are providing the systems, the munitions that can be most effective for the Ukrainians in having success in whatever they are facing in that period and in that moment, and to be flexible and to adjust and to be nimble enough to shift course when the conflict shifts course, as it has now on a number of occasions. And so I don't see hesitation in that. I see the United States really leaning forward. Just in the last supplemental appropriations, more than $20 billion of it for security assistance. And this is, for a country that has had a roughly $6 billion annual defense budget in recent years. That's an enormous amount. It's compounded by the amounts that are being provided by our partners and allies. So I guess I don't see hesitation. I see us trying to respond to the needs as we assess them.
So are you happy, is the Biden administration happy with the pace that NATO allies or other NATO allies are? Or would you like to see some of them kind of being more proactive?
I think the best way I can respond to that question is when we've had issues, we raise them. We tend to raise them in private, not in public. Overall, we are quite happy with the volume of assistance. Again, not just when it comes to security, but also on humanitarian assistance, also on economic assistance that many of our key partners and allies are providing. When we're not, we will work to get those countries to be pulling their weight and doing more of their share. And I don't think we're going to shy away from that. But what I don't think is a useful exercise is coming out in public and saying X, Y, and Z country could be doing more. Overall, the response has been formidable.
You know that food insecurity is on a lot of our minds. It is on a lot of your minds as well, as the grain piles up in Ukraine amid the Russian blockade of its ports. Can you talk to us a little bit about the White House perspective? What is being done and what are the potential options to maybe either get grain out or alleviate the burden that many countries are going to be facing in the next months and year to come?
So I think the first thing that's important to do is acknowledge that this is an enormous challenge. It is an enormous challenge, not just obviously in Ukraine or in the immediate vicinity of Ukraine, but it's an enormous challenge globally. And I think the most important comment that I can make in response to any sort of question about food insecurity is that the cause of this insecurity is that one of the world's major food producers, Russia, decided to attack without provocation, without justification, another of the world's major food producers, Ukraine. That initiated a conflict that has made it harder for both countries to produce at the levels that they might otherwise produce. Second, Russia, in addition to launching this war, has made it difficult for Ukraine to export by deploying ships into the Black Sea, menacing a potential kind of commercial traffic in that part of the world, and virtually shutting down Ukraine's ability to export grain. So that is two steps that Russia has taken that more than anything else, and really largely are responsible for the addition to what was already a significant food security crisis before this war even began. I think letting Russia have a pass on that piece of the problem is inexcusable, and so every conversation about this should start there. Second, we are looking for ways to help Ukraine export more, and frankly, to not get in the way of Russia exporting grain and food. Our sanctions do not touch Russian food. And in fact, we are going out of our way to make clear to commercial providers, to make clear to other countries that they can import Russian grain without any risk of running afoul of our sanctions. But the Ukraine export problem is a challenging one. There really are only three ways of getting grain out of Ukraine in significant quantities. They can go by land, by rail to the west. I mean, there are a number of rail lines and ports the other end of those lines through which they can export. That can get some percentage of Ukraine's grain to market.
Is that realistic? Is that a realistic option? Sorry to interrupt.
It's the only realistic option right now because it's the only option that's functioning. So there is, something on the order of 1.5 million metric tons a month of grain going out through these western routes from Ukraine. That is it. And this is a country that could be exporting 5-6 million metric tons a month. So you get a sense of what percentage is lacking. The other option would be to go north through Belarus. Obviously, that relationship is highly problematic and complicated, including by the fact that Russia has deployed troops to Belarus. So no Ukrainian grain is moving north. The other option, and the best option in almost every way, would be if Ukraine could use its predominant port, the port of Odessa, through which it could meet almost its entire export quantities and volume and export by sea, through the Black Sea from Odessa. The challenge there is that the Russian Black Sea fleet has effectively blockaded that port, has prevented Ukraine from being able to get its grain to market. The UN is working on this problem. The United States is very much working on this problem to try to get Russia to back off of its blockade, to enable commercial shipments, and not to take advantage of the fact that commercial shipments could eventually be allowed to use that opportunity to menace Ukraine's ports in the way they already have in the early days of this conflict. That is the diplomatic challenge we face. The stakes are very high. Again, not just for Ukraine, but for the rest of the world, given the global food insecurity crisis, and we are working it very hard.
John, I have about 30 more questions for you, but unfortunately I want to be mindful of your time. That's all the time we have. So the lightning round is over, but thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. Very important discussions and lots more to come. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
And thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome national security reporter for the Washington Post, Missy Ryan, to moderate our next discussion, the EU as a security actor beyond its neighborhood.
You thought you got rid of me.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. My name is Missy Ryan. I'm a national security reporter with the Washington Post, and I'm really pleased to be here today with a great group of panelists for an important topic, the EU as a security actor beyond its neighborhood. First, I'd like to introduce the panelists here. We have Major General Cyril Karcy, Defense Attaché of at the French Embassy here in Washington. We have Mara Karlin, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy, Plans, and Capability. And we have Lieutenant General Giovanni Magnone, Deputy Director of the EU Military Staff for the European External Action Service. So we have a lot of topics to cover today, but I want to start today with Giovanni. If he can give us just a really quick 2 or 3 sentence summary of what exactly is the EU's role when it comes to security beyond the European continent, and just to start the conversation with a little bit of background here.
Thank you very much, Mr. 2 sentences, very difficult. Everybody knows what NATO does, or everybody think they know what NATO does. We discussed briefly before. So what European Union is supposed to do, very simple, is supposed to do everything NATO cannot or would not do in the field of security outside Europe. Complementarity is a word that is misused very often, but when I ask people what is the apportionment of the angles to make a complementary 360 degree, nobody can answer. Now, I will give you a hint on this. If you take defense, we defined defense before, that is NATO. If you take security, and we defined security before, this is European Union. It's a huge task. It goes from crisis prevention, also through capability in the sense of security capability building up in friendly countries, till crisis management when the previous one fails. Very simple in words, very complicating in making this happening.
All right.
2 sentences and a half.
Very good. Thank you, Giovanni. I want to delve into the conversation, into the substance of the topic today, starting by asking each panelist what is a big picture question that I think really gets to the heart of the conversation at this moment of dramatic transformation for Europe, and that is, how is the Ukraine crisis changing how EU countries and their US partner are thinking about defense posture and investments in Europe and beyond? How do you see the war changing prioritization of security issues for Europe, especially when it comes to the extracontinental sphere? And we're going to start with you, Cyril.
Thank you, Missy. First of all, I would like to highlight that I'm in a very specific or singular position today because I'm a French officer, but I will be able also to express my view on EU matters because France has the presidency of the EU Council until the end of the month. So Giovanni, I'm going to speak about your business a little bit, and I'm sure it's going to be helpful to announce your own messaging. Regarding your question, I would like to raise 3 points. The first one is that intelligence has been and remains a key driver in this war. As a military, my first and foremost concern is to read my enemy. And before the invasion, NATO and EU have monitored with care the gathering of Russian troops at the border with Ukraine. And this military intelligence picture has been built by NATO, both NATO and EU members in focus collection activities. So intel sharing between EU, US, and NATO at that time has been key to get the best picture and to anticipate the crisis. So this anticipation has been crucial to prepare and then implement the sanctions against Russia. My second point deals with the strategic grammar, which has been overlooked for 25 years. An important part of this strategic grammar is nuclear deterrence language, which has not been really practiced since the 90s. So I think that we need to announce the dialogue between EU and US in this field in order to underline our cohesion, but as well to avoid any escalation or misunderstanding. And by the way, this coordinated approach matches perfectly with the Pentagon integrated deterrence, which, from I understand, is a way to synchronize plans and action. And the third point I want to raise is that the Ukrainian war highlights the importance of winning the battle of the communication. This struggle involves not only strategic communication, but as well countering disinformation. That's it.
All right, thank you, Cyril. Giovanni, can you tell us from your perspective, how do you see the war changing the prioritization of security issues in Europe?
That one of the worst effects this war had on the Western side, in my view, is that it focused attention of the European member states on the Eastern Front, lowering the already low level of attention on the South. And it is a tragic effect. It is a huge mistake, because that means we are keeping resources stick to just in case something happens, forgetting completely that action should be taken now on another theater, as if we had a surgical team waiting for a major emergency, and the main surgeon would refuse even to have a look to somebody next door who cut his finger, letting him bleeding to death because they are waiting for the major case to happen. And I fear that this is a terrible effect of that war. Unbalancing completely the attention, focusing all the attentions on a single spot. And as I said just before, I'm not sure that is the main target of the Russian. Well, the main target of the Russian could be having people focused on there, forgetting their actions elsewhere. And there are many actions of the Russians elsewhere.
I'm glad that you raised some of the trade-offs in thinking about the Eastern Front, and that's something I hope we can delve into a little bit later. But first, Mara, tell us from a U.S. government, from the Pentagon perspective, how do you see the war in Ukraine changing how Europe should think about its defense posture and investments, and how it prioritizes things like Eastern Europe versus the South?
Thank you so much, Missy, and thanks for having me with such an extraordinary group. And look, I know this crowd, of course, knows this well, but the whole reason we're having this conversation is, of course, due to the irresponsible, aggressive actions of President Putin, who's trying to undermine each day peace and stability in Europe. You know, in looking at how this crisis has played out, I actually think my French colleague put it so well. In terms of the information sharing, it has been extraordinary. I think I would say it's unprecedented. And frankly, for any of us who remember quite well the 2014 Crimea crisis, it feels very different in terms of just how early, months and months before the crisis actually occurred, European allies and partners in the United States were really talking on a very consistent basis about how we thought the situation might come to fruition, how it might play out, and above all, what we would all do together. And I think that's what's really led to this just unprecedented show of unity, which it has really been extraordinary to see. I mean, the fact that you have 40 plus countries supporting Ukraine is extraordinary, and it is, of course, indeed quite vital as well. So when we look at what this means in terms of kind of our approach from a Department of Defense perspective, I really appreciate our colleagues cited integrated deterrence, because that is very much the mantra of the Department of Defense in terms of our approach writ large to challenges these days. And what that really means is, how are we knitting together inside the Department of Defense? How are we doing so across our whole of government? And how are we doing so with our allies and partners? So in this crisis, for example, how do we make sure the Department of Defense is putting a combat credible force in NATO territory, which we have absolutely seen happen and seen happen pretty quickly, while also supporting Ukraine with the capabilities that it needs to defend itself? And how are we doing that, of course, across our interagency and, again, with our closest allies and partners? And as we are doing that, of course, we're thinking hard about what effect are we having? Are we actually achieving the ends that we are trying to do so? And of course, what are the trade-offs and what do those look like?
Great. Yeah. Well, I want to ask you a little bit more about the combat credible force that you're talking about going to Europe in a minute ahead of the NATO summit. But I'm going to go back to you, Cyril, and ask a little bit more about what European countries are doing outside of Europe. We know that many European countries are expected to increase their defense budgets in light of the threat from Russia and what's happening in Ukraine. But presumably much, if not all of this, will be directed towards the Eastern Front and the Russian threat. How do you see this altering the sort of extra-continental missions that European countries are doing, either through the EU and their training, or the things like what France is doing in the Sahel? I'm interested to hear how you think European countries should be thinking about the terrorism threat and what that should mean for a European presence in areas where this has been problematic. Certainly the threat does seem to have diminished, but is not eradicated.
Sure. As you may know, I was the deputy of Barkhane operation, so the name of the operation in the Sahel is Barkhane before coming here, before being positioned here. In this area, in this region, because it's a large one with 5 different countries, we are fighting against terrorism with at least 4,000 people, and 800 of them are from European countries. They are all special forces, and their mission is to train the Malian army in order to be able to gain fighting spirit and to be much more involved against terrorism in an autonomous mission. So this mission will be ending at the end of the August, so at the end of this summer, because we are leaving Mali. But even if we are leaving Mali, we do expect to stay in the region in order to fight against terrorism from another position, which will be probably Niger, so much more in the south. Mm-hmm. And we want to keep what we call the Takuba spirit. Takuba is the name of this operation composed of European special forces. So we are dealing with that, and I can tell you that I was at the beginning of the build-up of this force, mm-hmm. and it's an incredible involvement of European Union in its neighborhood.
Do you think it makes do you think the urgency of the threat from Russia, and obviously the perception that Russia could at a certain point become emboldened to strike out at NATO nations, does it make it harder to for European countries to have increase their burden sharing with from the United States in some of the areas where, at a certain point in recent years, the United States had hoped to shift out of Africa or diminish its footprint in Africa? How does that affect that whole picture?
Well, it's already the case also in the Levant, in the Middle East. In Syria, we're also involved with the U.S., but it's much more, regarding Syria, EU-U.S. UK mission, and if we add the European Union involvement, is much more in Gulf of Aden with EMASO mission, which is a security mission in the Gulf of in the Gulf of Aden in the Levant. But I guess Giovanni can speak much more about it than mine.
Giovanni, is there anything you wanted to add on that? Or?
Our big problem is that nobody knows what European Union does in the field of military, in the field of the military. It just mentioned the Gulf of Aden. I could mention the coordinated maritime presence that is in Gulf of Guinea. We just launched another branch of the coordinated maritime presence in the Indian Ocean. That are activities performed by member states' naval units that coordinates through the European Union with a very light system of coordination, sharing information with the coastal countries as well, creating a high level of awareness. That would be very useful. It is very useful against the pirates, against the terrorists. Just to make you an example, the number of piracy attack in the Gulf of Guinea went down by 50% in the last year. I would not say because of, but also thanks to the coordinated maritime presence launched by the European Union.
That's great.
So what I'm talking about is low costly, high effective activities.
Thanks, Giovanni. Mara, going back to you, I know that we're going to hear more about this at the NATO summit next week in Madrid, but can you tell us a little bit more about how the U.S. government or the Pentagon sees the war in Ukraine altering the transatlantic security partnership beyond Europe, and to what extent, sort of stepping back, does the war and everything that has come along with it, you mentioned, supplying Ukraine and then increasing American forces in Europe. To what extent does the war and the threat from Russia make it harder to deliver on other priorities, like the investment in the Asia-Pacific, or making sure that counterterrorism doesn't become a bigger problem again?
Yeah, absolutely. Those are some really good points, Missy. Look, in terms of the partnership, I think you have seen the partnership grow in some pretty meaningful ways as we have all been dealing kind of with this threat. Just to speak quite specifically about the European Union, the Biden administration has really made an effort to increase its involvement, its cooperation with the European Union, and I would say the Department of Defense specifically has tried to do that as well, as something that we see quite complementary, and I think we've seen the fruits of that in the areas we've cooperated in, military mobility just being one really good case study. And again, as I noted earlier, I mean, we have seen kind of unprecedented unity in the face of this horrific crisis, and that is quite meaningful. And now in terms of your next question, how hard is it then for us to deal with the other balls that we are all juggling? Look, I think our collaboration with our closest allies and partners is crucial for dealing with any of the challenges. And as you've probably seen in the fact sheet that the Department of Defense put out on the National Defense Strategy about a couple months or so ago, for the Department of Defense, the pacing challenge really is the PRC, and we see Russia as an acute threat. And of course, we have to continue to worry about other challenges. You named violent extremists as just one case study, which is a great example, I think, of the terrific cooperation, as you had noted earlier. And so it really becomes an issue of understanding the trade-offs and understanding the risks. I mean, I have to say, what I have seen with the response so far to the current crisis, whether it's how the Department of Defense has been able to surge forces to Europe, and we already, we started with about 80,000 forces there before the conflict began, and much of that was thanks to the great support of Congress, starting from about 2014 onward. But another 20,000 were surge, and that all worked very smoothly. We were able to get capable folks in very quickly, move them around Europe, but it wasn't just a story of the United States. It was also a story of our European allies and partners, and I think that is an extraordinary force multiplier and an extraordinary deterrent as well.
So just to follow up, so you don't see the potential for the war in Ukraine constraining the, I don't want to call it the pivot, but the shift to focus on the Asia-Pacific. You don't see that happening?
I think as those issues come to fruition, right, as the concerns arise, it is incumbent on all of us to step back and try to understand if there's going to be some sort of clash and how to think hard about it, whether it's terms of readiness concerns, for example, or investments. But I think what you saw in the president's budget that went forward not long ago was really an emphasis on dealing with that pacing challenge that is the PRC, and then dealing with that acute threat posed by Russia. So I guess what I would say is we have to be eyes wide open as we work on bringing this effort to fruition. And as, of course, we're living in a very dynamic security environment.
Right.
And it is one where, while we have this profound unity and this profound collaboration, we've really got to kind of have our ears to the ground as we try to feel out, as you know, just how things are changing.
Well, I definitely want to get back to China, and if we can, before we open up to questions, and the potential for U.S. and EU interest to diverge or not to be entirely overlapping when it comes to China. But first, I wanted to go back to you, Giovanni. When we were in the green room, we were speaking about Libya. And I'm wondering if you could talk to us a little bit about how you think the United States and Europe can better collaborate to counter Russian adventurism. Obviously in Europe we've seen malign activities by Russia, but specifically in places like Libya, other parts of Africa, Syria. How can the United States, how can the EU and the U.S. Better bring their capabilities and resources to bear to counter that?
That I don't say thank you for the question because it is overused answers. Do you know how many times we meet with our colleagues of AFRICOM that happily happens to be based in Stuttgart, which is a very short distance from Brussels. So we do exchange visits at every level, Director General, Commander, myself, Deputy Commanders and Chief of Staff, and our intelligence are talking with each other weekly. We even have a liaison officer. That just to make you understand which is the level of cooperation that there is between the EU military staff and AFRICOM in particular. We share the same view on Africa. We share the same intelligence. Unfortunately, neither of us has the means needed to intervene in the proper way. So this is for you. This is a message for you. But yes, I think that we are cooperating quite a lot. If you take Somalia, for example, where the U.S. is going to reinvest a certain amount of effort, and where the European Union, especially through the Italian contingent, is investing a lot, we are doing things. Unfortunately, we are talking about a huge continent with an incredible number of different realities that needs to be taken care of. And I think that European Union might have a huge role in this. Of course, if the US cooperate with the European Union bilaterally, then the result might be maximized, no doubt on that. And need to be done. Libya is an example. Libya is an example for, first of all, on where NATO would never, ever go. NATO would never, ever go in Libya. And this is the reason why there is a need for a regional actor to do things like crisis management in Libya or similarly, and this is the European Union. And I think that when the US will clearly realize this, and we will clearly talk with each other bilaterally, leaving NATO aside, because it has nothing to do, it is not within the remits of NATO competencies, then things will go much better.
Can you just clarify for the audience why you think that NATO would never go to Libya, for example, given the history of 2011? I'm just wondering if you could tell the audience why you think that.
But because NATO to act outside its own area of responsibility needs consensus. The automatism forecasted by Article 5, it is in case of an aggression of one of the allies, is not to preserve the overall interest or because we do think that it would be nice or useful to do something. And certainly, consensus will never be reached if we talk about Libya. Because some of the allies will never, ever allow this. And this is a reality.
Would you want to jump in? Please,
yes,
go ahead.
I would like to jump in because it's the same in the Sahel. NATO will never be involved in the Sahel, and today we've got and I didn't mention that, but it's really important, we've got a great success story with both EU, France, which has leadership of this operation, but as well the US, which is providing every single day key enablers such as ISR, transport aircraft, and even air refueling for our assets. So it's really a success story, and we are trying to going on with that operation. And coming back to the Indo-Pacific question about the burden sharing, I just want to mention that France is a country of Indo-Pacific. So we do send, we have some military assets in this region, and we do send some high-level assets such as frigates, submarine in the region in order to train with the US and to remind everybody that the freedom of navigation is really an important fact for us. Last year we did send a submarine, a frigate, but as well some fighters, French fighters who landed in Hawaii Island and trained with the US. So in the Pacific.
Is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I just really appreciate some of these points. I mean, the EU and NATO are distinct entities with distinct sets of tools in their toolbox, and to the extent that those can be used in a complementary fashion rather than duplicative, I think that meets all of our interests. I really appreciate my colleagues sort of diving into these specific areas where I think we've seen some really meaningful cooperation, the Sahel, the relationship with AFRICOM, but in particular, I also appreciate my French colleague just highlighting that our European allies have some very strong interests in and involvement with the Indo-Pacific as well. I think it's not always as natural for folks to recognize, but it is quite profound.
Thank you. Thanks, Mara. So I'm going to try to get in another question or two before we open it up to the audience. And this is really for anyone here who wants to jump in. And I'd like to ask the panelists, as the United States pivots or tries to shift towards the Asia-Pacific to focus on China's rise, how should the EU think about balancing its important partnership with the United States with its own security and economic concerns? The U.S. relationship with China is not exactly the same as the European relationship, and there are some issues, including certain, technology and telecoms issues that are different. How do you see that as a potential for problematic divergence, or is this something that can be managed, especially, at a moment of stress given the war in Ukraine?
From my perspective, I think that the great competition does not only take place in Indo-Pacific. The EU, both the EU and France, have also interest in Middle East and Africa. So we can defend and care about this region and act to contain these competitors who are present in Africa and the Middle East. So it's not only the involvement of France or the EU in Indo-Pacific is also a way to contain Greek competitors outside this very focused region, which is Indo-Pacific for the US.
Giovanni or Mara, do you want to add?
It is clear that the main focus or the main effort of EU and the main effort of US are divided into different geographic areas, mostly. So they do not disappear completely in the other one, but they are reduced. It is important that to cover the security of the whole European Union and the US are complementary in geographic footprint. So it is clear that we cannot have a strong presence in the Indo-Pacific area as a union, which instead the United States can, and vice versa. More for a matter of resources, it is clear that the European Union must cover all the southern part of our hemisphere and US assisting. So this being the supported and being the supporting, it must be reciprocal. And I think that the sooner this becomes clear and the sooner the two huge entities, we're talking about 311 million on one side, 500 million on the other side, with a huge economic power, both. When we will understand that we need to share our responsibilities in these two areas and cooperate respectively, then it will be a great success. And then there will be no Russian around. China, we will think about, but Russia will be no match for such an alliance.
Mara, do you want to add anything?
I don't have anything to add.
So, it is a big challenge, Giovanni. I just came last week from covering the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles, and there was a lot of talk of China's inroads in Latin America, and Latin America obviously has been an area of historic, power projection for the United States, and even there, the United States itself is being challenged. So I think for the EU, you're talking about EU's influence in the global South, in an era where there are not unlimited budgets and there are these other compelling challenges. It's not a given, I think, for sure. So I'm going to open it up to the audience if we have any questions. I see a gentleman here in the front row. Just, Sarah. Yep, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm a student with the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. I have a question specifically for Dr. Carlin. So my question is largely related to the administration's pivot to the Indo-Pacific strategy and how the Defense Department is preparing for its capacity to address two simultaneous challenges. So as you know, on top of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it could inspire a potential invasion of a sooner invasion of Taiwan by the Chinese military. So what specific measures, if Dr. Carlin can elaborate on how the Defense Department is preparing its readiness to address two simultaneous challenges at the same time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's always nice to get a hard question from a Sci student, as a former Sci student. I appreciate that. Look, the Defense Department is working obviously very closely with Taiwan as it looks at what it is procuring, as it looks at how and in what ways it is making reforms of its military, and how it thinks about contingencies. And as you can imagine, every day we spend a lot of time in the Pentagon thinking hard about contingencies and ensuring that we have the resources to execute them should any of them arise. So I would say there's a lot of effort being put to that. You have kind of probably seen speaking a little bit about our need, as put in the National Defense Strategy fact sheet, to be able to deter conflict and, if necessary, prevail. And so I would say when you look across the Department of Defense and you look at the president's budget that was put out not long ago, I mean, that is all really focused on ensuring that that if the president has a concern that the Defense Department needs to have the capabilities to deal with, that can be the case.
All right, do we have any other questions from the audience? I think there's one over here in the front row.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify yourself? Yeah, thanks.
Sure.
Just realized that. A graduate student at the University of North Carolina. A question that has been dawning on me throughout this discussion just now is the fact that in the summer months of 2019, we of course saw a very groundbreaking series of events in which the sitting president had pursued an extortion of President Zelensky to provide compelling information on a political opponent, and did so through withholding very serious military aid for the country. Now, Ukraine is in an extremely vulnerable position. So we currently, of course, have a different regime in power here with President Biden, who is continuing to, him and his administration, provide aid to Ukraine. We also see Germany has just committed an unprecedented amount of money as well in their defense budget. My question, Ms. Carlin or the other panelists, is what can we realistically and should realistically see from the United States to secure prosperity for Ukraine that can be, not talking about now, talking about in the long run, because these varying presidential administrations in this country can differ so astronomically. What should we expect to see from the United States in the long run to have lasting peace for Ukraine and eventually Ukrainian membership in the EU?
Well, I know you all heard from Deputy Secretary Sherman earlier today, and I'm sure she, being from the State Department, would do a much better job than I could giving you the whole outline of how the United States is trying to ensure that there is a democratic, independent, sovereign, and prosperous Ukraine that can deter and defend itself against further aggression. I can tell you from a Department of Defense perspective, we're spending a lot of time in particular on that last piece of ensuring that you have a Ukraine that is able to deter and defend itself. And we've seen that, from the start of the Biden administration, there's been about $6 billion or so in assistance that has gone to Ukraine. And obviously we have seen that just going so incredibly fast, frankly, a heck of a lot faster than I might have ever comprehended our system moving, where effectively decisions are made and days later material is arriving to be used by the Ukrainian forces. But what I would note is it's actually a little bit of a longer story, and I would trace this story actually back to about 2014, where following the Crimea invasion, the Congress here pushed really hard for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which unlike what is not always the approach to security cooperation, what the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative did that was so important is it was really holistic, and it talked about training, equipping, reform, really helping Ukraine's military get into the position institutionally where, should you be in a crisis, as we're seeing now, it's actually able to take in tons and tons of assistance very quickly, get the training if it doesn't have it, and then use that immediately on the battlefield. And that has been pretty extraordinary. So from a Defense Department perspective, I would say that's what, at least on your question, that's the part that we're really zeroing in on. And I think we are really doing so in, again, ways that have, frankly, just boggled the mind in terms of the speed and the scale.
All right, I think we may have time for one very, very quick question. I think I saw a gentleman with his hand up over there. And you're just going to have to ask it really quickly, and we're going to have a quick answer because we've got the clock counting down here.
Sure. My name is Davis. I'm a recent graduate and former president of the Harvard International Relations Council. I'll keep it brief, but I just wanted to ask very specifically, we've been talking about the ways that the defense priorities have aligned quite nicely between the EU, U.S., and NATO recently, but what, in the view of each of you, are the main points of potential tension and disagreement in that relationship in the future? What are the things that concern you?
Great question. Who wants to take that?
Concern? We have no concern.
Well, that's a pity.
No, what I do think, we have no concern. I mean, I do think that the language is important, words are important, and the meaning of words are fundamental. We should start from making clarity to this between us. When I talk with my American friends and colleagues, they use the word NATO some 58 times per minute. That astonished me very much. And then also Europeans do the same. Instead of using US and EU. NATO is not a political union. The US is a political state, by the way, a federal state made of different states, and the European Union is a political union. Two political entities needs to talk with each other on matter of security and defense. Then we will have no concern. NATO is a practicality with a simple task and automatic reaction to simple input. One is attacked, everybody react. It doesn't take decision, political. States take decisions.
We are out of time, but Mara, Cyril, do either of you want to jump in for a very last sentence or word?
Sure, I would just quickly say we need to be communicating as frankly as possible. We need to be increasing our collaboration, which I think is very much happening, and we need to ensure that we're taking a complementary approach.
And just dialogue, right? It started at the end of last year, and I hope it's going on between EU and US, right? Dialogue.
Okay, well, I wish we had more time to keep the conversation going, but Cyril, Giovanni, and Mara, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for having us, and thanks to our audience for being here.
The war in Ukraine has been a dramatic break in how the West approaches kleptocracy, both Russian and more broadly. But what's lacking is coordination between all these new structures that have sprung up in the United States and in Europe to work together to make sure they can enforce the vision of making sure that we don't live in a world that's safe for corruption. The most important thing that needs to be done on both sides of the Atlantic is to build proper enforcement systems, to staff up properly, to be able to catch kleptocrats and crooks manipulating the financial system, and to coordinate where Europe is and America is to make sure there are no regulatory asymmetries that corruption can slip through. I'm optimistic that the Commission is talking to the White House. I'm optimistic that London is talking to Washington. But what needs to be done is to make all of these key regulatory poles in the world's financial system talk to each other, harmonize their fight against kleptocracy, and make sure they're all properly staffing and enforcing this fight and making sure they're managing their data systems properly.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senior Fellow of the Digital Forensics Research Lab at the Atlantic Council, Emerson Brooking, to moderate our discussion on EU-U.S. cooperation on addressing hybrid security threats.
Hello, everyone. Russia's war of aggression, its invasion of Ukraine, has changed everything. It's no understatement to say that many years of precedent have been written in the last few months. The EU adopted its first ever strategic compass in March and released its strengthened disinformation code of practice just this month. NATO will adopt its first new strategic concept since 2010 later this month. And of course, the war has stirred profound changes in the U.S. defense and diplomatic bureaucracy. There are many defense cooperation issues to consider, but there are also hybrid threats, cyber and information warfare, political manipulation of all stripes. The discussion of hybrid war and fighting in the gray zone, which began in earnest in 2014, has come a long way since, and now there manifest new challenges to consider. Here to discuss them, and to discuss, too, the institutions which we're building to counter them, I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Jennifer Bacchus, Senior Bureau Official and Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy at the U.S. Department of State, Mr. Rasmus Hindren on the screen, Head of International Relations of the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, and finally, Mr. Brett Schaefer, Senior Fellow and Head of Information Manipulation Team at the Alliance for Securing Democracy of the German Marshall Fund. Thank you all for being here. And Jennifer, I'd like to begin with you, and I'd like to ask first how the discussion of hybrid security threats, from your perspective, how it's changed in the last few months.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the invitation and for all the people who organized this event. I think the question of hybrid threats is one that the State Department has been addressing for many years, for decades, in fact, and we've really sort of been gearing up for this possibility since at least 2014. So for years, we've been working with the Ukrainians, with our partners and allies around the globe to help strengthen our shared collective defense against cyber attacks. So when Russia began its unprovoked attack against Ukraine in February of this year, I would say the Ukrainians were mostly ready because we had spent years working with them so they could defend themselves against the situation. So of course we continued to work with them to prepare them. What was different, though, to answer your question, is what we found was the important role the private sector is playing, essentially acting as our early warning system. We'd already seen this in previous cyber attacks, but this became even more clear in February and March of this year. I would say the other thing that's very interesting to us as we look at the current situation is the importance the Bureau is placing and the State Department is placing and the US government in general on ensuring the continued access to information for both Ukrainians and Russians. We want people to be able to have unfettered access to information, which means we need to think about our sanction regimes and other things in ways that will not impede access to information. So, thanks.
Well, thank you. And I'd love to stay with you a moment
Yes.
and to zoom out and ask about the Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy.
Yes.
The Bureau, as I understand it, is just 3 months old.
Yes.
So what does this say about changing US conceptions of cyberspace?
So much like with the rest of these issues, there were many debates for many years in the State Department about how to organize ourselves around these issues. Secretary Blinken, when he came in and started his modernization agenda, he looked at this. He talked to the private sector, he talked to our allies, he talked to our partners, he talked to Congress, and ultimately decided to build the Bureau that exists today. We are responsible for what we consider to be the three important elements of cyberspace and digital policy, specifically national security, economic, and human rights considerations. So we bring these three elements together in order to both elevate these issues within the State Department and US government, but also to try to be more forward-leaning, to think about the threats of tomorrow and how we can have an affirmative vision for cyberspace.
Well, thank you. And Rasmus, I want to turn to you now and ask the same question about the environment, how the environment has changed since the invasion, and from your perspective as head of the Hybrid Threat Center, or the International Relations component.
Yeah, thanks, Emerson, and thank you for having me. I would have very much preferred to be there in person, but it is what it is. But if we look at how things have changed, obviously there's the major focus now on the kinetic side of things, but we are definitely seeing lots of hybridity in this conflict, the way the military element mixes or combines with the information domain, with the diplomatic domain, legal, economic, and then all the things we're seeing with regard to societal resilience in Ukraine, the role of individuals, companies, groups that are playing in that conflict. On the other hand, it hasn't really changed the basics. We're seeing hybrid attacks also in our societies almost on a daily basis, and we're going to need to build our resiliences in the short term and in the long term, in a national level, but also internationally. And that's basically also the major reason our center was established 5 years ago.
Well, thank you. And I want to stay with you a moment and just dig a bit more into that, because hybrid threats before the invasion had often been a sort of bucket where one might put any issue that didn't regard kinetic military matters. I'm wondering, after the invasion, how your conception of hybrid threats has been sharpened, and if there are certain issues within this category to which you think more resources should be devoted or should be prioritized over other issues that have previously been categorized as hybrid threats?
Yeah, that's a great question, and there's always been lots of discussion and debate about the concept of hybrid threats and whether it's a useful term, analytically speaking. But I think the important point is to think about the threat spectrum, the whole of the threat spectrum, which includes military means or the threat of their use, because these are used in a continuum by our adversaries, and we have to understand that continuum and how they combine the military elements with the other elements. So if we would exclude the military element here, we would just create another gap, which would make it much more difficult to counter these threats. So I think that's become even more clear in this context, even if it has been in many ways a traditional conventional warfare.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. And I want to turn now to you, Brett, and ask again how the war changes or has changed conceptions in the areas that you focus on: information manipulation, disinformation, and related tactics.
I think in the information space, what we've seen is the war has made the concept of disinformation a little bit clearer and a little bit less abstract. Previously in the US, when we talked about disinformation, information threats, it was usually seen through a perspective of elections and political disinformation, and everything kind of being pegged back to 2016. This was really problematic, I think, in the conversations that we would have when we would go out across America and try to talk about the threat of foreign interference. It was always political. Now I think audiences in the US understand the stakes involved with disinformation. It has become more real. I think it has also bolstered trust in government to a degree. A lot of the trust that was lost because of Iraq, I think the IC has gained some of that trust back, both in the US and Europe. I think there's a little bit of irony there in that trust was gained because essentially what we signaled would happen happened. And of course, if you're talking about deterrence, eventually you don't want that to happen. And that creates a little bit of an ironic problem there, in that you can't keep messaging that something's going to happen if it doesn't happen over and over. At a certain point, I think audiences tune it out. It's sort of like saying a hurricane's going to hit and it doesn't hit and it doesn't hit and it doesn't hit. Eventually, people stop boarding up their windows. So I think we've been a little bit maybe too celebratory in the successes we had about messaging before the invasion. And I'm not sure we're kind of looking at the next step of how do we deter the next invasion while still maintaining that trust and the trust in institutions and the trust in the IC. And I think also if you're looking at a little bit more pessimistic view, I think the threat environment domestically hasn't improved greatly. I think there has been renewed trust in when the government messages about a threat from China or Russia when it deals with a foreign invasion. Yes, we maybe trust that a little bit more. But when you look at what Russia does best, which is launching disinformation campaigns targeting political, social issues, those vulnerabilities still exist. So at a certain point, if Russia pivots from trying to justify their unjustifiable actions in Ukraine back to how do we try to stir the pot before a midterm, I'm not sure we're in a significantly better place today than we were pre-February 24th.
Got it. And because you and I study the same area, I'm going to ask you a tough follow-up, which is the Daily Beast yesterday reported U.S. intelligence warning that Russian disinformation might target support for the war, and in particular in the U.S. support for aid to Ukraine. What does that future look like? And how, when we talk about hybrid threats, how can we disentangle this sort of information offensive from legitimate political opposition in the U.S. and elsewhere?
Yeah, that's the challenge, and I think that's the inherent challenge of trying to frame something specifically as a foreign threat. At some point, it gets intertangled with the domestic. If it doesn't, it's not really a threat. So there's always that issue of dealing with, okay, if you're talking about really who are the influencers, they're typically going to be domestic, and if they're in some ways parroting messaging coming from abroad, there is that tendency to, I think, sort of label everything as a foreign threat, and then that creates its own inherent problems with speech and everything else. I think we're really going to see, I think, a pivot from Russia, from, again, trying to message away from Bucha to actually going back to what they do best, which is talk about gas prices. It's to talk about domestic issues that Americans care about that will get to undermining support for the war in Ukraine without specifically talking about it. I think they have, broadly speaking, lost that battle in the US. Like, they found a little bit of a home in the fringes, particularly in the far right, but I don't think, broadly speaking, they're going to change public perception about what Russia is doing in Ukraine. What they can do successfully is attack other issues that get at the sort of core support for supporting Ukraine. And I think that's where they'll be more effective.
Got it. Thank you. And this is a US-EU conference, so I'd like to turn now to discussing transatlantic cooperation on hybrid threats. And Jennifer, I'd like to turn back to you. Just from your perspective, what is the role of the US-EU relationship when it comes to understanding and countering hybrid threats?
I would start by saying we had a lot of very significant cooperation between the United States and the EU, particularly on attributions. I could name them all, but I think most of you who are here know Viasat being the most recent one. But figuring out ways to work together to both attribute, to call out these things, to share the burden of really these terrible attacks that have happened. I would add as well, trying to figure out how we work to secure our critical infrastructure. What happens if there's an attack that has cascading effects? How do we work together? What's the crisis response mechanism that we have together? And we don't have the answers to all these. These are sort of the questions going forward that we're thinking about in my bureau. Also, there are lots of questions around deterrence. We've used sanctions. Has that been effective? Are there other things we should be doing in the deterrence playbook? And these are sort of the questions that we have to continue to look at going forward. So we have what we've done, and we have what we need to do going forward, especially I don't personally believe that this situation is resolved. I think there will continue to be attacks, and we have to be prepared to respond together.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Rasmus, to you, and the same question. about the role of the US and EU in countering hybrid threats, understanding that your center has existed since 2017?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I would maybe start by saying that the cooperation between the EU and US has been a bit behind the curve. The need was there since a long time ago, but some of the opportunities were not seized. But now I think, well, the need is even bigger than previously because of the growing interdependencies between the different sectors and how security policies is part of all of those issues. But now I think it's definitely improving this cooperation. First of all, there are certain mechanisms that should enable a better joint understanding of the threats and help to come up with some joint responses. And just to take a couple of examples, the Trade and Technology Council is one, and the Security and Defense Dialogue is another one. So it's definitely going in the right direction. But these should be complemented, just to throw a couple of ideas out there, these should be complemented with regular high-level meetings, technical interfaces, and personnel exchanges, things like that, to just keep building on the cooperation that has started to move into the right direction. And I think that was mentioned in the previous panel quite well, that these are similar types of actors, the EU and the US, and that fact should be leveraged. The EU has this kind of comprehensive possibility to act on several of these threats, and that should be utilized. And the EU and US could achieve a whole lot more together.
Thank you. And I know the war was a spark for many elements of these institutional cooperation. Do you think that the US-EU dialogue and coordination has improved since the war began?
Yeah, luckily some of these mechanisms were already being put into place before the war, but I think the momentum has been building since the beginning of the war, and it's definitely moving in the right direction.
Got it. Thank you. And Brett, to you, from your perspective, the US-EU relationship on hybrid threats.
Well, I'll give a shout out to Rasmus's institution. So the Center of Hybrid Threats hosted a couple weeks ago, when I went out to Helsinki, a disinformation war game that brought together European partners, American partners. We essentially sort of worked through a hybrid threat run by Russia, by China. So we're starting to build that cooperation again before it is needed. I mean, it's obviously needed now, but starting to look ahead at what could be a future threat. And so I think more of those opportunities to collaborate, to build relationships among institutions, but also outside of government. Like, I think it's very important that civil society has a role here, particularly when you're talking about open source intelligence. I mean, the work that both of our organizations do, Bellingcat and others, I mean, there's definitely a role to bring civil society into some of the efforts that are needed to fight threats in the information space. So I think building those bridges in advance is really important, so you know who to turn to, there's trust there. But I also think, and you know this well, there's not a lot that we're seeing in this war that wasn't predictable. We've seen a lot of these information threats before. A lot of them, in terms of the narratives, are recycled, talking about the bioweapons conspiracy theory. This is at least the 4th or 5th time in my 5 years working on this issue there's been a bioweapons conspiracy theory. So we've seen this all before. There are narratives that are predictable. We can get out ahead of it. And I don't just mean that in sort of the theoretical sense of let's prepare. I mean, practically, we should have responses ready for the predictable information attacks that we know are likely to come at some point. So you have some of that material on the shelf that's ready to be pulled off, and you can be very quick and very responsive and fight back without having to kind of figure out on the fly, like, what do we do now? Occasionally there's things that are unpredictable, and you're gonna have to kind of figure it out as you go. But again, during the course of this war in Ukraine, most of what we've seen before. And I think to the degree that we can prepare for those threats and actually have a response ready, that means we're gonna be way more responsive in the future.
Got it. And I have one more question for the three of you, and then we'll turn to the audience. I want to briefly consider there's a US-EU relationship, but there's also a NATO-EU relationship. And in the recently unveiled EU Strategic Compass, there's quite a lot of focus on cyber defense. In the new NATO strategic concept, there will surely be a lot of focus on cyber defense. What can be done to prevent potential redundancy of effort? How can these organizations and components work best together? And Jennifer, first to you.
I think you have to first identify where are the areas of expertise and the functional capacity on each. The role the EU plays and the role the NATO play are different. They're just fundamentally different. And so there is definitely a specific role for the EU to play, particularly on, I would say, critical infrastructure, defense, those things. But NATO also has a role to play, and it brings in more partners to the table. And so it's just about coordination, discussions. I would also note, and actually the team had asked me to note this before, but I missed it, is the role of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, which includes EU member states as well as us and others. And we have actually, we're working on a confidence building measure. And in fact, people are meeting right now to discuss how to implement these issues. So there's actually, to be honest, there's a wide range of organizations that are playing in this sphere. And we do just need to look at where's the core function and how can we each play our role and not be so competitive, but cooperative. I think that is the vision from the US administration on the US-EU relationship, as well as, I would say, the EU-NATO relationship.
Got it. And as a follow-up to that, are there particular areas where you think that the EU has a comparative advantage, sort of leading the push on the hybrid threats question? And this will be a question for you two as well.
Well, I think clearly because, so I should say, if anyone read my bio, I went to the College of Europe, so I actually studied Europe, but I studied Europe in 1997 to 1998. So Europe today is a little different than it was back then, and I just served in Prague. So I have some experience, but I don't want to pretend like I'm an expert in the EU. But from my perspective, I would say that the EU, because of the Commission, because of the way the EU functions, there are certain responsibilities that are EU competencies. So I think looking at those EU competencies and looking at how the EU organizes itself, those are the places where the EU should play a role, and then NATO should play a role in those that are more NATO competencies. So I think that's you have to look at things like, again, critical infrastructure. The EU spends significant amounts of money on things like roads, bridges, and so those are where maybe they have a little bit more knowledge that should play a role in these defense issues.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And Rasmus, same question to you on duplicity of effort regarding cyber defense, and then the comparative advantage potentially of the EU.
Yeah, so starting with cyber, one of the challenges is of course that there is also a spectrum in a way ranging from, let's say, cyber crime to state-related threats and cyber defense. So there you also need to take a bit holistic approach to understand where is the threat coming from, and more importantly, what is the responsible authority to start countering that threat or that attack. So again, it takes a comprehensive view of the problem. I think part of that solution is having a sort of standardized joint approach in Europe, and that's envisaged in this new cybersecurity directive, the NIS2 directive. Another example is the EU's cyber diplomacy toolbox, which has already been used previously. But I think, as was mentioned, NATO's cyber defense efforts are critical as well, and they should be fully compatible with the EU efforts. And as far as I know, they are very well aligned. And in any case, I would think, in some ways, as I said, a duplication is even better than having gaps between capabilities or organizations. On the other question. On the comparative advantages, I think, again, it's true, you have to start with comparative advantages, look at the competencies, look at the capabilities. There was actually this conceptual model that our center developed together with the EU Commission, and there were 13 different domains, societal domains identified. And then we started looking, and the fact is that the EU is playing a role in basically all of those domains. So that's a good starting point when you consider that you need to have a comprehensive view of the problem, and you need to have a comprehensive set of tools when you start countering that problem. Again, which is to say that there needs to be this good cooperation between EU and NATO, for instance, but in this hybrid threat environment, it's good to have that kind of comprehensive toolbox. And in just a final point, it's really not even possible to start isolating the individual areas or domains, but you really should need to consider all the time how each domain is connected to another domain, how they are interdependent, and how they're linking with each other.
Thank you. Excellent and well taken point. And Brett, I want to turn last to you, and then after you, we'll turn to the audience questions. So please be thinking of some good and incisive ones. We have a wonderful panel here.
So in order to not be duplicative myself, I mean, I largely agree with Jennifer and Rasmus, and I would just double down on Rasmus's point. I think it's better to have overlaps than gaps. And so I don't think it is a huge concern if there are some efforts from NATO and the EU that are overlapping in some way. I think where the EU has specific competencies in terms of defense is in the sort of psychological defense and societal resilience, and that's support for independent media, particularly in member states where we've seen some erosion there. I think they certainly have a role to play in just preparing societies for what hybrid threats look like. Sweden is excellent at this. Most of the Nordic countries are great at this. Sweden, I think, just set up their psychological defense unit. I'm sure I'm screwing up the specific name, but there are efforts being orchestrated at the EU level to prepare societies for what's coming. I think that's something that is certainly lacking in the US for many reasons. It's very difficult to conduct media literacy to create a sort of nationwide societal resilience program in the US. I think that leaves us vulnerable. I have no idea how to fix that. But I think that's certainly an area where the EU excels.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. And with that, we'll turn to audience questions. So please raise your hand, and I will try my best to get to you. Yes, miss, in the front row. And we have a mic runner that should be coming right behind you.
Sure. My name is Veronika Lapucka. I'm a Belarusian Polish expert on disinformation and media. And it's wonderful to see such wonderful constellation of experts here, dear colleagues. And I have a question to you, which I think is especially timely now. So we know that one of the way to fight disinformation is, of course, to monitor what's happening, to deal with this kind of consequences. But the other kind of means, which is very important, is also to support independent media who provide very high quality, timely, objective, as much as possible information. As we are here on the EU-U.S. forum conference, how do you think our corresponding countries and unions, so the European Union and the US, so my questions would be probably going to Jennifer and other colleagues from the European Union, how can we support their independent media, especially in countries which are especially affected by the disinformation, Russian-speaking, also post-Soviet ones, and those who, you know, might be more affected even more further away now. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jennifer, to you.
So I'm happy to answer the question. I should say that my current bureau doesn't work on this, but again, I'm a long-term diplomat and who served overseas for many years, including, as I just said, in Prague, where RFERL is headquartered. And I'm a big believer in the work that RFERL does around the world. They do independent journalism in places where independent journalism is difficult, and they've been on the front lines of many stories. What would be maybe interesting to talk about for you would be, in talking to the head of RFERL, is if you do a search of independent media, if you do a search on Google of something, in some places, RFERL is like answer number 10, and like Russia Today is answer number 1. And I think this is the question that we need to get to, is essentially, how do you make sure that certain stories that are actually disinformation aren't promoted. And I don't have the answer to that, I think, but it's something that I think we need to, as democracies, talk about, and we need to talk about with the tech companies. The other thing I would say is the State Department supports independent media around the world. We have lots of programs to do this. We train independent investigative journalists. We look for opportunities to support them and to encourage them. And then, of course, through the Human Rights Report, we talk about the media landscape. So those sort of are the tools that we have to answer your question, most of which don't actually lie in my current bureau.
Well, thank you. And Rasmus, would you like to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I could maybe say that we should work on this crucial matter on three different levels. First, there's the shorter term measures. We should fight disinformation, and there are some good initiatives at the EU level as well. We should get our own narratives out. We should support independent media. All this can and should be done short term. In the medium term, we should look at the ways to regulate even the social media platforms to stop disinformation from that angle as well. And then there's the long-term effort, which are mostly national efforts, including to educate our citizens to make sure that they're media literate and so on. But this is truly a long-term effort.
Understood. And I want to add to the question, actually, just for my own knowledge. Is there an institution within the EU now which is responsible for this sort of grant making, and is it adequately funded? This is to you or anyone.
I would personally recommend more funding to that division, but there is this Stratcom division that also operates the EU versus Disinfo platform.
Understood. Thank you. And Brett?
Just add one comment to it. I think sometimes we put on transatlantic blinders and don't take into consideration the rest of the world, which is really important, particularly when you're talking about public opinion around the war in Ukraine. I mean, we really need to bolster, I think, the global pushback here, and we've done, I think, a very poor job in messaging to the global south over the past decade or two. If you look on Facebook, RT in Espanol outperforms Voz de America by about 10 to 1. If you look at interactions, they have about 10 times more followers. This is partly because we're just not funding our state-backed information agency the way that we should. USAGM is underfunded. Voz de America, I don't know what the fiscal year spending is this year, but it's under $10 million for Spanish language, for the entire Spanish language speaking world. So we're being outplayed in our own backyard, and I think we haven't done enough to take into consideration what we need to do to message to other parts of the world. So that would be one of the recommendations too, when we're talking about the need for independent media. Russia and China understand the importance of funding, not independent media, but getting their own media into parts of the world that frankly are media starved. And we've not really competed the way that I think we should over the past decade or two.
Thank you. And we have time, I think, for 2 more audience questions. We have the gentleman in the front row. Center.
So I'm Andrei Bakro. I'm a business researcher for the World Wildlife Fund. I would like to go a little antecedent to the earlier discussion that you've had at the beginning, namely, how do we kind of evaluate these in terms of jus ad bellum, jus in bellum, in terms of containment, proportional response, and whatever else. Professor Jonathan Schmidt has written an extraordinarily brilliant Tallinn manual pertaining to the norms, the possibilities, the potential outcomes, and setting up a good groundwork for what these debates should look like. However, the Tallinn manual is not being taken into serious discussion as far as I'm concerned, as far as the public civilian life at least is concerned. And also, the capabilities of cyber can definitely exceed our expectations and imaginations. I mean, for example, the American intelligence community can single-handedly shut down the entire Russian rail infrastructure within a couple of seconds, right? So we are talking about a level of magnitude of cyber capabilities which have never been actually applied, right? So how are we going to work with these unforeseen forces, unforeseen circumstances, however, at the same time having the awareness of how powerful these capabilities are and how neglected they are within this context of jus ad bellum and jus in bellum? Thank you.
Thank you. The question of norms and their application or not in the current events. And is there another question? All right, let's get into it. Jennifer?
Well, I think you know we've had through the UN, the first committee, the government group of experts, as well as the UN open-ended working group, which set up a series of norms to which most of the world agreed to and which we follow. So there has been a process on this. It's an ongoing process, but we did come to a conclusion about what is and what's not acceptable. The question becomes, as we've seen with this current attack against Ukraine, while we will follow the norms and the Charter of the UN, many times our adversaries will not. So what happens when they, I don't think it's an if, when they violate them? And I think that is what I'm saying we need to work on, because what is a proportional response, especially if it does not exceed what we would consider, the use of force. So I don't have the answer to the question, but what I think I can say is that we need to continue to work together with our friends, our allies, other democratic nations to figure out what we do when those norms that were collectively agreed to are violated.
Thank you. Rasmus?
Yeah, I think while there are several open questions when it comes to cyber, it's still things are better when you consider cyber than when you consider some of the other domains which are lacking even some of these basic rules like the Tallinn Manual, and also there's been good work done to situate cyber attacks into the context of Article 5 within NATO, for instance, and in the EU as well. So there's work already done, but it's difficult. It's a question always of thresholds. Where is the threshold? What if there are several different incidents happening over time? And what if they're not limited to one domain, like the cyber domain? What if there are multiple events? And again, what's the threshold? What's the proportional response? And is it an asymmetric response? It becomes even much more complicated when you consider it in the broader hybrid threat environment. But these are things that we are also trying to tackle in the center, and I think there will be plenty to research in the years to come.
Thank you. And Brett, to you.
Yeah, I'll sort of look at it from a different perspective, because I think what you're talking about is an event that sort of breaks norms. But a lot of times when you look at hybrid threats, particularly in the information space, by design, they are created to exist below the threshold of response, because there's these sort of slow drip, death by 1,000 cut kind of information campaigns that are consistent and persistent. So they're not something that, like an invasion, catalyzes everyone into a response. And I think that's the real struggle that we've collectively had, is how do we respond to Chinese wolf warrior diplomats messaging consistently on Twitter over a period of time? How do we respond to a conspiracy theory that's bubbling up in the corners of the internet, where we don't want to give oxygen to something if it's just going to die there, but we also don't want to wait for it to jump over into sort of the mainstream information space? And that threshold question, I think, is a big challenge for those things that exist way below the threshold. But I don't think we've figured out when this sort of switch should be flipped, in terms of we need to actually have a coordinated response here. So that's the other side of it, is what do we do with that just consistent, persistent, ongoing efforts that just sort of chip away at democracy, as opposed to the major cataclysmic events.
Thank you. And we have time for one more quick question, or else I have one. We have a silent and thoughtful audience, so I have a question. And Jennifer, first to you. I wonder how the war has surprised or changed your risk calculus as you think about hybrid threats, and what unexpected challenges perhaps it's unearthed for the future. So a lesson learned, or how it reorients your thinking as you consider the future. And also any other concluding remarks.
Yeah, I think I would go back to what I started with, which is that these are issues that we in the US government have been concerned about for almost a decade. And you know, I don't know that there were a lot of surprises. I mean, I'm sorry to say, but, you know, I could use a domain that's completely outside of this, you know, having worked in Europe for many years and saying things like, you know, energy diversification would be a really good idea, and being told like, no, it's okay, we can count on the Russians for gas. I mean, we were saying the same thing, like, oh, we really need to secure our cyber defenses, we need to get ready, there's, you know, something could happen, we see that the Russians have done this, they did it in advance of 2014, you know, and we didn't feel like that story was over. So I mean, what I would say is, sadly, not a surprise. I think what is, I would say from my perspective, also not a surprise, but what's been great is just the way that we've come together on attributions, how we've worked together, how we found collective responses, you know, to call out these situations, to name them, to figure out the proportionate response. I think that those have all been really impressive conversations. I think, you know, there seems to be a lot of discussion around disinformation, which is something that we care a lot about, and how do we continue to work together to promote narratives that are accurate and to call out the disinformation while maintaining democracy in a way, and freedom of speech, which is so fundamentally important to the U.S. So that would be my answer.
Thank you. Rasmus?
Yeah, I could just perhaps raise three interesting areas that we are very much looking into in the context of Russia's war in Ukraine. And first one is exactly the hybridity of the situation and how they are using their various tools across and in different domains. The second one is, like I already alluded to, is the role of individuals, companies, and groups in that war, which is there are threats, but there are also opportunities. And then the third one is the role of unity, what we have seen in Ukraine, the social resilience and unity, but also in the international community, and how that can be sustained and what kind of difference that makes. So those are some of the things that we are very much looking into.
Thank you. And Brett, to you, the last quick word.
Yeah, I know we're out of time, so I'll leave with sort of an open-ended question, is what do we do now? Because it sort of feels like a bit of apathy is setting in. I'm sure you were in the same boat. The first couple months, the work was overwhelming, but there was at least attention being paid to the problem, and that is waning a bit. So I think the real challenge for all of us who work on this issue is what do we do now that public attention just naturally is shifting to other things? How do we make sure that we keep people engaged and that we don't just sort of become apathetic and tune it out and turn to the midterms and forget about what's happening? And so I think that's the real challenge, is what do we do now?
Well, thank you. And with that, Brett, Rasmus, Jennifer, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you to our audience and to our hosts.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we will now take a brief minute respite. Please take this time to stretch your legs, use the restroom, and grab one last cup of coffee before we return to the final part of our program. We will reconvene at 4:45.
Well, I think it's fair to say that over the last couple of years, we've seen a level of trust reestablished in the relationship, and particularly on the China front. And that has allowed some of those naturally common interests and views between Europe and the United States on China to come back to the fore, whether that's on China's distortionary economic policies, China's approach to the Belt and Road Initiative, China's approach to emerging technologies. And of course, China's own actions have been largely responsible for the fact that we've had a lot of growth, I think, and movement in a positive direction in terms of transatlantic coordination on China, whether you're looking at what China's done in terms of its approach to sanctions on European officials and think tanks and researchers, and what that meant for the comprehensive agreement on investment, or you're looking at what China's been doing in terms of its approach to Taiwan in Europe and its economic coercion of Lithuania, or China's human rights practices and what's been happening with Hong Kong, what's been happening in Xinjiang. So all of this has collectively pushed Europe, I think, in a direction where there's more alignment with where the United States is currently on China. There's a lot of room for growth, for sure, but I think that it's fair to say you've seen a lot of progress in the transatlantic level of cooperation and coordination on China going forward on all of those fronts. Well, I think there's a lot of areas for growth, as I mentioned. I think what we've seen in terms of the Trade and Technology Coordination Council, that has really taken off. And I think we had the second meeting last month in May. There's a lot of progress there in terms of work on coordinating approaches on investment screening, issues around export controls, issues around secure supply chains and trusted technology. And so there's a lot of room to work, I think, there. And as you know, that forum is one where it's mostly about, getting on the same page, negotiations and talking rather than anything that's legally binding. But that in and of itself is a major step forward. And I think, there's 10 different working groups and they're working on a whole different host of very critical issues. I think one area that certainly deserves more attention is the common approach to having an answer, let's put it that way, to China's Belt and Road Initiative, more joint efforts at financing and offering alternatives for countries in the developing world to taking on investment projects offered by Chinese policy banks and Chinese state-owned enterprises. I think we've seen some level of conversation about coordination on the global gateway that Europe's offering, and at least what we've been thus far calling Build Back Better World from the U.S. and the G7. So hopefully there will be progress on that front. And I think we also need to see a lot of progress on more common, at least approaches, or at least kind of discussions about how to approach issues around human rights and the relationship to economic issues. So forced labor, particularly as we have the U.S. Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act coming into force on June 21st. And then in the security domain, there are also a lot of areas where there can be a stepped up level of coordination, whether it's NATO's approach to China and the role of China in the strategic concept, which will be coming up in the NATO meeting later this month, as well as where Europe falls on issues around Taiwan, the various Indo-Pacific strategies that the EU and individual countries are putting forward. So there's a lot of room for growth and greater coordination and cooperation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome U.S.-China correspondent for the Financial Times, Dimitri Sevastopoulos, to moderate our discussion on a transatlantic approach toward China and the Indo-Pacific.
We're going to start, bro.
Your iPad with Q&A and notes from that.
Okay, so am I ready to go? Or? Yeah. So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not going to say welcome because I guess most of you have been here all day and we've just arrived. But thank you very much for coming to this presentation, which is about the transatlantic approach towards China and the Indo-Pacific. And I think you probably know our guests. We have Camille Dawson, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary in the State Department's Bureau of Asian and Pacific Affairs, and Gabriele Vicentin, the EU Special Envoy for the Indo-Pacific. And if I've butchered any names, you're welcome to butcher my name back. I'm Dimitri Sevastopoulos. I'm the Irish-Greek US-China correspondent at the Financial Times. We only have 40 minutes, so I'm going to jump in quickly and ask you both, Camille, starting with you. How has the US-EU approach to the Indo-Pacific changed or evolved during the last or the first 17 months of the Biden administration?
Sure. Well, I would say that the most fundamental development that has occurred is the establishment of the US-EU or EU-U.S. Consultation on the Indo-Pacific. And that is done as a formal exchange led on the US side by our Deputy Secretary of State, Wendy Sherman, and on the EU side by EEAS Secretary General Sanino. And we use that, we have been using that dialogue or that consultation, which started last November 2021 was the first iteration of that. That consultation has provided the framework for our two organizations to work together to identify where we have shared priorities in the Indo-Pacific and to then start working through what I would loosely call a joint action plan. And we meet at a number of levels very regularly to do that.
Gabriele.
Yes, absolutely. I agree, and that's definitely the major innovation. Probably I would simply like to complement by saying that thanks to this, in the last 12 months, let's say 15 months, we have seen the level and the depth of the EU-US or the US-EU cooperation, coordination, consultations reach an unprecedented level. And this is probably the most remarkable thing I wanna underline.
What has, I mean, the administration in the US came in talking about boosting cooperation, bolstering, strengthening alliances that maybe suffered in the previous 4 years. But what has, China done over the last 16 months that has either accelerated the cooperation between the EU and the US and made it easier for you to do things together that maybe perhaps might have been a little bit more difficult had China not done X, Y, or Z? Camille?
Well, I will sort of start by saying that I don't think it's all about what China has done or not done. It is actually more about not only the US and EU, but a whole range of partners, both inside the Indo-Pacific region and beyond, coming to what I would say is largely a shared vision for what we see as the way in which the region can prosper and be secure. So, certainly China is a part of that region and plays a role, but it is more about our shared understanding of what we envision the region to be in the future and how we can work together to get there.
I think, Gabrielle, just on the same theme, I mean, I remember after Biden was elected, but before he'd been inaugurated, Jake Sullivan tweeted at the EU, please don't sign, well, he hinted, please don't sign the comprehensive agreement on investment with China. And at the time, my sense from talking to Europeans was, hold on a second, you're not even in office yet. But actually, the end result is that China did do some things that seemed to shoot itself in the foot. Maybe you could talk a little bit about how that impacted the way Europe viewed the relationship.
Yeah, true, but let's frame it outside of the strategy for the Indo-Pacific, because the EU strategy for the Indo-Pacific was published in September 2021, does not aim at confronting China. It is a strategy for the region, and it's not targeted at one country, but it is really a comprehensive approach for the development of the region. what happened with the comprehensive agreement is as simple as that. It was agreed at technical level, paraffed, but there were some behaviors of China, namely the retaliation that the Chinese authorities had against the members of the European Parliament, against ambassadors of the EU member states to the Political and Security Committee in Brussels, through which China actually imposed, on which China posed sanctions, and that meant that the processing of the agreement was blocked at the European Parliament level. That is is a necessary part of the decision making.
Can I ask you both? One of the questions when people visit Washington, and I often hear when they're talking about Indo-Pacific, is what is the goal of both the EU and the US Indo-Pacific policy? What are you hoping to achieve?
Yeah, in very broad brushstrokes, I would say that it is, on the US side, it is our affirmative vision for the region, a region which is free and open, connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient. And that vision, we recognize, can only be accomplished by working with partners and allies. It is not something that can be achieved by the actions of the US alone. And then the last thing I would mention is that it is a strategy that outlines what we are for. It's not who we are against.
Gabriele.
Absolutely. Our strategy as the US one is about cooperation, not confrontation. It's open to everybody who wants to join us, to everybody who wants to cooperate, and to create a prosperous and resilient Indo-Pacific region. For the EU, though, let me stress the very deep and strong geopolitical relevance and importance that the Indo-Pacific has. 40% of the trade towards the EU comes from the Indo-Pacific. The European Union is a resident actor in the Indo-Pacific. People tend to forget that there are more than 1.6 million EU citizens residing on EU soil, and it's also a physical presence that we have there, plus all the economic indicators like 60% of global GDP and other issues, which make the Indo-Pacific absolutely central and relevant. And this is why, to come back to your original question, our aim is to have a stable and prosperous region which allows the Indo-Pacific to stay free and open.
So when you're trying to pursue that policy, what are the main challenges for, we start with the US, Camille?
So there are some challenges that are global in nature, and some which have specific relevance to the region. Climate change. When we talk to Pacific Islands counterparts, they tell us that climate is the existential issue for them. And so that impacts that particular sub-region in a very real way. So we're working to identify with them, as well as with other partners, how we can help address that. Of course, COVID recovery is another very significant issue. And the influence of the PRC and PRC coercive activities are certainly present in the region, which is in China's backyard.
Gabriele.
Yeah, obviously, climate change is the key concern because it's not just a matter of going green in economical terms or following a green philosophy. For the Indo-Pacific, and above all for the Pacific Island states, it's an existential matter. I mean, the rise of the sea level means whether or not these countries will exist in the next 20 to 30 years. So when we, developed countries, become serious on fighting climate change, it shows empathy, it shows respect, and it shows attention also to the Pacific and the Indian states, because when we address these issues, we should not only refer to them as polluters, but we also have to think about us as polluters. And in this vein, what is happening now in the Pacific region with the shift in terms of environmental policies by Australia, which is the biggest polluter of the Pacific, well, this is very encouraging. But if you allow me, there is probably a key element here that we should put on the table. There is a pre and a post-Ukraine war geopolitical situation also in the Indo-Pacific. And our challenges there have been, on one hand, enhanced, but on another side, eased by the war. It has been made clear that our resolve in defending the multilateral rules-based order resonates as well in the Indo-Pacific. The multilateral rules-based order, the UN Charter, the UN system is a guarantee, is the guarantor for countries which are not necessarily like-minded with us, but which have shared interest with us. Well, this multilateral order is also in their interest to be maintained and kept. And you can see from the numbers that the UNGA's resolutions had that there was a big traction also in the Indo-Pacific region on our views for that.
So, I mean, just piggybacking on that, what do you think, if anything, needs to be tweaked in both sides' Indo-Pacific strategies based on the Ukraine war and what we're seeing there?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that there's anything specific. I mean, honestly, when we launched the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, it was in February of this year, really on the eve of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And so it was already on our minds when the strategy was released.
But there are no changes at all, because I mean, the national security strategy has still not come out because of the Ukraine war, and that's being factored into whatever the final product will be. So, Gabriella, from the European perspective, is there anything changed because of Ukraine in Asia?
Well, the European perspective has dramatically changed because of Ukraine, but the Indo-Pacific strategy as such, no, because in the Indo-Pacific strategy we have areas for cooperation, but we are also have an opening page which talks about principles, and the principles are multilateralism, UN Charter, UNCLOS. So this opening chapter has even been reinforced by what happened. So I don't think that there is a need for tweaking the text. There is a need for actually implementing it.
One thing, I just came back from the Shangri-La Dialogue Security Forum in Singapore last week. And the biggest topic there was Taiwan. And I know on the EU side that you don't have the defense prerogative in terms of the militaries. But how worried are people in Europe about Taiwan? And I ask because Southeast Asian officials I talked to in Singapore were increasingly pessimistic and felt that the US and China were on a collision course over Taiwan in a way that a year ago I didn't hear people saying.
Well, again, the interest of the EU is that the Indo-Pacific and the critical sea maritime routes remain free and open. And of course, this applies also to the South China Sea, East China Seas, and obviously to the Taiwan Strait. But having said that, the EU, as you said, let's come back. There is a clear difference between defense and security. So defense is the force, is when you apply force to counter an attack, whereas security are all create the conditions for preventing this attack to happen. So the EU is a clear actor in security, and we are acting a lot also on Taiwan to make sure that the security is conserved, not only in Taiwan, but for the region itself. So we are very active on cyber, we are very active on disinformation, and all that goes with security rather than defense.
If I can just follow up on one more thing, and then Camille, I'll come back to you. You know, at the Shangri-La Dialogue, it was really interesting to see how many European officials members of the European military, members of NATO, who were there compared to 5 years ago, certainly 10 years ago, when often the French defense minister would show up and pretty much nobody else. Maybe the Italians from time to time.
Maybe the UK
the UK. But what do you think explains the kind of the growing interest in Europe towards the Indo-Pacific? What is it that has sparked this big change?
The fact that the Indo-Pacific matters for the EU. I gave you a couple of numbers before in terms of economic interest that the EU has towards the Indo-Pacific, and this has led us to consider that we have to cooperate whenever we can, but we also have to protect whenever necessary. So that has increased our level of attention also to security and defense matters. And again, the post-Ukraine environment has, Ukraine has been a watershed, let's say, development, critical development in many aspects, including the EU's investment on defense. I mean, it's for the first time ever that the EU has invested more than 2 billion euros for providing military and lethal weapons to a country which has been attacked. And this shows that the EU now has arrived at a point where it does not shy away from engaging also in military terms. I would read this presence in the Shangri-La also against this prism.
Camille, in the wake of Ukraine still ongoing, to what extent are your conversations with people in Europe and also people in Asia, Southeast Asia, are they talking about Taiwan compared to before Ukraine?
I would say that it is generally in the context of people discussing the fact that we want to ensure that China is taking the right lessons from Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And so that conversation is certainly happening on a regular basis. What I think many people have been surprised by is the way in which the U.S. and Europe and our many Asian partners in Ukraine is one that we are all focused on immediately now, but also is a signal of what could be in the future, and that there is no concept of Europe looks at what's happening in Ukraine and the others don't pay attention. And also that as we look to what could happen in the Indo-Pacific in the future, that we will continue to work in a unified manner.
But do you hear increasing concern about possible conflict? Is that something that partners in the region raise with you in your conversations?
Certainly they raise it frequently. I wouldn't say that, they've been raising it for a long time. That is not necessarily new. Maybe the tempo at which they're raising it is slightly elevated, but it's not a new conversation that we're having.
Right, okay. Gabriel, you mentioned the Pacific Islands. And if I think back to, in March, I was traveling in Australia with a US official when the Chinese draft security agreement with the Solomon Islands leaked. And it was a huge story in Australia and New Zealand. My sense was back in Washington, it was maybe a big story among Asia policy circles, but in the media, it wasn't a huge story. I'm curious, how much of a wake-up call was that for both the US and the EU? And what are you doing differently in the wake of that? I mean, there's been so many officials from your colleagues, you yourself to Fiji, the Australians, the Japanese, Penny Wong from Australia. Everyone is going surfing in the Pacific Islands now. So how big a surprise was it and what impact is it having?
I would, if you allow me, I would comment a little bit on what Camille just said, and that would make a link with your question. It is clear that what happened in Ukraine has created a united front which has engaged many countries on restrictive measures, sanctions, on provision of military aid and financial aid to buy weapons, and humanitarian aid and help to migrants. And this is a united front which encompasses many, many countries, which, if you allow me a very non-sophisticated way to put it, has clearly shown a very high price tag to the ones who would like then to break in and fight the multilateral international order as we see it, which wants to fight peace and which wants to break the UN Charter and then the UN system. So I think that we have set up quite a high price tag for breaking the multilateral order. This is my take on that. Coming to the Solomon Islands, it has not taken us by surprise as such, because an action by the Chinese was expected in the region. But still, we haven't seen the actual agreement with the Solomon. It has not been published. We are only talking about leaks of drafts. We don't even know if it has been signed yet. So we are really talking about speculations. But obviously, this has...
But China, just to be clear, China has not denied that that draft was an actual draft, right?
Yeah, the Solomon neither, but none of the two have shown us the finally agreed, and nobody has shown us the signatures put on that. So let's see. But of course, this has brought us up, us, in front of a situation that could be worrisome, and that has created, let's say, an unprecedented wave of diplomatic actions in the region. The first was the U.S. traveling there with the two top-level officials, then humbly the EU sending me, and finally having the newly elected, the new Foreign Affairs Minister of Australia, Penny Wong. And the narrative that we three used was the same. Respect for sovereign states, which are able to take sovereign decisions, create win-win situations, give them a development scheme that is appealing in the long term, in the long run, to make them understand that our way of engaging is transparent, is long-term, is principled, is high quality. And if you allow me, we fought opaqueness with transparency. And and then you see the United States came out with their economic framework for the Indo-Pacific, and surprise, surprise, the Indo-Pacific state rebooked the Chinese offer. So I think that what we were trying to explain before, that our alignment in our views, in our strategies, in our ways of seeing the region and the development of the region, has borne fruit.
Absolutely. Yeah, so obviously there has been an uptick in U.S. engagement with the Pacific Islands in recent months, and that has also been the case with the EU and other countries within the Indo-Pacific region. And we are speaking regularly with all of those partners and allies. We are seeking to coordinate our actions so that our work can have a multiplier effect, so that we are able to identify the unique capabilities that each of us brings, so that we can work to fill the needs that the Pacific Island countries themselves identify as being most critical. We're really focused on listening and learning from them, not trying to impose solutions, but rather understand what the needs are and how we can collectively work together to provide some of those solutions. I'll just note that we on the U.S. side have announced that we will be opening an embassy in the Solomon Islands, and we're looking to expand our diplomatic presence elsewhere in the Pacific Islands and beyond as well. And we're also looking to work across a range of our partnerships to provide solutions to the challenges faced by the Pacific Island countries. We're working with the Quad as one example.
But can I ask you both, one of the things that I hear from the region and from people in the Pacific Islands as well is that they feel there has been a tendency to do the opposite in the past of what you were just describing, which is instead of listening, what is it the Pacific Islands want, to kind of suggest to them this is what you need. And actually they're saying we want help with climate because it's existential for us. We want to be able to send students to US universities because that's critical for our education and our young people. But in the past, it's actually been a little bit more kind of dictatorial, if I can use that word loosely, from Washington. So has there been a shift in thinking?
I would say that we are sincere when we are listening and trying to understand what the leaders in the Pacific Islands themselves and the people of those nations say are their actual needs. You know, in addition to some of the things I already mentioned, recently the White House appointed special presidential envoy for compact negotiations, working with the freely associated states to conclude those negotiations. We have been working with a broad range of partners to really meet the needs that have been outlined by Pacific Island partners. And when we were working to develop the Indo-Pacific strategy, the U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, that was not done in a vacuum. That was with extensive consultations with partners inside and outside the region, and that includes the Pacific Islands themselves.
In a couple of moments, I'll go to the audience, but just one kind of broad question for both of you. Do you think your respective or in combination Indo-Pacific strategies will change China's behavior in any way?
I think so. I think it is clear that the Indo-Pacific strategy of the U.S. combined with the Indo-Pacific strategy of, under slightly different names. Not everyone calls it exactly the Indo-Pacific strategy, but under whatever name it is, that have those strategies that have been developed by our many partners and allies. Those combined indicate that there is a convergence of objectives in the region and that we are working together to meet those objectives. And we know that the very fact of so many, of this large network working together, we know it is of concern to Beijing because we pay attention to the narrative that they put out through the media and through other channels, and it's very clear that that the government in Beijing is very concerned about U.S. European alignment and the work we are doing jointly through our Indo-Pacific strategies.
So what would you, in terms of specifics, what do you think would be a good outcome if China may change X, Y, or Z in response to this combined effort? What do you think are the potential results that are feasible?
Fewer coercive, aggressive activities in the region. And that spans a wide range. Economic, disinformation, militarization. Please.
I tend to agree, but it's not just due to the Indo-Pacific strategies if there is a change of behavior in China. The Indo-Pacific strategy will surely be instrumental to that. But what our Indo-Pacific strategies will surely do will be to influence the behaviors of our partners in the region. I am not so sure that China will change only due to our strategies, but what I'm really convinced is that our positive narrative, our transparent, our forthcoming and respectful way of engaging, well, this will make a difference, and this will bring the countries in the region more to cooperate with us than we could have expected before having our respective strategies. So China, yes, will follow, but for sure our Indo-Pacific partners. And we have already seen it happening. It's already happening since some weeks.
Already happening in terms of?
In terms of deepening cooperation with us and refusing to deepen cooperation with China.
With China, okay. Any questions from the audience? For purpose of everyone else, if you can tell them who you are, and as an Irishman, I only allow short questions.
Very, very good. I'll keep it brief. Well done, Vago Muradian with Defense and Aerospace Report. I mean, my simple question would be, we have a tendency of reacting to China. It's always after they do something that we go, oh my God, we have to be engaged in the Solomon Islands. How do we get into a mindset that is actually predictive, gets ahead of that power curve, as opposed to us being on the back foot and economically, militarily, engagement-wise, in a responsorial mode? Thanks very much.
Who would like to take that? Camille?
So I would say, in large part, I mean, I think actually Gabriela's answer to the last question sort of addresses that somewhat, which is that so our Indo-Pacific strategies are intended to be exactly that. They are proactive, not reactive, right? It is establishing, the goal is to establish a region that is resilient to any kind of coercive actions, no matter who they are from. And so, in fact, that's exactly what we are attempting to do with the Indo-Pacific strategies, is set in place the conditions so that our actions are forward-looking and not reactive, and that it is the countries in the region acting both individually and as part of regional networks, that they are strengthened, and it is from seeing this, strengthened environment it's an automatic deterrent that prevents some of the actions we would need to react to.
Absolutely, totally agree. And if I close what you said is that we might have come in a bit later, but we do it better. No, really, I mean it. I mean it. Transparency, respect, real fight against climate change, multilateral order, democratic use of artificial intelligence and of technologies. I mean, these are all things which are not reactive, are proactive in the sense of portraying our concept of living together, our societies, and the proposal that we put forward are better, are later but better. We are more credible, even in terms of financing of infrastructures. I mean, we might come in later than the Chinese, but our infrastructure will be of high quality. Will not create debt strangles for the ones who then decide to set up infrastructures through our system. So it's definitely a better system that we bring forward.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, because apparently I'm paid to do that, one of the areas where China is very nimble is actually infrastructure. And although the US and European infrastructure may have higher quality, it often comes with various strings attached. And countries in the region often say, it's great, we'd love to have the best bridge or the best road, but actually what we'd really like is something quickly without any caveats. Sure. So how do you overcome that given the constraints of the political systems both in Europe and in the US?
Again, later but better. I mean, it's true, but look at also what happens most of times. The announcement that the Chinese do are not completely fulfilled, to put it diplomatically. So there are big announcements, but then the infrastructures don't follow as the announcement said. There is no clear development leverage for the countries which accept to build them because the workforce comes from China, is not local. Then sometimes the infrastructure are of poor quality, and after it's enough that you have a big tornado and then the railway goes away, is blasted away, or the highway as well. And even sometimes the works are left halfway through, they're not finished. And on top of that, the loans that finance these infrastructures are really strangling the, let's call them beneficiary countries.
The debt trap.
The debt trap,
yeah.
yes.
Okay. Camille, do you want to address that as well, or shall I?
I would just briefly say, actions often speak louder than words, right? And when we collectively provide solutions that are high quality, take into account high labor standards, and all of the things that Gabriela mentioned, that speaks to audiences.
Any other questions? Gentleman in the back here, just in front of me.
Kenjin Nagayoshi, research intern at the East-West Center. Japanese Prime Minister Kishida said at the Shangri-La Dialogue that Ukraine today can be Asia tomorrow. And when the Indo-Pacific states are sharing those concerns of possible conflict in the region, what do the U.S. and the European Union expect those Indo-Pacific states themselves to do? And what can the EU and U.S. can do to address their concerns about the possible conflict? Thank you.
Nice, easy one.
Sure, I can start. On the first part of that question, we have seen many countries in the Indo-Pacific region respond directly to the war of aggression in Ukraine by providing direct support to Ukraine. That has been in terms of assistance to Ukraine. It has been in terms of sanctions against Russia and many other coordinated actions. So they have stood up and demonstrated that unity of purpose. I think I would just say that as we look to anything in the future, there is no clearer signal than Asian partners, European partners, the United States, all working together with a shared purpose, and whether that is in Europe or the Indo-Pacific, the fact that we can work together and utilize our strong network, that's what's going to be the most critical going forward.
We only have 1 minute left, so maybe the lady beside the gentleman just asked.
If I may.
You had a question as well? Maybe let's take hers, and then if you can
I would like to complement this because it's very important for us. I would like to underline how the actions to support Ukraine are considered by the EU as actions to support the EU as well. And the help that has been given to solve the Ukrainian crisis is being considered with great gratitude by the EU as well. And for example, you mentioned Japan. Well, we are extremely grateful that Japan even diverted a lot of its liquid natural gas, which they bought from Australia. It was diverted to help the EU to face the energy crisis. And these are things which will not go forgotten should a crisis arise in Asia. I mean, It's really help with like-minded and with friends. And these actions were really considered like this and will be reminded by us like this.
Okay, I'm sorry we've just run out of time, but maybe you can catch the two of them off the stage in a second. I'd just like to thank you both for sharing your time today, talking about this, and thank you everyone in the audience. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please retake your seats. We are about to resume our program. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to now welcome European Commission Vice President Vera Jourova to give our closing keynote address. She will be in conversation with Cristiano Lima, business reporter and author of Technology 202 newsletter for The Washington Post.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I first have to feel whether you don't have low energy here after the whole day. You don't seem to be down. So, I am really very, very glad to be back in the United States. In fact, after 3 years ago, I was here trying to seduce your regulators, legislators, influential people to do more for the protection of privacy and to adopt the federal law. So it didn't happen yet. And since then, I was not here, 3 long years. Many things happened in the meantime. I have a lot to say. Take it as a warning, it will be long. But I have to say I very much appreciate the invitation from the Atlantic Council to this event. You are famous for providing a very good platform with participation of great minds to discuss the most important issues for the West and the world. Looking at the lineup of the forum, you have managed to make it again. And the times have changed in the last 3 years, indeed, since I last visited Washington, and I think not many people would argue that the change is for better. Hundreds of thousands of people died due to COVID, both in the United States and in Europe. The impact of Russia's aggression is felt not only in the United States and Europe, but also globally. Personally, I am very happy that the United States and Europe found a common voice in the response to the Russian invasion in Ukraine. I wanted to thank you, America. Thank you, United States. And it's very personal what I'm saying. I come from former Czechoslovakia, and I have one of my first memories in my life, the Russian tank in my street in 1968. Believe me, that's something you will never forget. So thank you very much. We have renewed an intensive transatlantic cooperation. I think the cooperation is now at its best. We agree that Russia must pay for this violent act of aggression. We agree on sanctions. We agree that Ukraine needs weapons, needs it fast and a lot. I heard you have had good discussions about it during the forum over the last days. And I came here to talk to you about another weapon, a weapon that I think has been grossly underestimated. Most of the time, it is quieter. It rarely makes a blast. And it is potentially even more dangerous, especially for democracies. It has many names because this weapon is complex. I am talking about information manipulation or foreign interference. I did not come to lecture you, the American audience. I would like to take you for a journey with three objectives in mind. First, I would like to show you that this is a serious issue both for the United States and Europe, or more generally for liberal democracies. Second, I would like to tell you about our thinking in Europe and to invite you for dialogue. And my third point, I would like to extend a hand for cooperation and encourage you to act in the way you see fit yourself. Simply, I think that for the United States as a cradle for both democracy 200 years ago and for the dot-com or tech revolution some 20 years ago, the time for non-action is over. But first things first. Is information manipulation dangerous or more dangerous than it was before? Madeleine Albright, whom I miss very much, I think in these difficult times we are missing the leadership and intellect of Madeleine. She wrote in her book, Fascism, now the quote, Russia's pioneering use of social media as a weapon reflect Putin's experience in the KGB, where spreading disinformation was both a way of life and an art. The impact, though, is larger now than during the Cold War because the target audience is more accessible and bigger. End of quote. And what are Russians' motives? Albright asks and gives the answer. Again, the quote. A good success would be to discredit democracy, divide Europe, weaken the transatlantic partnership, and punish the governments that dare stand up to Moscow. End of quote. These words were published in 2018, almost 4 years before Russia attacked Ukraine, newly attacked Ukraine, because we must not forget they attacked Ukraine in 2014 already, and the reaction of the West was almost zero, which was a mistake. I spoke to Madeleine Albright in Washington when I was here, I think it was 2018, and she told me that she is nervous about one thing, that her students, very knowledgeable young people, ask her, why are you writing about fascism? It's the old-fashioned story. And she had to give proper explanation as somebody who had to flee twice from totalitarian regimes. And she spoke about the danger that if we are ignorant, indifferent, and passive, we might have fascism back and see what's happening now in Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I am not keeping with the paper. It will be even longer. So now, back to the danger which I see in the easy spread of disinformation. We see right now how foreign information manipulation and interference is used as a strategic and coordinated tool by Russia to support its aggression against Ukraine, to get international support for its war, and deflect blame from its violation of international law. Albright was right, and if academic literature that proves it does not convince us, we have to believe our eyes and ears. We have to look at what's happening in Bucha, in Irpin, to millions of refugees and tens of thousands of souls that lost their loved ones. Already 3 months before the invasion, there were signs that Russia was preparing the ground and looking for a pretext. I mean the ground as a societal acceptance, prepare the public opinion. Our analysis shows that pro-Kremlin outlets increased the use of some words like genocide by 500% or Nazi by 290%. And this is not an entirely new playbook, of course. I can tell you that one of my childhood memories in pre-digital age is my parents gathering around an old analog radio. It had this big yellow knob that you turned around to find the right wavelength. It made a noise like a hairdryer, so you could hardly hear what they were saying. You know what was this radio? It was the Voice of America, because my parents wanted to know what the official propaganda was trying to hide from them. And they kept telling me as a very small child, you must not speak about it anywhere. That's the atmosphere where the Russian people now live, due to the censorship Putin introduced and due to the silence which was imposed on media. This is why we have to take information manipulation very seriously. Of course, this is not about social media alone. They are one of the tools, but as an example of Kremlin actions show us, they also use proxy media and individuals or groups. But I want to focus on the digital world more, because this is the area that is relatively new and we still understand too little its real impact on democracy. We need to end the digital Wild West that is to online disinformation, and wind is to a wildfire. It spreads it fast and wide, so the damage is difficult to contain. It was not supposed to be this way. Digital technology and online platforms were carrying the promise of more societal interactions and more direct democratic debate. Now we see rather the opposite happening. Media and social media are playing a more dividing role. The information landscape has become fragmented, and online information manipulation is cheap to use and to amplify. Yet, democracy has always been about finding common answers. Here in the United States, in bipartisan spirit, the democratic process is long and inclusive, but we need to find an answer. So what is our European approach? It is clear that there is no silver bullet. We have a balanced and tailor-made approach. It is a societal issue, ranging from foreign interference by malicious actors to an unhealthy and increasingly tribal information environment. Our European approach is therefore also complex. We have spelled it out in the European Democracy Action Plan that also lays out our ideas on digital literacy, societal resilience as long-term goals, on top of countermeasures to foreign interference and information manipulation. The first rule we follow is what is illegal online is illegal online, offline, online. We have a new legislation for that. We call it the Digital Services Act. Free speech is not absolute, neither in Europe nor here in the United States. You also have exceptions related to fraud, child pornography, incitement to violence, or commercial speech, such as advertising, not to mention defamation. But information manipulation is not necessarily illegal. Lies may not be illegal, and opinions are definitely not illegal. So put a little bit order in that. What we cover under the Digital Services Act, it's the illegal content, which is manifestly clear hate speech, child pornography, terrorism, extremism. Disinformation is not considered illegal, but harmful. So we have the concept of the public harm which can be caused. And this is how we reflect this in our legislation. There is one more thing. As I said now, opinions are never illegal. So we differentiate between facts, which are objective, verifiable. This is what we are focusing on. And opinions, which belong to each of us and which have to be protected. That's the European concept, and I think it sounds familiar to you. I think that we have very, very similar philosophy. I will quote John Fitzgerald Kennedy, a nation that is afraid to let its people judge the truth and falsehood in an open market is a nation that is afraid of its people, end of quote. Of course, he said this in pre-digital age, but I think his argument still stands. Yet today, especially in the digital space, the open market does not really exist. We often don't know if someone who is talking to us is a person or a bot or a fake account, artificial intelligence. If I am seeing something because my friends saw it, or because it was artificially amplified, or because someone paid for people like me to see it. We don't have a clue what's the mechanism behind what we see, what we read. We have too little information available to understand what we are actually seeing and why the choices we used to make in the public square were taken away from us and algorithms were put in charge. Like the free market in the United States had moments when it needed government intervention to address the risks to people, in the same way the digital information environment needs rules too. In Europe, we opted for something we call the Code of Practice, which big online platforms co-created and everyone is free to join. So we have the Digital Services Act, which is a law, and next to it, it's a Code of Practice, which is a kind of voluntary agreement where we have all the big platforms and many others. So I might say that the Digital Services Act offers a carrot if they join and a potential stick if they don't join the code. So there is interconnection. This code is so much more than this. It's not only about big platforms, but also smaller ones. We have signatories like messaging apps, such as, for instance, WhatsApp. We have civil society organizations, digital advertising providers, and fact-checkers, often professional journalists. Complementing legislation, the code can be more specific, detailed, flexible, and also involve other actors. In other words, we presented the code last week, and it was my first moment to start to sell the code and invite further and further signatories to join. So it is more or less bottom-up approach, whole of society approach. We do not want anyone to be the body, the authority who will say what is the true and what is the lie. It must not be the president. It must not be the CEO of a platform. That's why we want this mechanism with the involvement of many different actors. This is the mechanism or the code we presented last week is not about assessing the content and deciding right from wrong. We are looking at all aspects. We are looking at actors, behavior, and impact. We must have the right diagnosis and not fight yesterday's battles because the threat is evolving. And I believe our response is well calibrated, one that helps to organize digital information space. So in practice, what does that mean? First, we want to disempower bad actors and stop digital outlets to make money on manipulation. Today, it simply pays off because some of it gets viral, people click, advertisers and platforms get their share of the money. So we have a clear message to them, to the signatories: resist making money on dirty content. Simple to say, we will see how it works. We will get the first report from the big platforms in 6 months' time, so still this year. The code, therefore, the code should disrupt this financing and business model as it obliges the signatories to pay attention to demonetize content that becomes viral thanks to modern tricks or that is illegal or harmful. Second thing, the platforms will have to open up and show how this open market is working in reality. They will have to provide data that will help us in Europe to understand what is really happening on these platforms when it comes to information manipulation. Thanks to this, researchers will have insights to help us better look behind the wall of algorithms. The code also takes concrete measures against manipulative behavior used also as part of foreign information manipulation, like fake accounts, bot-driven amplification, malicious deep fakes, and so on. And also it establishes a stronger cooperation within the digital industry. And finally, we want the users to be more in control, like they are when they are holding the remote control of old-fashioned TV. They choose the channel and the program. To date, we have almost no transparency of so-called recommender systems, meaning the system that decides which post or video we will see first. Users will also have better tools to flag disinformation, and online platforms will have to design labeling systems and cooperate with fact-checkers and other expert organizations. And if they decide to remove someone from the platform, like they did with Donald Trump, they will have to justify why they have done so and have predictable, rules-based mechanisms in place. We have to take the power away from the CEOs to decide what constitutes the violations of free speech and give it back to the society. Now my final point is about asking you to take an active part and co-create the response to Russia's propaganda, but also to a bigger challenge to digitalization for democracy. I know there is no one-fits-all response to this, but today is not a moment, but rather a movement from many democratic governments, from the private sector and from the civil society. I know we all have our problems. Democracy is not a problem-free system, and it will never be. It does not mean we have to stop protecting democracy and stop protecting our values. And we already cooperate with the United States on these issues in the context of G7 or in our discussions on regulations in the context of the Trade and Technology Council. But I do hope I managed to convince you that we need more and deeper discussions. We want to share the lessons Europe learned from COVID and from the Russian war, and that are reflected in the code. And I hope that it can serve as an inspiration also here in the United States. As a transatlantist, I see a very big role for the United States to address these digital risks to democracy. We face similar problems, so it would make sense to find similar solutions. And to conclude on a lighter note, there are many stories that show that America is the land where people have convictions and dare to fight for them. It is brilliantly shown in the musical about Alexander Hamilton, one of the US founding fathers, to show his determination. He is saying he is not going to throw away his shot at making a history. So, ladies and gentlemen, my appeal to you in this room and to America is very similar. Do not throw away your shot and help us protect democracy from the risks coming from both online and offline world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vice President, for the remarks. Just to reiterate, I'm Cristiano Lima, technology reporter at the Washington Post, and I think that teed up the conversation here extremely well, and that I'm sure we'll continue into the evening with the reception. I wanted to start off where you began as well, which is the war in Ukraine. You alluded to the response out of the European Union, which included sanctions on Russian state media. I'm wondering how effective you think those have been in curtailing influence operations, disinformation from Russian state actors and Russian-backed channels.
Yes, we took unprecedented decision, which required unprecedented and extreme situation when we saw that some media operating on European market, on European territory, are purely established to spread the Russian war propaganda. And it was, in fact, the moment of truth, because we realized that we must stop some kind of naivism, that we will let them abuse the freedom of speech against us. And my theory is that if we, or the society which stops valuing the truth, is on a slippery slope going down, and that's why after really big consideration and analysis, and with bleeding heart, we decided to sanction Russia Today and Sputnik. We decided now to add on the sanctions list 3 more channels. We are notifying these efforts or these decisions by some Eastern European countries, because they have the TV channels which are spreading the Russian propaganda to of course, influence the public opinion. It's not in the DNA of European Union to ban the media, but we saw that they are really more weapons than the media. Then the second thing, and it's temporary, so we can go back. We can come back after the situation settles down. It's the media now started to work also in African continent, spreading very dangerous disinformation that the lack of food and the food prices are due to the ban of import of food and due to the Western sanctions, which is a manifestly clear lie and very dangerous lie. So we just see that this has been, they have shifted somewhere else, and they are doing the same job. The second thing we did, and again, unprecedented, I would never believe we will go that far, that we asked the digital platforms, which are the main amplifiers of disinformation. And I hear from the managers of the platforms very often that they don't like to be abused for that. So our message also through the legislation now is, okay, if you don't like, you should do something against that, and the best thing is to obey our rules. But in the time of war, we had to ask them, could you proactively be detecting the pieces of information which are manifestly clear pieces of Russian war propaganda and remove them from the platforms, or rank them lower so that it's not the first thing the people see. And we never wanted them to do that. For years, I was personally in many discussions with the platforms, I was telling them, don't you dare to interfere into our public or political debate. We are not interested to hear and see in practice your political opinions from California or Washington. And suddenly I heard myself telling them, choose the side. And I think that we will have to come back and stop this. But at this moment we are in a special situation, and we have to value the truth. And I think that we owe it to all the killed people in Bucha and in Odessa and in Donetsk, because the Russian propaganda does not stop anywhere. It's really very, very dangerous and very unscrupulous what they are spreading.
You mentioned the code of practice on disinformation in your remarks as well, shifting to thinking more about domestic actors. And you know, as you alluded to, there are some companies that have yet to sign on and that you're hoping will join. And some of the companies that have signed on have also not committed necessarily to upholding every single requirement in the code. I'm wondering if you have any concerns about that, sort of mitigating the impact of this approach.
We have a very strong tool to push the big platforms to join the code. Because in that, remember, I spoke about the Digital Services Act, which is the law, which is the regulation, which I hope sometimes by the end of next year might be enforced in all the member states, because the EU member states are telling us to regulate. This is the shared competence, but the member state gave us the mandate to produce the digital regulation. So the Digital Services Act, which might come into force by maybe beginning of 2024, contains the article which says that the digital operators must take measures to mitigate the risk of spreading harmful and dangerous content, which means that that we recognize, and we play with open cards. We openly say we recognize this code of practice to be such mitigating measure, which we will recognize as sufficient from the point of view of the hard legislation. So that is that link, that is that carrot and stick I spoke about. For the smaller actors, the rules in the Digital Services Act are softer, but still we will do our best to invite as many as possible. But the point is that there are not only the platforms, but also the advertising industry. We want more and more agencies to, to stop connecting the brands they are selling, they are promoting, with the systems which spread disinformation. And this is a powerful tool, and we already now see that the demonetization already is ongoing, because some of the big brands already announced publicly, we do not want to have anything in common with that. We want to protect the good name of our brand. And then the journalists and the fact checkers. The code is a strong tool to push the digital players, especially the big platforms, to hire the professionals who can work with information, who understand this difference between facts and opinions, and who can do trustworthy fact-checking, and then after that, labeling of the false information. And here comes the issue of media, because we want the platforms to pay good money to the fact checkers, especially the journalists who are starving because the money of advertisers has shifted from the traditional media to the platforms like Google. Sorry, I am also responsible for media. That's why I am a little bit getting into that territory, but it's connected.
I'm familiar with the dynamic.
And the researchers, we want the platforms to share data. I hear from Facebook how many fake accounts and bots they have removed or stopped. Interesting information. What's the relevance of such information? I cannot work with it. I need to understand the impact of disinformation per member state, because it is, European society is not homogeneous, and we know it, but also Putin knows it. So he has a special strategy for each member state, abusing the historical unhealed injuries or wounds or whatever is usable, they use to spread the disinformation and try to influence the public opinion. And they are successful. That's why we want the platforms to hire the fact checkers in all European member states in all languages. I know I speak long, but one example, we have now fresh data from Slovakia, which is neighboring with Ukraine. Facebook hired one fact checker, one. And the percentage of people who believe that Ukraine was preparing attack to Russia is 45%. And this is the brainwashing, massaging, permanent attacking of people by disinformation. Isn't it dangerous? Isn't it something which requires action? Because we are Democrats, we are democratic countries, we need to have people on our side. We need them to understand what we are doing. And here is also part of the story. The best fight against disinformation is to be telling the people the truth.
You mentioned in your remarks that you hope that the Code of Practice on Disinformation, as well as some of the other digital rulemaking happening in Europe, serves as a model in the United States. There's, of course, a different tradition of free speech in the US that has factored into the negotiations here. I'm wondering what would be your message to lawmakers in the US on what they should focus on when it comes to dealing with this issue?
I didn't come to lecture or mentor. And by the way, I enjoyed a lot of it when I was coming here after 2016 when we started the Code of Conduct Against Hate Speech. Because it was a very bad atmosphere in Europe. The combination of migration wave and terrorism created a lot of hostile waves which were spread online. And I was lectured here by the former high figures from Mr. Trump's administration that we are introducing censorship in Europe, and I had to defend our approach. But I would really love to have conceptual discussion with the American lawmakers, and not only politicians with politicians, also the researchers with researchers, and the sociologists and media. I think that we have to do everything to do this thing right. The organization of information space must not lead to censorship. I think that this is well understood on both sides of the Atlantic. And the ways how to avoid it are possible. I think that we did a good try with this code of practice on disinformation. So we should discuss further. And as I said before, we face the same kind of challenges. Why shouldn't the solutions be similar or the same? Because at the end of the day, we have to see that this is about the values. This is about the freedom of speech. This is about freedoms in general. This is about whether we will be able to defend democracy and democratic system in digital age. So I would like to have more maybe structured dialogue and find common solutions.
Well, I think that's an interesting point to end on, and unfortunately we are out of time. I thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Vice President. Hopefully this conversation can continue into the reception and into this evening. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the 2022 EU-U.S. Defense and Future Forum. At this time, please make your way to the Hamilton Ballroom for a reception with remarks from Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for European and Eurasian Affairs at the U.S. State Department, Ambassador Derek Hogan.